Su Ning, in a half-asleep, half-wake state, seemed to see someone. So familiar. Su Ning focused on her dream, taking control. Who are you? I am Su Ning. In a flash, Su Ning seemed to realize who the person in front of her was. No wonder she looked so familiar. The figure spoke to herself. Thank you for helping me do what I wanted but lacked the courage and strength to do. Seeing those who wronged and insulted me suffer retribution, my hatred and resentment have faded. We've been connected for so long. I can feel your satisfaction and happiness with your current life. You've done so much for me. I have nothing to repay you with. There's no one or thing I cherish anymore. This battered body is yours now. I am leaving. I want to find my mother. Life is too bitter here. I don't want to come back. After saying this, the figure disappeared before Su Ning's eyes. Su Ning suddenly opened her eyes in the darkness and sat up quickly. Was that just a dream? Su Ning gently placed her hand on her chest. When she was mistreating her wife, there was a strange excitement in her heart that didn't belong to her. When she added medicine for failure into the water she was offering to Su Zhenbang, she also felt excitement and thrill. But now, everything is calm here, and she feels no extra emotions that don't belong to her. Su Ning takes a deep breath. If that dreamlike feeling was the farewell message from the original owner, then perhaps the Su family mother and son accidentally helped her? The mother and son brought news of the death of those 3 wild children and predicted their future fate. The enemies received the justice they deserved. The original owner felt relieved. Yes, the original owner never tasted sweetness in life. Su Ning gets up and goes to the yard. She closes her eyes and silently prays. All gods and Buddhas, the original Su Ning has spent her days in hardship and suffering. Coming to this world, she endured much pain. Since you have compassion for all beings, I ask you to give a little favor to the original Su Ning, bless her with smooth days, and fulfill her wishes. The next morning, although she didn't have many chores, she still wanted to do a little and eagerly took on tasks. When Su Ning got up, only a few lazy people remained at the work site. Ning Ning, did you sleep well last night? Su Ning stretched lazily, moved her neck, and said, feeling relaxed and refreshed, I've never had a bad sleep. Chi Xiao, you're amazing. I've taken on everything. Su Zhenbang looked a bit tired and had dark circles under his eyes. While washing up nearby, he overheard the young people from last night's dinner calling Su Ning so affectionately, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. This young man's clothes looked quite good. Moreover, his demeanor and the cultivated manner he showed were not typical of an ordinary family. If he had more children, and one of his daughters married into a noble family, he would naturally be happy. But now, he only has Su Ning as his child, and he still hopes to adopt and raise Su Ning's children to continue the Su family line. Of course, the family Su Ning marries into prefers someone more ordinary and easier to control. Families with some power would never agree to let their children be raised by others. In just a short while, Su Zhenbang had already thought a lot. He put down his washing tools and smiled kindly, saying, Su Ning, I didn't get a chance to ask yesterday. Who is that young man we had dinner with? He looks very lively. I've lived most of my life, but this is the first time I've seen someone who looks so much like a girl. Su Ning replied, that just shows you've wasted most of your life. You've already stayed here overnight, and now it's probably time to leave. Su Zhenbang's smile froze for a moment. Then he smiled again and said, your grandma hasn't gotten up yet. Also, the young man who brought us to the rural youth station yesterday said he has some business in town today. He borrowed the team's ox cart and will come to call us later, so we can leave together. Su Ning said casually, as long as you don't bother me and don't expect me to give you anything, do as you like. Anyway, this air isn't mine. In other words, you can breathe the air freely but don't think you can take anything from me. Su Zhenbang didn't know what was wrong with himself. After sleeping all night, he felt tired and weak. Last night, he only drank a bowl of plain water, and after 2 urinations, he felt like he was starving. According to his usual habits, he should be starving and restless now, but instead, he felt bloated and nauseous. Thinking it might be food poisoning, Su Zhenbang didn't want to stay any longer. In this remote countryside, if his condition worsened, He wouldn't be able to get medical help in time, so he needed to return to the county town. He went to knock on his mother's door. The knocking was loud, but there was no response inside. That was strange. His mother always had light sleep. He knocked again a few times, calling out, "Mom, are you awake? We're leaving for the county town. Could she have fainted from hunger after not eating last night? Mom, are you okay?" Still no answer. Su Jinbong got anxious now. He was about to kick the door when Su Ning immediately spoke up. "This door is a shared property of the youth station. If it gets damaged, you'll have to pay for it." Seeing that Su Ning showed no concern and was even thinking of extorting him, Su Jinbong suddenly felt that maybe they had been wrong before, that trying to save their relationship with Su Ning might be impossible. Su Ning reached out and said, "Look, I can't help either. If you try to force it, you'll have to pay." Su Jinbong hurriedly took out a handful of money from his pocket, pulled out a 10 yuan note, and heavily placed it in Su Ning's hand. "Is that enough?" Su Ning shook his head. "Of course not. Do you know how old this door panel is? It has been through many years. It has witnessed countless stories. When you kick it, you're not just damaging the door, but also destroying its memory of the past. So, is 10 yuan really that valuable?" Su Jinbong then took out 20 more yuan and pressed it into Su Ning's hand, gritting his teeth as he said, "Is that enough?" Su Ning snatched all the money from Su Jinbong's hand, muttering, "Why are you so stingy about the memories of the past? No wonder time is like a sharp blade. It's never gentle with you." Su Ning's words made Su Jinbong so angry, he almost spat out blood. The money Su Ning took from him totaled over 80 yuan. Before losing his valuables, Su Jinbong wouldn't have felt so upset. Now, he only earns a fixed salary and has no extra income. Since he was recently transferred, many things need to be arranged, settling the family, social visits. Where does the money come from? Seeing Su Jinbong standing there, distressed and angry but holding back, Su Ning shook the money in his hand. "It seems your mother is more important to you than these 30 yuan. Su Jinbong took a deep breath, venting his anger on the old, battered door. He kicked it open with a loud bang. "Mom, I'm coming in." There was no response. Su Jinbong pushed the door open and entered. He then widened his eyes, staring at his mother, who was disheveled and looking wild-eyed. A wave of panic swept over him. He tried to grab her hand, but she fiercely pushed him away. "Mom, what's wrong?" "It's me, Jinbong," he called out, feeling a bad premonition. But his mother only looked around nervously, eyes full of fear and confusion, muttering repeatedly, "Ghost, ghost," ignoring him completely. "Mom, don't scare me." "What's really wrong?" Whenever Su Jinbong approached, his mother would suddenly attack like she was going crazy, her sharp nails scratching his face and hands, leaving bloody marks. "Mom, what exactly is wrong with you? Are you crazy?" Since I can remember, Mrs. Su has never spoken harsh words to Su Jinbong. Now, she is hated by her mother and suddenly has several bloody wounds.
Su semblance feels terrible incide.
Su Ning didn't know when she came to Su Jinbong's side. She stroked her chin and said with interest, "Your mother doesn't have many skills, but she's pretty good at guessing things. Last night, she even said maybe she wouldn't wake up in the morning. Now she's awake, but maybe it's better if she's not. You see, people shouldn't do bad things. Karma comes back quickly, sometimes." "Su Ning, she's your grandmother," Su Jinbong finally shouted in anger. Su Ning scratched her ear and pouted. "Do I have a grandmother? I've been an orphan with no parents since I was little." "Enough. Stop acting crazy here. Hurry up and get your mother out of here. She's bad luck." Su Ning didn't even need to step forward. She took off her shoe and precisely hit Mrs. Su's neck. The once lively Mrs. Su immediately collapsed to the ground. Su Ning said, "No need for thanks. Just get your mother out of here. With all her sins, she might even bring some bad things to the youth station." Su Jinbong glared and said, "Even if you don't consider her your grandmother, she's become like this at the youth station. You owe me an explanation." Su Ning chuckled. "Now I understand. You and your mother are really good at turning things around and playing tricks. I knew it. You two heartless mother and son. How could you be so kind to come see me? It's obvious you're just waiting for me. You keep shocking me with how low your morals are. If you want to blackmail me, you'd better see if I'm willing. If you don't give me a satisfying answer today, don't expect things to go smoothly. If Su Jinbong weren't so big and strong, he might have fainted from anger. Suning, yo. Suning cut him off first. Don't talk about family or feelings. When you're trying to blackmail me, why didn't you think about family and feelings? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, no one will have a good time. I will go now to call the team leader to take us to the county police station. I remember clearly that your mother didn't drink a drop of water at the Knowledge Youth Point, and she was the one who kicked open the door. All the evidence is in front of us. Yet, you still want to threaten me. Do you really think I am easy to bully? I plan to go to the police station and speak clearly. It's not enough that I was mistreated since I was young. I've hidden away, but you still won't leave me alone. If it comes to it, we might as well go all out and not let anyone have an easy time. I used to think about keeping a cash machine to give myself a clear way to use the things in my space. But now, she is dating Chi Seo, who often receives packages. I haven't used the things in my space for a long time. Moreover, Chi Seo receives so many packages. What do they eat? To outsiders, it doesn't seem unreasonable. So, there's no need for him to pretend in front of Su Jinbong. It's too embarrassing. Su Ning's angry tone also made Su Jinbong calmer. His mother didn't eat anything last night, and he was the one who kicked open the door from outside. It seems this has nothing to do with Su Ning. Could it be that Jiang Xuemei's ghost has been following Su Ning all along, tormenting his mother late at night, avenging her past grudges? Thinking of these, Su Jinbong also felt that the room was very gloomy. He felt as if someone was blowing air on his neck, making him shiver instantly. He quickly picked up his mother and rushed out of the house. At this moment, Su Jinbong also noticed that his mother's body was burning hot. Suning. He instinctively wanted to tell Su Ning what to do, but seeing her indifferent expression, he couldn't say anything more. At this time, Zhang Chang arrived at the Knowledge Youth Point.
Hey,
Comrade Su, what's wrong with the old lady? Should I find Dr. Su? What can a barefoot village doctor see? Comrade Zhang, my mother's old illness can't be treated by a regular doctor. Can you help us get to the town? Maybe we can catch the bus to the county. Sure. Let's go quickly. The old lady is getting old. We can't delay. Su Jinbong looked at Su Ning, hoping she would agree. Seeing her unmoved, he felt disappointed and cold-hearted as he held his mother and left. But Su Ning said, Comrade Su Jinbong, since you admit that your mother's old illness has flared up. So, you just accused me wrongly. Do you think you should apologize? Someone who is wrongly accused and just walks away without apology. Isn't that a bit rude? Su Jinbong felt his mother in his arms start to twitch and didn't want to argue with Su Ning anymore. He clenched his teeth and said, Sorry. Zhang Chang looked at Su Jinbong, who seemed to be burning with anger, and then at Su Ning, who was leaning casually against the doorframe with her arms crossed. The strange atmosphere confused him a little. But since the patient was more important, he quickly followed Su Jinbong and left the youth commune. Gaoyan stood at the kitchen door, watching everything. She said, Su Jiqing, I heard your grandmother say yesterday that they traveled a long way from Beijing to bring you lots of food and supplies, just to protect you from being upset. Now your grandmother is so sick. Don't you want to go and see her? Su Ning glanced at her. If you're so worried, why don't you go check? Gao Yun replied, What's that got to do with me? Su Ning rolled her eyes. Since you say it's none of your business, why are you bothering me? It's early morning, and I'm not an emperor or a. I don't need anyone to worry for me. Chi Seo chuckled. Ning Ning, don't be angry. Some people just like to cause trouble for others, doing things that even emperors wouldn't bother with. Gao Yun's face turned red and pale alternately. She angrily said, Ungrateful, and then went into the kitchen. Su Ning looked up. The sun was already high in the sky. Chi Laolu, the weather's pretty good today. Want to show your skills? Chi Seo nodded seriously. That's a good idea. Those 3 old hens are pretty fat. 1 steamed, 1 braised, and 1 salted. How about that? Chi Lalu, you're getting carried away. Don't you know our family situation? Eating 3 chickens in one day? But since you're my partner, I can meet that request. When I finish, I'll reward you. Unlike family members, they seem more like enemies. Calling them enemies doesn't quite fit either. Who would travel so far just to see an enemy? But if they are family, then Suning shows no respect for her grandmother and father. Even when they are very sick, Suning doesn't seem worried. Gaoyan can't understand this and decides not to think about it. She keeps chopping the radish loudly, but smelling the strong smell of the radish makes her feel upset again. Why is it that some people eat 3 chickens a day, but she only eats boiled radish every meal? Suning just has a boyfriend.
What's so special about that?
Maybe she should find one too. Gaoyan quickly thinks about all the young men at the youth camp. Chi Seo comes from a good family, but he's already taken, so he's not suitable. Zheng Jiangwo is too quiet. He hardly talks all day. Dating someone like that would be just asking for trouble. Zhang Qianjin has small eyes, so he's not considered. Qian Mingwei's family isn't well off, and I haven't seen him carry any parcels during this time. After dismissing all the others, only Fu Guodong and Su Pingrui are left. Fu Guodong is a good leader, logical, responsible, and seems to come from a good family. I've seen him carry parcels twice, but he's not very handsome. Su Pingrui looks clean and handsome, with a confident air that shows he comes from a good family. Plus, he has a respected doctor relative in the Big River Bay team, but Su Pingrui seems to care too much about Suning. Maybe he's not a good choice. Ugh. Why is it so hard to find a suitable partner? After some internal debate, Gaoyan decides to aim for Fu Guodong. He may not be very handsome, but that's okay. She can just look at his face less. Dr. Su, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, rushes to the youth camp full of confidence and urgency. But he finds out that the mother and son have already left. Dr. Su is so angry. He spent the whole night preparing medicine, but it was useless now. His anger and frustration have nowhere to go. Seeing Dr. Su's face, which looks like a painter's palette, Suning thinks that maybe he's not as good at medicine as he is at dyeing fabrics. Dr. Su, is there something you need? Dr. Su regretfully touched his cloth bag and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing serious. Did I hear that your family has come to see you? To check if your mood swings are severe? If your health has been affected? Do you need to adjust your medicine?" Suning smiled and said, "Thank you, Dr. Su, for caring so much about my health. But I'm not a fragile person who breaks easily. There's no need for you to be so nervous." Dr. Su also smiled and said, "I think your description fits well. Your body is like a fragile pill that can break easily, and it's all over the place. You must be careful. Don't ignore your health. Pay attention to your body." Suning smiled and replied, "I've always followed the doctor's orders. I take my pills every day without missing a dose." "Good, that's great. I'll go now. If anything feels wrong, come to me immediately." "Thank you, take care on your way." Chi Seo watched Dr. Su's back quietly, feeling that this person was being overly attentive. Could he have some other purpose for helping Suning? What does he want from her? "Ningning, do you think this doctor is acting strangely?" Suning blinked in confusion, thinking about Dr. Su. Besides being very diligent at the youth center, he seemed pretty normal. She looked at Chi Seo and asked, "Did you notice something?" Chi Seo said, "I think he's paying more attention to you than a usual doctor would to a patient. Also, I saw the ingredients in your pills. I showed them to my grandfather. He said some of the herbs are rare now, and they might be treasures kept by the pharmacist. Using such rare ingredients without charging you and hiding it, it's suspicious." Suning also frowned. Earlier, Dr. Su refused to take her money and said the pills were made from common herbs she dug herself. She never expected that her daily pills contained rare medicinal herbs from Dr. Su's collection. Why would he hide that from her? Does she have something he wants? Suddenly, Suning remembered that Dr. Su had mentioned during their first pulse diagnosis that there was something inside her body he couldn't understand. Could it be related to her special abilities? "Ningning, are you thinking of something?" Chi Seo asked, looking thoughtful. Since he was part of that circle and came from such a background, he knew more about the darker side of things than Suning did. Chi Seo said, "Every time Dr. Su comes, It seems like he's just looking for an excuse to check your pulse. Maybe he's trying to secretly investigate that mysterious thing inside you. What is this old man's real goal? Who is behind him? Chi Seo narrowed his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. But Suning smiled confidently. If her special powers from another world could be uncovered just by checking her pulse, then the advanced technology of the end times would be a joke. She thought about the pile of scrap metal in the corner of her space. Although the items she got from surviving in the end times were mostly low quality and not very effective against zombie beasts, this was a peaceful era now. Even enemies were just flesh and blood. If she could study and replicate that scrap metal, it would be 10 or 100 times more effective than what she had now. However, operating in a way that doesn't reveal her abilities, but still gets the items to where they need to go is very difficult and risky. Can this idea work? Can she do it? It all depends on the right timing. Ning Ning, what are you thinking about? I called you several times, but you didn't respond. Suning snapped back to reality. Oh, nothing much. I was just wondering why Dr. Su is so curious about that mysterious thing inside me. Chi Seo said, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. A fox will always show its tail. Since they had guessed his main purpose, they could stay alert. There will be a chance to catch him off guard. Suning nodded and pushed aside her fleeting thoughts that had no clear direction. Chi Seo reached into the ashes beneath the campfire and pulled out a round, plump egg. Suning was surprised. Can you really cook and eat an egg that way? She had tried steamed eggs, boiled eggs, fried eggs, and marinated eggs. This was the first time she saw someone cook an egg like this. Chi Seo confidently said, my skill in boiling eggs is top-notch. Try it later. You won't be disappointed. Chi Seo boiled a total of 6 eggs. Suning was about to reach out to take one. Chi Seo quickly nervously pushed her hand away. It's hot. I'll peel it. Don't burn your hand. Suning rolled her eyes. Huh. Who do you think you're looking down on? Suning moved a step faster than Chi Seo, quickly knocking an egg onto her head. Suning's speed was so fast that Chi Seo couldn't stop her. As the egg hit her head, it cracked loudly, and the hot steam inside burst out with a pop, hitting Suning's forehead. Suning hit the egg with some force, and not only did the steam come out, but bits of eggshell also shattered. The sharp pain on her forehead made Suning want to scratch it. Chi Seo quickly grabbed Suning's hand. Don't scratch, it will hurt more if the skin breaks. Chi Seo pressed her hands on Suning's, then leaned down and blew away the eggshell fragments on her forehead with his mouth. Seeing that Suning's forehead was red and swollen, with eyes full of pain and guilt, Chi Seo looked distressed. Ning Ning, be good. Don't scratch it. We brought burn ointment. After applying it, the pain will ease. Suning looked up at Chi Seo, who had a serious and earnest face. Hee. Old 6 Chi Seo, with your serious face, I see you just know I got burned by an egg. Those who don't know might think I'm about to leave this world. Before she finished speaking, Chi Seo covered her mouth. Suning, with her mouth blocked, looked a little regretful, as if she wished she hadn't spoken. Suning, old 6 Chi Seo, why are you taking over my job again? Suddenly, a call from the kitchen door interrupted their special moment. Both of them turned their heads at the same time. Between them, the tempting little silver threads swayed gracefully. Wei Xiaochun blushed, eyes full of excitement, and hurriedly ran away. As she ran, she didn't forget to slap her lips twice. Wei Xiaochun, you disobedient girl, why are you shouting like a ghost? Chi Seo also had a face flushed with embarrassment, but Suning remained very calm. She showed no embarrassment at being caught in a tender moment. Chi Seo cleared his throat and said, Ning Ning, I'll get the burn ointment. Please don't scratch your forehead, okay? No need, it's not a big deal. Didn't you say you wanted to make a special dipping sauce for my roasted eggs? Hurry up and make it. I'll prepare the eggs. This time, I have experience and won't accidentally hit my forehead again. In the end of the world, Suning, who uses her large body as a shield, can tolerate a lot of pain. It's not that her pain nerves are underdeveloped, but after repeated injuries over the years, she's become used to living with pain. Although she now has a new body, her soul is still the same, and her habits haven't changed. Don't even mention a small burn. If someone stabbed her now, she wouldn't even cry out. The more calm and indifferent Suning appears, the more it hurts Chi Seo inside. He regrets not meeting Suning earlier, not protecting her sooner, so she wouldn't have suffered as much. The more Chi Seo feels pain, the redder his eyes become, and the more tears fall. Suning, even though it's just a small burn, it seems like I'm the one hurt. Why are you crying so much? Suning tiptoed and poked Chi Seo's forehead, then stared at him with wide eyes. Does it hurt here? Chi Seo, with a tearful voice, said, It doesn't hurt. Suning. Then why are you crying? Although she was annoyed, Suning finally relaxed. She was scared she might have gained some strange new power again, like being able to transfer pain. Seeing Chi Seo's tears increasing, Suning helplessly asked, If it doesn't hurt, why are you crying? Chi Seo hiccuped between sobs, Because I feel pain when you don't put medicine on it. Watching him cry even more intensely, Suning raised her hands in surrender. All right, I'll put the medicine on. Go get it. Chi Seo sniffed and wiped his tears randomly. I'll go get it now. Don't scratch yourself, okay? Got it. Meanwhile, back in the dorm, Wei Xiaochun's heart was pounding rapidly, full of surprise and excitement. Then a hint of regret appeared on his face, mixed with the thrill of uncovering a little secret of his sister. His face, no bigger than a palm, showed a very expressive look. Song Jiejie glanced at Wei Xiaochun, raised an eyebrow mischievously, and quietly sat next to him. Xiao Chun, what are you thinking? Lost in various emotions, Wei Xiaochun, whose IQ hadn't kicked in yet, blurted out without thinking, Haha, I saw Suning and Chi.
Ah.
Wei Xiaochun was about to speak, but suddenly regained her senses and realized that Song Jiejie's head was almost resting on her shoulder. Wei Xiaochun's heart stopped for a moment, and she couldn't even blink. After realizing what was happening, she screamed and took 3 quick steps back. Song Jiejie's mischievous fun was satisfied. She looked at Wei Xiaochun with a half-smile but didn't say anything, just kept watching her. Wei Xiaochun was almost crying, very afraid that Song Jiejie would suddenly come over and hug her neck. Wei Xiaochun used all her strength, dragging her tired legs, and ran out of the dormitory. Her first thought was to rush to the small kitchen to find Suning. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped. Then she turned around quickly, planning to leave the youth commune. Her mind was not clear, and she was running too fast. When she reached the door, she accidentally bumped into someone and fell to the ground. Shen Qingning. When Wei Xiaochun saw who she had bumped into, she was quite surprised. Shen Qingning pushed Wei Xiaochun off her, saying, It's me. Can you get off me first? Wei Xiaochun realized she was still lying on Shen Qingning and quickly apologized, then got up swiftly. Shen Qingning stood up, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and asked, Xiaochun, where are you in such a hurry to go? Looking at Shen Qingning, who seemed completely different from when she first went to the countryside, once a beautiful, confident, gentle young lady, Wei Xiaochun felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Now, Shen Qingning exuded a sense of despair. Her eyes looked dull and lifeless, lacking her previous gentleness, replaced by gloom. Her clothes were no longer neat and clean, her hair messy, completely different from the Shen Qingning Wei Xiaochun remembered from when she first went to the countryside. Wei Xiaochun wondered, what kind of charm did Lu Chuan have that made Shen Qingning, who once longed for him, change so much? Wei Xiaochun said, I have nothing to do, just going for a walk. She then asked, Shen Qingning, are you back alone? And Li Qingning and Sun Qingning. Shen Qingning's eyes flickered with a dark shadow but quickly returned to normal. I'm innocent, and was just caught up in this. Once everything is clear, I will be free again. I don't know about the others. I was very tired after rushing back all the way. I will go wash up first. Feel free to do as you like.
Oh.
Okay. Wei Xiaochun glanced at Shen Qingning's back, then turned around and walked outside. The gossipers under the big tree at the village entrance, bored and anxious, started to talk loudly. Just now, someone passing by asked, Isn't it the girl who kept chasing Lu Chuan? Why is she back? Waving her fingers while peeling pumpkin seeds, the old lady spat and said, When that woman passed by just now, didn't you notice?
Her walking style changed.
With my years of experience, she's no longer a beginner. Tieske. No wonder she's the only one who came back. My goodness, is that true? If she still stubbornly chases after Lu Chuan, won't he be called a green man? In my opinion, Lu Chuan is quite stubborn himself. With his luck, any woman who likes him should be happy, but he keeps choosing the difficult ones, causing so much trouble. Better to find a good girl instead of ending up with a second-hand one.
Come on.
When Shen Qingning was so eager to pursue him, Lu Chuan didn't even move. Now, it's even less likely.
Exactly.
If Lu Miao Miao really went in, the village secretary's family would hate Shen Qingning to death. They wouldn't give her a chance to get in. A group of women kept talking nonstop, gossiping all day long. Not just anyone. Even a dog running past them would probably ruin their reputation. At the village secretary's house, the village secretary looked upset and said that Shen Qingning is quite clever. After using Miao Miao, she managed to get herself out of trouble and put all the blame on Miao Miao. Lu Chuan was so angry inside. The main culprit got away clean, while an innocent helper ended up in jail. Yes, Lu Miao Miao was sentenced to 2 years. Tian Meng was sentenced to 3 years for multiple crimes. Liao Chuanzong, who had a child with Tian Meng and conspired with her to commit fraud, also received 3 years and was fired from the factory. His family had no chance to work again. Even Sun Hongbing and Li Hong, the 2 scapegoats, had to go to the county for public education. When they can return is uncertain. Throughout the entire incident, Shen Qingning was completely removed from the situation in a clean way. The village secretary was also feeling angry and helpless. Lu Miao Miao was indeed reckless, and she deserved some lessons, but the whole family was also affected and felt embarrassed. Third brother, I humbly went to ask your Uncle San for a temporary job at Yangshan Mine. It wasn't urgent at first, but now that Shen Qingning is back, we don't know if she will keep bothering you. If she does, it's like a toad sitting at your feet, not biting but annoying. You should tidy up today and be ready to report to work tomorrow morning. When Lu Chuan heard this, he was given a temporary job. It didn't make him happy. Instead, it brought him more pain. Uncle San was very snobbish and also very sharp-tongued. Thinking of his father, who was already half white-haired, having to lower himself and beg Uncle San, not just for favors, but also to endure insults and mockery, his father. The village secretary patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder. Go and do your best. Although your Uncle San isn't very likable, he did help this time. Remember to return the favor if you get the chance. The village secretary was willing to swallow his pride and ask for help for his son, but he didn't want to lose face in front of Lu Chuan. He didn't plan to tell him all the details. Lu Chuan slightly raised his head, blinking with a sour look in his eyes. Dad, I will do my best. I won't let your efforts go to waste. I will find a way to repay the kindness. The village secretary nodded, patted his son's shoulder, and then went inside. Looking at his father's stooped back, half-white hair, and worried expression, Lu Chuan clenched his fists tightly. It was his own weakness that caused his family to suffer. He silently told himself that no matter what he faced, he would not let his father's efforts go to waste. He must become stronger. At the county hospital, Su Jinbong looked at the doctor with disbelief. Doctor, what did you just say? What do you mean my mother has gone crazy? She was fine last night before bed. How could she go crazy overnight? Doctor, based on the examination results, there are no external injuries on the patient. She was likely subjected to a severe emotional shock, which caused a high fever and mental confusion. It might also be due to a persistent high fever, which caused brain damage and led to the current series of outcomes. Su Jinbong swayed a few times until he hit the wall behind him, then barely managed to steady himself. Can my mom still recover? The doctor shook his head regretfully. The human brain is a mysterious area. Our current medical knowledge hasn't fully understood this part yet. But every person is unique, and there are differences among individuals. Over time, the patient might miraculously get better someday. This last sentence was just the doctor trying to comfort Su Jinbong, since he looked quite unwell himself. Hopefully, neither of them would end up in the hospital. Su Jinbong didn't even know how he returned to the ward. Seeing his mother tied to the bed, eyes full of fear, confused, talking nonsense, and not recognizing anyone, Su Jinbong finally broke down. He had schemed so much, but what had he gained in the end? The mother he depended on since childhood was now in such a bad state. Is this some kind of punishment? Su Jinbong rushed forward and shook his mother violently. Mom, wake up. I am your son.
How can you not recognize me?
You can't forget me. I only have you. Mom, please wake up, I beg you. Wake up. You can't forget me. His frantic actions shocked the family members of other patients nearby. Sir, please stay calm. I heard your mother still has a high fever. You shouldn't hurt her like this. But Su Jinbong, overwhelmed with emotion, didn't listen to anyone. His mind was full of panic and confusion. From the time his mother ran away with him to now, decades had passed. The only constant was that his mother was still with him. He had planned his whole life, but in the end, he had nothing. Now, even his mother didn't recognize him. What was left for him? Finally, the doctor arrived. Several people held him down and gave him an injection. Su Jinbong fell into unconsciousness, and the ward became quiet again. The family members of the other patients also felt relieved but worried. He was too crazy. His mother was already unwell, and he kept shaking her. Yet, her tearful, singing voice still moved everyone. People couldn't understand whether this was true filial piety or not. Back at the youth camp, Shen Qingning barely spoke to anyone after exchanging a few words with Wei Xiaochun at the entrance that day. She washed herself with water. Even before her hair dried, she lay back on her bed. If looked at carefully, tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, caught in her hair. Though starting anew was a good opportunity, she had ruined her chances with her own hands. Her family was disappointed in her, and Lu Chuan hated her. Shen Qingning felt regret, but once she made her choice, there was no turning back. If they couldn't share love together, then they might as well sink into together. In the small kitchen, Su Ning had ointment the color of mud on her forehead to prevent her hair from getting dirty. She had a small tuft of hair on top. Now she was leaning over the table, chatting about gossip with Wei Xiaochun, her face shifting from surprise to silly, then to a bright smile. Su Ning enjoyed gossiping, and while she was having fun, she also became a beautiful sight in someone's eyes, making that person feel happy and sweet. As they talked, Wei Xiaochun noticed that Qi Xiao had gone out. He immediately leaned closer to Su Ning, full of curiosity, and asked, Su Ning, what does that feel like? Su Ning was confused. Which one? The thing you and Qi Jiqing did in the kitchen. Su Ning touched her small tuft of hair and said surprisingly, Qi Xiao and I did a lot in the kitchen. Which one are you talking about? Wei Xiaochun almost choked on his own spit. After coughing violently, he looked at Su Ning's clear, innocent eyes, free of any inappropriate thoughts. He felt like he wasn't a person his friends were pure, so how could he think dirty? Wei Xiaochun was too embarrassed to say kiss, so he awkwardly stretched his head forward and pouted. Do you understand?
I'm asking about that.
When you two did that, what did it feel like? Su Ning experienced firsthand what it meant to feel something that couldn't be fully expressed in words. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but it didn't seem quite right. Then she saw Wei Xiaochun so close, and suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. She quickly reached out, grabbing the back of Wei Xiaochun's head, pulling him toward her, and their lips met precisely. Wei Xiaochun's eyes widened like big bells, and his mind went blank. There was a sound of something falling at the door. Su Ning let go of Wei Xiaochun and turned to look. She saw Qi Xiao with a disappointed face and a look of shock. Su Ning saw the wooden basin near his feet and the wet ground around him. Su Ning stood up and took a few steps over. Old Qi, are you okay? Did the basin hit your foot? At first, Su Ning was looking down at Qi Xiao's foot, but when he didn't respond, she looked up and saw Qi Xiao crying sadly, full of tears. Su Ning got worried immediately. Don't cry. Did the basin hit your foot? I'll take you to see Dr. Su. While speaking, Su Ning quickly picked up Qi Xiao like a princess and hurried outside. Qi Xiao struggled a bit, but Suning patted his bottom and said, "Be good. Your foot is hurt and you want to act tough? I'll carry you quickly." Actually, Suning was saying all this, but Chi Seo didn't hear a word. All he could think about was Suning spanking him. She had just done something with someone else and now was hitting his bottom again? Chi Seo was confused about Suning spanking him, not noticing that he, nearly 2 meters tall, was being carried by Suning, who was about 1.6 meters, as they rushed through most of the village. Suning ran like the wind, leaving the villagers surprised, shocked, and questioning their own eyes. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaochun, with her long neck like a giraffe, finally realized what Suning had just done to her. Her face turned red like a monkey's, and she screamed in embarrassment. Wei Xiaochun suspiciously touched her lips, unsure if she was angry or shy. She covered her face with her hands, but kept stomping her feet. "Stinky Suning, you took advantage of me. I'm so mad. You took advantage and ran off. If you have the guts, don't run. I want to get even." Wei Xiaochun also wanted to run, but after glancing at the small kitchen and the open door, she angrily sat back down at the table. "I'm so mad. You two run so fast, took advantage of me, and I still have to watch the house here." Carrying Chi Seo in one breath, Suning rushed to Dr. Su's house. Though her face was calm and she didn't seem out of breath, her worried and anxious eyes showed her true feelings. "Dr. Su, are you home? Come out quickly." "There's trouble." Hearing Suning shout, Dr. Su, who was busy with herbs in the pharmacy, dragged his old limbs and hurried out. Suning had already placed Chi Seo on a chair under the eaves. "Chi Seo hurt his foot, Dr. Su. Please take a look at him. It seems quite serious. He's been crying all the way here," she added. Seeing that the person needing medical help was not Suning but someone else, Dr. Su clearly relaxed a lot. But when he saw how worried Suning was about this crying, big man, Dr. Su looked at Chi Seo with a hint of disdain. Why would a strong man like him learn to act so delicate, like a weak willow, shedding tears easily to attract men? It was truly shameful. After urging him a few times, Dr. Su still didn't move, so Suning turned her head to look. She just happened to see Dr. Su looking at Chi Seo with a sneer. Suning frowned and spoke in a less friendly tone. "Dr. Su, since your eyes aren't working well today, I won't trouble you anymore." Old Mr. Su hadn't yet recovered from his surprise, but Suning had already picked up Chi Seo and left his house at a swift pace. He hurried to the door and only saw a quick-moving figure disappearing, without even having time to call out Suning's name. The person was gone. Old Mr. Su regretfully patted his forehead, closed the door, and quickly headed toward the youth education station. Meanwhile, Suning didn't return to the youth education station with Chi Seo but left the village directly. "Old Chi, don't worry. It's not just old Su who can treat you. I will make sure to get you to the county hospital in time." Suning ran very fast. Holding Chi Seo, she clearly saw the worry in his eyes. Chi Seo, with a slightly hoarse voice, asked, "Ningning, do you not want me anymore?" "Huh? No, where did you get that idea?" "Ningning, stop. I can't stop. What if your leg is broken and I delay the best time to set the bone?" "Chi Seo, I'm not hurt. If you don't believe me, let me down and I'll walk to show you." Suning refused to let go, and Chi Seo was unable to break free. He had already tried, but it was no use. Suning put Chi Seo down on the ground. He jumped a few times in place, then hopped on one foot and then on both feet. "See, I wasn't lying. I really wasn't hurt." Suning angrily tugged at her little pigtails. Honestly, since leaving the Su family, this was the first time she had shown anger. "You're not hurt, so why are you crying?" Chi Seo was already feeling sad, and seeing Suning angry made him feel even more wronged. Feeling wronged, his eyes turned red. When his eyes turned red, the tears he couldn't control would always try to run away. "Do you know why I'm crying?" "Suning, if you don't tell me, how would I know? I thought you hurt your foot." Chi Seo felt even more upset. It seemed that he was angry enough to be almost mad, but his partner didn't even know why he was angry. "Humph. This is supposed to be a special move between us, a kind of private benefit. Why are you treating Wei Xiaochun like that?" Suning finally understood. Is that why you cried so much? It was better when Suning didn't say anything, but as soon as she did, Chi Seo almost exploded with anger. What do you mean because of this? Do you think it's not a big deal? Suning looked at him, now more excited, with tears in his eyes and his face flushed with anger. Suning crossed her arms and sighed. It's because Xiaoqun asked me what we felt like when we did that move in the kitchen. I wanted to describe it, but unfortunately, the knowledge stored in my mind made it impossible. If I said it, it wouldn't be the same feeling. So I had a bright idea, just show her with actions so she'd understand what it feels like. Hearing this fresh explanation, Chi Seo didn't know whether to be more angry or to be even angrier. Suning, after I explained, you got even angrier? Chi Seo first felt so angry he looked like a pufferfish. Then, after digesting his emotions, he stepped forward and took Suning's hand. He spoke seriously, like a father giving advice. Ningning, that kind of intimate action can only be done between lovers or spouses. Even if you're good friends with Wei Xiaoqun, you shouldn't do that. If anyone asks you why you always make things so clear, do you think I would still be alive? Chi Siyu, should I be glad that Wei Xiaoqun is a woman? Suning rolled her eyes at Chi Siyu. Xiaoqun isn't like others. We sleep in the same bed every day, and she still clings to me like an octopus. When I take a shower, she's the one who washes my back. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong, just a little playful teasing to surprise her or scare her a bit. I keep it quick and let her understand what it feels like, just to satisfy her curiosity. Your worries are a bit unnecessary. I'm not an idiot. How could I do something like that to someone else? Well, Suning's explanation was fine, but as soon as she did, Chi Siyu almost lost his mind to a feeling called jealousy. Turns out, he was busy thinking about eliminating rivals outside, but he forgot about the biggest one right in front of him. Chi Siyu took a deep breath. Not even steamed buns could calm his nerves, so he asked in frustration, Ningning, if Wei Xiaoqun and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Suning asked, Are you guys far apart when you fall in? Not far, but both of us are in danger at the same time. Who would you save first? Suning confidently said, I would save both of you. I can throw a rope with one hand and tie you both up. No need to choose. Even if you both sink to the bottom, with my strength and speed, I can pull you both to the shore. Chi Siyu, looks like your confidence is getting the better of you. Since I'm your partner, can't you save me first? Suning looked confused. Why do it separately? If I can do the same thing twice, why bother with the order? It's not tiring, but it's a bit troublesome. Chi Siyu felt a bit down but understood that Ningning's feelings for him were different from others. She hadn't fully expressed these feelings yet. They were hidden in her heart and only triggered under certain circumstances, like when she was running wildly with him this time. In Ningning's view, both Wei Xiaoqun and he were people she accepted, so she treated them equally. But the special actions between couples, Wei Xiaoqun was not going to steal his privileges. Chi Siyu reached out and gently pinched Suning's little nose, speaking softly but with a teasing tone. Ningning, even if it was unintentional, you really made me mad. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? Suning was not affected by the close-up beauty attack and said irritably, Why didn't you say so? You almost made me panic to death. Since rebirth, she had never used all her abilities to run so hard, just to avoid being late and having his broken leg reconnect. But in the end, the person wasn't even hurt. I have to say, the fragile image of Chi Seo as a delicate little doll was very firmly rooted in Suning's mind. Plus, being overly concerned, Suning completely ignored the fact that getting hit with a basin couldn't possibly break someone's leg. Chi Seo continued to coax her, saying, Yes, it's my fault for making Ningning worry. Let's make a little promise to each other as a way to make up for it, okay? Suning glanced at Chi Seo and said, No, you definitely have a bad plan. Let's go, I'm going back. Dark clouds are gathering, and it's going to rain heavily. Chi Seo, naughty Ningning, when I need you to be smart, you act confused. When I need you to be a little clueless, you're so clever. Ningning, wait for me. Let's talk it over. Really, it's just a very small promise. Catch up with me first. You really have such long legs. Then, a scene appeared on the road. a girl with a small ponytail on her head walking calmly and confidently, while behind her, a tall, handsome man with fair skin and beautiful features was panting heavily, looking quite exhausted. Ning, wait. Wait for me. Ning, stop.
Stop.
Let's rest for a bit. I can't run anymore. Ning, no, let's talk. Wait for me. Hearing the heavy breathing behind her, louder than the sound of a blowtorch, Suning stopped and turned to look back. Suning kept her speed well controlled. Whether Chi Seo ran fast or slow, he only lagged about 3 meters behind her. He was about to catch up, but just couldn't. Chi Seo reached Suning and shamelessly pouted and acted cute, saying, Ning, I was wrong. Hug me. For the first time, Suning saw this side of Chi Seo, his face flushed red, with full, pink lips pouting as he begged for a hug. For the first time, Suning felt an urge to tease him. Ning, hug me, my foot hurts. Suning instinctively licked her lips, reached out, and picked him up, bouncing him a little. Suning smirked mischievously and glanced at Chi Seo. Are you satisfied now? Chi Seo suppressed the nervous feeling in his heart, reached out, and hugged Suning's neck, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. Suning is the best. Chi Seo. I declare from now on, I will be shameless. Chi Seo. I declare, the ever-changing Yu is born. Whatever style my future wife wants, I will become that style. I will not give any chance to the little fairy outside. Suning ran out of the village, using all her special abilities. Although she didn't run for long, she had already covered a good distance. Chi Seo acted cute and spoiled, so Suning carried him, but he didn't want her to hold him forever. After a few minutes, he insisted on walking by himself. Wishing that everything goes as he hopes, they put down their burdens, and the two walk side by side along the country dirt road, chatting happily. At some point, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The sunset's glow stretched their shadows very long. Dr. Su, who had been waiting at the youth station and couldn't wait any longer, sat down in impatience. He was about to go look for someone when he saw 2 figures walking into the youth station from opposite directions. Dr. Su was anxious and wanted to explain something, but he didn't know how or where to start. Suning spoke first, saying, Dr. Su, thank you for taking care of my health all this time. Since I have some extra money now, let's settle the previous bills. Old Dr. Su was flustered. Miss Suning, Dr. Su, I know the pills you gave me contain some rare herbs. If you find it hard to set a price, then tell me which rare herbs you used, and I will try to find them and return the favor. As for the other herbs and the costs of your medicine making and treatments, just charge me according to your standard rates. Chi Seo is her person, and she wouldn't associate much with those who look down on him. Chi Seo was surprised and happy, thinking, Nining is defending him. He suppressed his excitement and said to Dr. Su, Dr. Su, as patients, paying consultation and medicine fees is only right. We owe you for so long, and that's our fault. You don't need to worry or lower your prices just because we all live in the same village. If Dr. Su asks for a bride price, it will be hard for us to ask you to see the doctor in the future. Paying for medical treatment is enough. Why should we owe a favor for something that money can solve? Moreover, does the old man have other motives? Old Mr. Su's excessive concern for Suning has always made Chi Seo worried. Also, my grandfather said that medicine can be harmful, since Ning's health is like a withered tree coming back to life. Nourishing her with medicinal food might be a gentle, long-term way to recover. Dr. Su didn't look at Chi Seo but instead looked at Suning with a very complicated expression. Suning couldn't understand his emotions. Dr. Su, old Mr. Su looked at Suning deeply again, said nothing, and left the youth camp. Suning watched his back as he left, then turned to Chi Seo. What does that mean? Chi Seo suppressed his complicated thoughts and said soothingly, It probably means our attitude suddenly changed, and Dr. Su isn't used to it. Don't worry, when I have time, I will go talk to Dr. Su. Suning thought about how Dr. Su looked at Chi Seo with disdain, and her first thought was that she didn't want Chi Seo to contact Dr. Su. Don't worry about this for now. I'm the patient, he's the doctor. It's better if I talk to him. Let's go. First, I need to cook. I'm starving. As they reached the small kitchen door, they saw Wei Xiaochun sitting at the table, elbow on the table, supporting her face with her hand, looking at them with a resentful gaze. Wei Xiaochun said softly, "Oh, you're back?" Suning walked over quickly and sat opposite Wei Xiaochun. "It's rare. Usually, you're busy like a little bee, and today you're waiting for me. Have you experienced what kissing feels like? So you're waiting to share with me when I return? Tell me, do we feel the same?" Wei Xiaochun's face turned red suddenly. She stood up angrily, like a fiery little chili pepper. "Stinky Suning, do you still have the nerve to say that? You're just like a flirt, even taking advantage of me. Watch how I deal with you." Seeing Wei Xiaochun's claws with her hands, Suning immediately jumped back. She wasn't afraid of pain, but she was really afraid of being tickled. While dodging, Suning said, Hey, Xiaochun, don't be unreasonable, okay? You asked first and I kindly let you experience it yourself. Why are you blaming me now?" Wei Xiaochun said while dodging Suning. "Humph. I only asked you to say it with your words, not to act on it.
You just took advantage of me.
Today, I will get back at you." Suning jumped around and said, "Little Chun, admit it. When I kissed you, you were actually happy. We can't just forget this easily." Wei Xiaochun's face turned red like a monkey's. "I'm not happy at all. TSK. You're being two-faced. You were happy, waiting for me to come back and share it with me." Wei Xiaochun gave up chasing her. She was exhausted and couldn't catch the lively Suning. She crossed her arms and said breathlessly, "You still have the nerve to say that? You two just ran off. The door is wide open. I have to watch you, right? Stinky Suning, don't mention this again, or I'll get mad at you. I'll tickle you until you can't get out of bed for 3 days." Chi Xiao looked at Ningning, who was so lively and cheerful, and decided to forget about it for a few hours. He wouldn't argue with Wei Xiaochun. Suning smiled and said, Okay, I won't mention it. Aren't you afraid I will? Today isn't your shift. Stay and have dinner with us. We haven't eaten together in a long time. All right, I'll go get some food. Suning didn't stop her. If Xiaochun didn't get her share of the food, she would find other ways to make up for it later. It was better to let her feel she hadn't been taken advantage of from the start, so she would feel more comfortable. Suning turned around and looked into a pair of resentful eyes. "Suning, what's wrong now?" "Chi Lao Lu, why are you looking at me like that?" Chi Xiao pouted proudly. "Why are you ignoring me?" "I don't want you to ignore me. Once I get something, I don't cherish it anymore. I don't matter anymore." "Who said you're not important? You're super important, okay? If you didn't cook, I wouldn't have any food to eat. Listen, my stomach has been growling for a while." Chi Xiao felt a bit down. She was having a good relationship, but her role as a cook was much more important than her role as a partner. Looking at her serious eyes, full of importance, and her small hand pitifully rubbing her stomach, Chi Xiao had no more emotions left and quickly went to start the fire and cook. At the same time, she didn't forget to prepare a cup of malted milk for Suning. "Ningning, drink some malted milk and eat a peach pastry to fill your stomach." "Okay, got it." Suning picked up a peach pastry and took a big bite. She used her special ability without holding back, which was quite draining. She was really hungry. Chi Xiao sped up her cooking, thinking to herself that even if she had to be jealous in the future, she should wait until Ningning was full first. The next day, before dawn, Lu Chuan got up. Last night, he told his family he was going to work at the mine. He wanted to leave early today, without disturbing them. But as he left his room, he saw a faint light in the kitchen. Passing through the main hall, he saw his parents and older brother. Dad, Mom, Big Brother. The village secretary said, "Since work can't start normally now, it's a bit idle. Later, your big brother will take you in a cart to the town. From there, you can catch a bus to the county, then another bus to Pingtown. Once you arrive, ask around about Yongshan Mine, and you'll find out how to get there. Your second brother has already gone to get the cart. Go wash up. Your wife-in-law and second wife should be almost done with breakfast. Eat well before you leave." Lu Chuan felt a mix of bitterness and shame. He was in his 20s, but still needed his family to worry about him. No matter what, he must succeed on this journey and repay his family's care. Today, the Liu family had their most abundant breakfast of the year. The village secretary used all the remaining fine grains to make a meal with his daughter-in-law. Everyone happily ate breakfast, hoping to give their youngest son a good start on his new journey. As dawn broke, Lu Chuan packed a simple bag, said goodbye to his parents and family, and set out on a new, uncertain but hopeful path. By daybreak, Shen Qingning got up and dressed herself beautifully as always. She was mentally preparing her plan as she headed to the village secretary's house. Shen Qingning's eyes were full of determination and madness. When she reached the village secretary's door, she met him just as he was about to leave. Honestly, even if Lu Miao Miao was a bit reckless, Shen Qingning hadn't done anything outrageous before she arrived. Since Lu Miao Miao became friends with Shen Qingning, she has completely changed. She is no longer the same person. Her behavior is so out of line that it can hardly be called normal, almost like she has lost her sense of decency. Even the village secretary, who is usually tolerant, cannot hide his displeasure when he sees Shen Qingning. But Shen Qingning doesn't care about that now. Her focus is on Lu Chuan. Everyone else is irrelevant. Village secretary, I want to see Lu Chuan. Please call him for me. The village secretary's face darkened, but luckily he had already made arrangements to send Lu Chuan away. Otherwise, it would be like a frog sitting on someone's foot, not biting but still annoying. Shen Jiqing, young people should pursue free love. But love between a man and a woman should be based on mutual feelings. As the saying goes, a forced apple isn't sweet. You and Lu Chuan are simply not destined to be together. Why are you so persistent? I don't know if you're making things difficult for me, but you're causing trouble for our whole family. Just leave. Don't come back again. Shen Qingning, who had come this far, would never give up easily. Village secretary, how do you know if the apple is sweet unless you try it? Please call Lu Chuan out, or I will start shouting at the door. Seeing Shen Qingning's determined and crazy look, the village secretary thought she was completely out of her mind. He spoke harshly. I've seen shameless people before, but you are the most shameless of all. Shen Qingning, forget about Lu Chuan disagreeing. Even if he agrees, I won't let you marry into the Lu family. Our family doesn't need a troublemaker as a daughter-in-law. No matter how confident you are, in this place, you better behave yourself. The village secretary, with a dark face, slammed the door shut. Shen Qingning looked at the closed door with a serious expression, her eyes deep as she stared at the Lu family courtyard for a while. She loudly shouted, Lu Chuan, I give you 3 days to think it over. After 3 days, if I don't hear from you at the youth center and I don't get a satisfactory answer, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. At home, the people sitting in the main hall heard Shen Qingning's bold words. Their faces looked as if they had eaten something bitter, very unpleasant. After the difficult childbirth that nearly cost Yang Liquia her life, she hated Lu Miao Miao and Shen Qingning with a vengeance. As a woman, I feel ashamed of her shamelessness. Dad, didn't you tell her that her uncle is no longer at home? The village secretary said, Old Third just left not long ago. I was worried that the crazy woman might chase after him and cause trouble, so I didn't say anything. Lu He said, It's really troublesome when people live at home and problems come from nowhere. Dad, is there any way to get rid of this person? The village secretary squinted and thought, I'll go talk to the team leader. At the team office, the village secretary and the team leader discussed and decided to remove Shen Qingning. After all, when someone is very upset, they can do anything. We can't watch her all the time. The village secretary had already made a mistake in front of the commune leaders, so he couldn't handle it himself. The team leader needs to deal with it. The village secretary gratefully said, Old Lu, thanks. The team leader replied impatiently, No need to be so formal. We've known each other since we were kids, even when we were just kids playing together. Your problem is also my problem. I'll go to the commune now. You keep an eye on things here. The village secretary joked but didn't bother with formalities, saying, There's no rush now. The ox cart was sent off by the second son to pick up the third son. We can go tomorrow. The team leader thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll visit the youth camp and give Shen Qingning a warning. And I'll also talk to Sister Sue. She probably doesn't know yet, but she's already caused a stir in the village. The village secretary asked curiously, "What happened?" "Yesterday afternoon, that girl carried Chiseo across half the village to visit old Sue, then crossed a small part of the village and ran out of the village in a frenzy." People didn't gossip much, but that afternoon everyone was talking about them. I didn't expect that more than half the young men in our village envy Chiseo's good luck. I heard several of them are even thinking about finding someone strong and capable to enjoy life with. They're even considering canceling their arranged marriages. The village secretary was surprised at first, then smiled. You know what? These young men are quite forward-thinking. Who wouldn't want to enjoy a comfortable life instead of working themselves to exhaustion? The squad leader glared at the village secretary and said, "Old man, your idea is very dangerous." "You should stop right now," the village secretary chuckled. "Why are you so anxious?" "I was just saying. Besides, I'm already this old. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the strength anymore, right?" he added. The squad leader replied impatiently, "Even if your bones are still young, you don't have that kind of luck. Someone like Suning, who can uproot a willow with one hand and knock down a wild boar with a punch, I've only seen one in my life at this age." So, no wonder everyone envies Chiseo, the squad leader. The squad leader found Shin Qingning and said, "Shin Jiqing, when I first arrived at the commune and saw you, I knew right away that you are a talented girl. Your parents must have put a lot of effort into raising you. They worked hard to nurture you, hoping to see you shine in life. If they knew you were hanging on a crooked tree, ruining your bright future and your promising life, how sad would they be? Feelings are just a small part of life. As long as you're alive, there are many things you can do. Why cling to Lu Chuan and narrow your path even more? Your series of crazy actions not only affect your personal conduct but also influence the entire squad's atmosphere. Whether I speak out as a parent or as the squad leader, I hope your reckless behavior stops here. Otherwise, for the good of the squad, I will have to apply to the youth office to send you away or transfer you." The squad leader's earnest advice went in one ear and out the other. Shen Qingning didn't listen at all. No one knew what she had been through or what she needed. They simply couldn't understand her persistence. But she had returned from rebirth, timely removing the hidden dangers within her family and stabilizing her family's honor. She had repaid her parents' nurturing. Her only goals in life were two: revenge and Lu Chuan. She had avenged her grudge, and she must get Lu Chuan. Even if they couldn't share love, they would face together. The last words the squad leader said made Shin Qingning's eyelids twitch. She still needed 3 days to wait for Lu Chuan's reply and decided to first stabilize the squad leader. Shen Qingning smiled and said, "Squad leader, thank you for your kind advice. I will think carefully about what you said and decide the next step." The squad leader nodded happily. "It's good that you can think clearly. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go talk to Su Jiqing about something." Su Ning had just finished picking vegetables from her private plot and was about to enter the youth commune when she happened to overhear the last part. "Squad leader, why are you here? Is there something you want to tell me?" Su Ning carried her basket of vegetables and went straight over. She also pulled out a fresh, green cucumber from the basket and handed it to the squad leader. The squad leader didn't refuse and took it, biting into it. "Looks like your garden is well taken care of." Su Ning smiled and said, "Thanks to the seedlings my aunt gave me back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any vegetables to eat now. We can pick peppers, cucumbers, beans, eggplants, pumpkins, and radishes. The cabbage is also growing very well. It's just me and Chisiu eating, and with our 6 mu of land, we have plenty of vegetables. Squad leader, your family has many members. If your vegetables aren't enough, feel free to come and pick from our land." The squad leader chewed the cucumber and said, "Our family has enough to eat. If you really can't finish, you can harvest and dry some for winter. That way, you'll have more dishes. Next time, don't foolishly plant all 6 mu with just vegetables. You could plant potatoes or sweet potatoes to diversify your food. Actually, strictly speaking, private plots aren't allowed to grow staple grains, but there's a saying, where there's a policy, there's a way around it. Sweet potatoes and potatoes can be used as staple food, and they can also be cooked as vegetables." "Okay. Thank you for your advice, squad leader." The squad leader waved his hand, still munching on the cucumber, and said, "What happened yesterday afternoon?" Suning was a bit confused. Yesterday afternoon? What was she doing then? She hadn't done anything. She'd been busy comforting Chisiu all afternoon. Seeing Suning's confused look, the squad leader chuckled irritably. "Just a reminder. What's going on with Jiqing? Why are you rushing around the whole village with him?" Suning patted her thigh. "Oh, you mean that? It was just a misunderstanding. Chisiu is fine." "Thanks for your concern, squad leader. Captain, is this important?" "I didn't realize. I'm just here to show concern." The captain cleared his throat lightly. "If it's nothing, then that's best. But having you notice that your constant running around with him might be a bit inappropriate," Suning chuckled. "I was just scared. I thought he had a broken leg, which caused a big misunderstanding. But don't worry, Captain. I may run fast, but I walk steadily. I won't fall." The captain thought, "This girl always misses the point I want to make. I trust your strength, of course. But even though you are a couple, you aren't married yet. You should keep some distance. First, to protect yourselves. Second, to avoid causing other problems. Don't underestimate how powerful rumors can be. They can ruin a person silently." Suning suddenly understood. "There might be more gossip in the village again." "I understand. I will be careful from now on." The captain nodded. "Good that you understand. I'll head back now." Chisio came back from washing clothes. Suning approached him. "Old Chi, have you heard any gossip outside?" Chisio shook his head. "No, I haven't heard anything. But several people look at me strangely," Suning asked. "What do you mean by strange?" Chisio said while hanging clothes. "It seems like there's jealousy, envy, and some other feelings I can't quite understand." He added, "Who cares? As long as they don't talk behind my back, what do their opinions matter? We should live our own lives happily." Suddenly, Chisio stopped hanging clothes. "Ningning, is someone talking about you in front of me?" Suning shook her head. "I haven't met anyone from the village today. The captain just reminded me a few times. There might be more rumors about us in the village." Chisio thought that maybe it was because Ningning carried him around the village yesterday, giving the villagers something to talk about when they had nothing to do. But he needed to find out which way the rumors are spreading, so no one would slander Ningning without him knowing. "I'll go to the village later," Suning smiled. "No need. When Xiaochun, the gossip expert, comes back, she'll find out everything. By the way, our cabbage in the private garden is almost mature, and so are the green beans. Do you have any ideas? There is a kiln in Lu Shu village that burns pottery. I've asked some villagers to bring me a few pots. Once they arrive, I plan to make some pickled vegetables. But we don't need that many vegetables now. The weather is nice, so later, let's pick some and dry them. When I first arrived, I noticed you really liked eating dried radish strips." Chisio used the remaining chicken soup to make a bowl of noodles, prepared a plate of cold cucumber salad, and pickled some radish strips, solving breakfast for both of them. Then, each of them carried a basket and headed to the private garden. The garden is managed by Suning. It's not that Chisio wants to be lazy, but Suning thinks he's slow and lazy when working. Suning watched Chisio work slowly and thought it was more tiring than doing it herself. Chisio stood on the road, amazed, pointing at the lush, colorful vegetables, and looked at the other young workers' gardens. Others looked pale, thin, sparse, and malnourished, but theirs looked so lush and well-nourished. "Oh, wait. Wei Xiaochun's garden also looked pretty good. Ningning, you're amazing. How did you do it?" When they started the garden, he remembered how poor the land was. Even if Suning brought some fertile soil, it wouldn't look like this, right? If Suning had a tail, it probably would have wagged wildly by now. Suning crossed her arms, looking proud, and said, "As long as I want to do something, I can do it. Before, you complained that the vegetables grew slowly and there was nothing to eat, right? So I went to the mountains and collected a few baskets of animal manure. After mixing it with water and watering the plants a few times, they grew on their own. What do you think? Am I impressive?" Suning spoke proudly, lifting her chin as if waiting for praise, which made Chisio's heart, already filled with love, melt. At the same time, Suning's words also filled Chisio's heart with happiness. He casually praised his beloved girl, Ningning is really amazing. She's the most impressive person I've ever seen. Suning chuckled, of course. Go pick the green beans and red peppers. I will pull out the carrots. With your little strength, pulling carrots is really hard. Suning carried a basket on her back and walked confidently toward the carrot field, walking with a bold and proud step. People knew she was going to pull carrots, but others might think she was going to fight. Mingming, who was disliked, was not angry. Instead, he happily said, "Thank you for your care and love, Ningning." Suning turned her head and saw Chisiu smiling with big, white teeth. It was the first time she saw a silly look on his beautiful face. When Chisiu saw Suning looking at him, he smiled even more happily. Suning turned her head away, shivering involuntarily, thinking, why is this person getting more and more silly? Seeing Suning turn away, Chisiu immediately turned his head and walked faster. He was left standing there, confused. He touched his face with doubt in his eyes. Could it be that his skin is bad? Or that he has become uglier? No way. He applied snow cream for skincare every night. And whenever he went out in the sun, he wore a straw hat, so he shouldn't have gotten tanned, right? Could it be that his smile isn't sweet enough? Chisiu pushed his cheeks with and smiled with his mouth open. Suning didn't hear any noise and turned around just in time to see this scene. Suning, cough cough, he's a little silly but kind of cute. She shook her head and thought, forget it. If he doesn't want to work, let him be. If he wants to play, let him play. While Chisiu was happily practicing how to smile the sweetest, Suning had already pulled out a basket of carrots. She looked up at him, still having fun, even though she didn't understand why he was making a silly face by touching his cheeks and grinning like he was showing his teeth.
What's so funny about that?
But since Chisiu was having such a good time, she thought he must have his own happiness. Suning shook her head with a smile, found a flat spot, and poured the carrots from her basket onto the ground. Suning carried an empty basket to pick red peppers. Aunt Lu said that when the peppers turn red, they should be picked, or they will rot on the plant. Both of them were busy with their own tasks, unaware that their way of working, one working and the other playing, made several young men secretly envy them. After harvesting the red chili peppers, Suning was about to pick the green beans, but she wasn't sure if she should pick the older, more dried beans or the younger, fresher ones. Chisiu looked up, confused, and let out a small sound. Then he slapped his forehead in regret. How could he let Ningning do all the work? Ningning, you're so amazing. I was just distracted for a little while and you've already done so much work. TSK. I must have done so many good things in my past life to earn such a connection with you. With someone as capable and smart as Ningning, I am so lucky. While praising Suning, Chisiu kept a sweet smile. He thought he had practiced himself. He was always looking forward to this moment. Since he was smiling so sweetly, Ningning should like it, right? In her past life, Suning was just a beginner, bad at everything, and often disliked by others. So, she lived through the end times without ever receiving a compliment. But after coming to the Dawawan team and experiencing hunting wild boars and catching bandits, the villagers' praise poured in like free money. She secretly felt proud for a while. Now, hearing Chisiu's exaggerated praise, Suning felt like he was trying to cheer up a child, but she couldn't help her good mood. She smiled and said, "You may not be very strong, but your taste is really good. Having me is definitely your luck. If you found someone else, you wouldn't be so relaxed and comfortable. Every day, with your face in the dirt and your back turned to the sun, you're sticking out all day, your face would be rough and old in just a few months. It wouldn't be as smooth and fair as it is now. From now on, you just focus on looking handsome and I'll take care of the family. I'll make sure you always have enough food." Chisiu smiled even sweeter. Yes, I will take good care of my face, Chisiu." Ningning looked at him without turning away, so he must have smiled at him. "Chisiu, I must let Ningning see my face more often. After seeing it enough, she'll lose interest in those plain, boring outsiders." Thinking of a good plan to beat his rivals, Chisiu felt very happy. "Ningning, let's pick these for today. The rest can grow longer and be picked later." On the way back, normally each person should carry a basket. But Suning thought Chi Si was her person, and he was soft and weak, with no strength at all. Full baskets on both shoulders, so she simply carried one on her back and held the other in her hand. Chisio. Is there a chance? Maybe I'm not that weak after all. Ning, your health. Suning interrupted Chisio. I'm very healthy. Don't keep saying I'm not. None of you can beat me. Don't fall behind.
Keep up with me.
If I get left behind and a wolf takes me, I won't go to save you. Chisio quickly stretched out his long legs and caught up with Suning. Actually, he was confused. His legs were much longer than Ningning's, so why was he not faster?
Humph.
I wouldn't let a wolf take Ningning away. Suning chuckled softly. I really wouldn't want that. I still haven't found anyone with your cooking skills. Chisio pouted playfully. That's not true. Ningning just likes to say one thing and mean another. She really cares about me, but she also talks about my cooking. But she knows the truth. You can't fool her. Suning felt a shiver run down her spine, as if something unknown was rushing to her head. Ahem, let's speak nicely. Seeing Suning's ears turn slightly red, Chisio's eyes lit up. At this moment, he really wanted to shout to the sky, so Ningning liked this kind of teasing. But this was their private fun. It wasn't suitable to do outside. When he marries Ningning or she marries him in the future, he would definitely satisfy her completely. Yesterday, Shin Qingning came back. Her worries from several days had turned into exhaustion, so she had no energy to do much. After washing up, she went to rest. Today, she didn't see Lu Chuan. Though disappointed, she wasn't in a hurry. Both the Lu Chuan from her past life and the present one shared a common trait: filial piety. As long as she focused on this, she had plenty of ways to make Lu Chuan compromise. After leaving unexpectedly for a few days, Shin Qingning carefully checked her belongings and found nothing missing. A faint smile appeared in her eyes. However, looking at the crumpled bed sheets and covers, a shadow of gloom crossed her face. It really shows that no matter when or where, people judge others based on their own standards. Suning had been gone for a month, but Wei Xiaochuan neatly organized her things, even washing and storing her sheets and quilt covers. She felt embarrassed about being taken away, so when she returned, her bed was almost moldy. Shin Qingning spent half a day washing and drying her belongings. As the sun set, she decided to check on her vegetable plot, thinking the grass might have grown taller than the vegetables. Not far from the youth commune, she saw a few village women carrying baskets, heading to a place where they were allowed to gather firewood. She initially wanted to avoid them, but their conversation caught her attention. Did you hear? The branch of the Liu family that made money early on at the mine is said to have found a temporary worker for Lu Chuan. That's unlikely. The Liu family branch that's close to the village leader hasn't been in contact with Lu Chuan's side for a long time. Why would they suddenly find a temporary worker for him? I heard it was the village leader who asked for it. Shin Qingning is back now, so maybe they're worried she'll keep bothering Lu Chuan. I don't even know what to say about these two. It's like Shen Jining is under Lu Chuan's spell, and Lu Chuan is so stubborn. Honestly, I think they're just bored and decided to be together. It's simple. Lu Chuan, who's already married, doesn't need to pay a bride price, and Shen Qingning, who's eager to marry, has a man now. That's such good news, but they keep complicating it with all these twists and turns. You don't understand, do you? Young people today value free love. Back in our day, everything depended on the matchmaker's word. We never even saw each other's faces before the wedding night, and we didn't know what our husbands looked like. Ha ha ha, Aunt Zhang, after your wedding night, were you scared when you saw Uncle Zhang the next day? Of course I was. Seeing Uncle Zhang's crooked face and lame leg the next day made me so angry I wanted to kill the matchmaker's whole family. She swore he was honest and reliable. But look, he's old, and he's always holding his cane. That's what you call dependable. Nowadays, it's better. Back then, marriages were blind and arranged, all by luck. The women's chatter faded into the background. Shin Qingning couldn't listen anymore. Did Lu Chuan leave? Shin Qingning never expected that Lu Chuan would leave the Dawawan team. She quickly ran back, panting, to the village committee's gate. Seeing the closed door, she raised her hand and knocked loudly. Yang Liqiu was busy comforting the twins to sleep. Just as their eyelids were about to close, the knocking sound came. The children not only didn't fall asleep but were also frightened and started crying loudly. Yang Liqiu felt very upset. She still had many things to do, and was just hoping the children would fall asleep quickly, so she could get to work. She took off her shoes, sat on the bed, and held the children in her arms, trying to soothe them. Fortunately, there was more than just Yang Liqiu at home. Her sister-in-law, Lin Xinger, was also there. Since the incident where a thief tried to kidnap a child, many families had become more cautious about watching their kids. They would close their yard gates whenever they had one. Lin Xinger came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron as she walked.
Who is it? Coming.
Stop knocking. If you keep knocking, the door will break. She pulled the latch to open the door, but before she could fully open it, someone pushed it from outside. The force used was strong, and the door hit her chest, making her face change with pain. After seeing who was knocking, Lin Xinger's face darkened even more. Shen Jiqing, did I offend your family? Why are you knocking so hard? Shen Qingning asked calmly. Did Lu Chuan leave the Dawawan team? Lin Xinger also looked angry and said, Where my brother-in-law went is none of your business. But you, she continued, what right do you have to come here and question us? Does the Lu family have anything to do with you? Shen Qingning ignored Lin Xinger's words and raised her voice, asking again, Did Lu Chuan leave the Dawawan team? Can't understand what I'm saying. Lin Xinger was also holding back her anger. She was furious because this woman's family had gone through so much trouble. She was eager to come over and act as if she owed her money, as if she thought Lin Xinger was made of mud. Lin Xinger grabbed the broom by the door, a bamboo broom used for sweeping the yard, and decisively swung it toward Shen Qingning. Shameless, full of bad intentions, causing trouble, making a fuss and embarrassing yourself. Your parents only care about giving birth, not raising you. Letting you run out to cause trouble. Today, I will teach you a lesson. A decent girl wouldn't act like this, but you insist on being a troublemaker. Lin Xinger is very good at working. She is strong and agile. Although Shen Qingning dodged a few times, several hits still landed on her. The broom was made from bamboo sticks, so each hit was like many strikes with branches. Shen Qingning tried to avoid, looking clumsy, but she still took several hits. She didn't leave because she hadn't gotten a clear answer yet. Has Lu Chuan left Dahubei? Lin Xinger waved her bamboo broom at Shen Qingning again.
Bah!
Even if my brother-in-law married a widow, he wouldn't let someone shameless like you into the Lu family. Stop dreaming about my brother-in-law. Go dream somewhere else. Get lost, stay away from my house, or I'll hit you every time I see you. Her anger eased a little, and she glared fiercely at Shen Qingning before turning and storming into the yard, slamming the door shut. Shen Qingning ignored the gossiping onlookers and cast a dark look at the village secretary's house before limping away from the scene. In a small ditch, Shen Qingning held a 1 yuan coin, waving it in front of a child. Little kidney bean, if you tell me where your third uncle went, this coin is yours. I'll also give you a white rabbit candy. Little Kidney Bean was the grandson of the village secretary's older brother. He was 5 years old and didn't understand money well, but he loved candies. I know. My uncle went to be a worker. Last night, my mom held me and said that when I grow up, I should be a worker like my uncle to earn big money to buy meat and new clothes. Shen Qingning asked again. Do you know where your third uncle is working? Little Kidney Bean shook his head. I don't know. Will you give me the candy? Shen Qingning took out some fruit candies and, along with the coin, handed them to him. The little boy happily ran away with the money and candies. Shen Qingning stood there with a grim face, as if ink could drip from it.
Ha!
Lu Chuan, can you run? I will make you come back willingly. She tidied her hair, changed into a different outfit at the youth center, and headed toward the brigade office. The team leader frowned and asked, Shen Jiqing, didn't you just come back yesterday? Why do you need to take leave again today? Shen Qingning replied, Team leader, after your encouragement this morning, I have reflected deeply and realized that my previous actions were inappropriate. But time cannot be turned back, and I can't pretend nothing happened. I want to apologize sincerely, and I also want to bring something back, so I plan to go to the town tomorrow to buy some things. I hope you'll approve. The team leader looked pleased and said, I'm glad you understand. Okay, I approve your leave. Thank you. Team leader. In the afternoon, Suning and Chi-seo, who were busy harvesting and drying vegetables, didn't know what was happening in the village. Wei Xiaochun hurried in, looking anxious and flustered. Suning, something serious has happened. Besides being worried about Song Jieji's strange behavior, Suning had never seen Wei Xiaochun so anxious before. What's wrong? Don't worry, take your time. Wei Xiaochun took a deep breath, struggling to speak clearly. More than 20 members of the association came to the village. Without hesitation, they stormed into the village secretary's house. They searched everywhere, ignoring anyone trying to stop them, looking for something. I heard someone was injured inside the village secretary's house. Suning also looked serious. If the village secretary's family had provoked these people, it might be. Let's go see for ourselves. Chi-seo was worried that Suning might rush in without understanding the situation and end up risking herself. Ningning, when we get there and the situation is unclear, don't act impulsively. That group only cares about their own interests and has no regard for others. Even if you want to help the village secretary's family, now is not the time. Suning wasn't from this era, but having lived here for so long, and with the memories of the original owner, she understood the rules. She only acts impulsively under certain conditions, but she's not reckless. Suning said, "Don't worry, I understand." Acting impulsively now won't help the village secretary's family and might make their situation worse. Let's go and see what's happening. As soon as Suning and the others left the youth commune, they saw a group of people rushing toward them from a distance. Suning frowned, and Chi-seo immediately had a bad feeling. Thinking of a possible problem, Chi-seo quickly said, "Ningning, go back to the dormitory and check your belongings. See if anything extra has appeared. Wu Xiaochun, you should check yours too." Suning turned around and ran straight to the dorm, with Wu Xiaochun following closely, confused. Chi-seo saw people approaching from afar, their eyes full of coldness. Hopefully, they aren't coming for Ningning. If they are, he will catch the mastermind and make sure they regret it. Instead of checking his own things, Chi-seo continued to casually look through the items in the yard. His belongings were packed in a locked leather suitcase, so others couldn't easily plant anything there. As for Ningning, he remembered that when they went to the countryside, Ningning's things were mostly in snakeskin bags or large cloth sacks. If someone wanted to frame him, it would be easy to hide small items inside. Chi-seo patted his forehead and thought, "Why am I so stupid? I should have bought Ningning a proper cabinet long ago." In the dorm, Suning's belongings were many and messy, but she knew exactly what she had. She had a special ability. If the air could reach it, she could use her limited power to check. Wu Xiaochun hurriedly checked her few belongings, then looked at Suning, who was slowly relaxing, and couldn't help but urge, "Suning, hurry up. There's no time. I'm checking now." "Xiaochun, don't rush me. The more anxious you are, the more chaotic it gets." Wu Xiaochun wasn't really calm. Before going to the countryside, she had seen how brutal those people could be. Although she was honest and had nothing to hide, she was still scared. A group of over 10 people stormed into the youth's courtyard. The leader arrogantly said, "This yard is off limits to everyone from now on. No one enters or leaves." Suning came out from the small kitchen, biting a cucumber, and asked, "Who are you? Do you still believe in fairness?" The leader spoke harshly. "I do." "Search them." Chi-seo interrupted. "Wait, are you searching personal belongings? Shouldn't you have a legal warrant or a reason? Otherwise, you're just robbers." The leader was used to acting tough, especially in this remote mountain area, and was even more reckless. The leader looked at Chi-seo with a wicked smile. "Hey, you look good, but your eyes are a bit off. I searched you, so what can you do about it?" "Go, search these people," he ordered. "This young man openly blocked our work, destroyed evidence. Brothers, you better take care of him." Suning kicked out a long bench, knocking down 5 people trying to break into the girls' youth hostel. He quickly grabbed the fist swinging toward Chi-seo. His eyes narrowed, and with a squeeze of his hand, a cracking sound and screams of pain filled the air. In just a moment, 12 people couldn't even land a move on Suning, and all fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The leader was furious. his eyes nearly bulging out. Rebel, rebel. But even as he was furious enough to spit blood, he dared not get close to Su Ning. The cracking sounds just now were very clear, in everyone's ears. Chi Seo brought over a bundle of grass ropes. Ning Ning, help me out. Tie them all up. Publicly robbing someone in broad daylight. These villains really don't respect the law. Today, let's do a good deed and send these people to the police station. I also want to ask Zhou Guoliang how he manages local security, he added. When the leader heard Zhou Guoliang's name, his heart sank. He heard that even his superior's superior was trying to flatter this person. Usually, without facing tough trouble, they could do whatever they wanted, showing off as they pleased. But he never expected there was someone tough in this remote corner. He looked at his men, some of whom were injured. If he let this go today, how could he maintain his authority? But if he didn't, offending the boss's boss, someone they all had to flatter, could cost him his job. He was torn inside. His top henchman, limping on one leg, whispered to him, "Boss, don't you have that letter? Where there's a grievance, there's a cause. Let's find the person in that letter and search them. The evidence we find will be our credit. If we find nothing, we still have grounds to act and they can't blame us. Maybe we can even make some money from medical fees." The leader had an idea and immediately became confident. He said to Chi Seo, "It's a misunderstanding. We are official personnel, not bandits. Our team members may have been reckless or impulsive." The leader took out a folded letter from his left pocket, which was in a Lenin-style bag. "Who is Suning? Someone reported you for hiding illegal items." Suning stretched out her little paws and waved them. "I am Suning. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I will cooperate with your work. But I am not a criminal. Please handle my belongings gently when you search, and avoid damaging them. Otherwise, I have strength and energy, and I will definitely explain my grievances to the higher authorities," she added. "And if you don't find any illegal items, then the shock I received today should be someone's responsibility, right?" Seeing Suning wave her paws, the leader secretly cursed. Why was Suning not just anyone but this tough one? Actually, the leader felt guilty because he acted without approval from his superiors, leading a small group to do this on his own. He remembered the determined look and firm tone of the person he reported to, which made him feel a little more at ease. Of course, if nothing illegal is found, then it's a false report, and someone will be held responsible. Suning nodded and said, "All right, follow me." The leader made a signal, and 3 other people, who were free to move, followed him. He stayed behind, trying to get closer to Chi Seo. His evil thoughts had already disappeared. He was thinking that maybe he could find a way to help his boss get what he wanted, and his position might be improved. In the dormitory, Suning said, "These are my personal belongings. Please be careful and don't damage my things, and also don't mess up other stuff." Suning stood with her arms crossed, letting them search freely. She had already stored her personal clothes and items that exceeded the limit in her space. The rest were unimportant. She was actually wondering who was Zhou Guoliang, the person Qi Lalu mentioned. Why did this group fear him so much? Someone found a letter in Suning's bag and immediately lit up with excitement. As long as the person doing the investigation has their own issues, even if they act on their own initiative, they will have a valid reason. The 3 of them exchanged glances. One person could wait and took the letter to find the leader. The other young workers watching helplessly also felt a pang of worry. The leader reached out and took the letter, his eyes showing a mix of pride and threat toward Chi Seo. He opened the letter very slowly, expecting Chi Seo to stop him and try to make peace, hoping to hide the truth. He thought he might accidentally find a way for his boss or take a shortcut himself. But the leader didn't expect that. Even as he almost unfolded the letter, Chi Seo remained silent. He simply unfolded the letter completely, thinking this kid only had connections, but no sense. But the big 3 words at the top of the letter changed his expression. Why was it a commendation letter? He didn't bother to read the content, only looked at the signature and the prominent red stamp. He quickly glanced at the content. 3rd-class merit? It wasn't just an ordinary commendation letter, but an official award for a 3rd-class merit. The leader's face quickly changed. Now he understood. He had been tricked. Someone was playing a game of using others to do their dirty work. His face showed a quick change of expression. Carefully, he folded the letter and placed it neatly into the envelope. It seems today's matter was just a misunderstanding. Chi Seo interrupted him and said, "How can this be a misunderstanding? It must be that someone deliberately misled you into making unwise decisions, disturbing the peace. You scared us, and you've learned your lesson. Let's call it even. I don't plan to pursue this anymore." But the person who led you to make such a mistake, this clever game of manipulation, was played very skillfully. But it's good that we are reasonable people, otherwise, who knows what the consequences could have been. Hearing Chi Seo's words, the leader felt terrible, like eating bitter bile. What does "let's call it even" mean? His men all carried trouble, and he didn't know who to argue with. If he had been successful today, he wouldn't have suffered this loss. It's like chasing after wild geese all day, only to be pecked in the eye by a goose. The leader and Chi Seo exchanged a few polite words, and suddenly, a group of people left the youth commune. Dr. Su hurried over in a rush. Seeing that the people had left and that Suning was safe and sound, he quietly left. Wei Xiaochun supported herself against the wall and still felt her legs trembling. She was terrified when she saw someone searching Suning's luggage and finding a letter. Her heart almost stopped. While Suning was checking her belongings, she was slowly relaxing, worried that someone might find a loophole or mistake. Right now, except for those still in the county town who hadn't regained their freedom, everyone else was at the youth commune. After this incident, everyone was still scared and cautious. Everyone remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. Song Jiejie glanced at everyone present and casually said, "Hey, where did Shin go?" Everyone looked around but didn't see Shin Qingning's figure. No one was foolish. Everyone had their suspicions, but no one said anything. Fu Guodong said, "Everyone stay alert. As long as we act honestly and follow the law and morality, we can stand tall and proud. We don't need to fear any tests." Today's incident happened suddenly, but we should take it as a lesson. A lesson to remind ourselves to be strict with ourselves. We are a team. We share both successes and failures, and everyone understands this. I especially hope that no one at our youth commune is clever enough to harm others for personal gain. We left our homes not to ruin our futures, but to make something of ourselves. Our goal is to return home with honor and reunite with our families. That's what we're working toward. After Fu Guodong finished speaking, everyone clapped faintly. But they still looked reluctant to speak.
Fu Guodong.
Su Ning and Chi Seo arrived at the village secretary's house. Even from a distance, they could hear crying. The village secretary's yard was a mess, with everything smashed and broken. There were many freshly dug holes around the yard, and inside the house, there was nothing intact. The land was also dug up chaotically. "Madame Zhang, this is..." Madame Zhang wiped her tears and choked out. The village secretary's family suddenly faced a disaster. Not only was their home broken into and looted, but the village secretary was also taken away. Aunt Luing couldn't handle the shock and fainted. She has already passed away. Suning also looked stunned. Has Dr. Su come to see her? Maybe she just fainted. Madame Zhang sniffed and said, "Yes, he saw her. But she didn't make it. Lu Ying is gone." Oh, it's so sad. It's hard to believe she's really gone. What's going to happen to the village secretary? The team leader came out from the main house of the village secretary's home, looking very worried. He tilted his head slightly, blinked a few times, and said sadly, "People are at home, and trouble can come unexpectedly. False accusations will eventually be cleared up, and justice is in people's hearts. My old partner, Lu Fugue, is now in trouble and can't handle his wife's funeral. Neighbors are more important than distant relatives. Everyone lend a hand. We can't just leave her there on the bed. Let's help tidy up the house and prepare Lu Ying's body for burial." If she had died naturally, everyone would have helped quickly. They came not just to watch, but to help. But since no one spoke up and they didn't know what would happen next, they didn't dare to move the scene easily. Now that the team leader has spoken, everyone suppresses their feelings and starts working in order. The team leader approached Su Ning and Chi Seo. "Earlier, I really couldn't leave. Are you both okay? Actually, he was stopped forcibly and not allowed to send news to the youth training site. We're fine. They came without a clear reason and didn't find any evidence to accuse us. They can't do anything to us. Team leader, what about the village secretary? The team leader took Su Ning and Chi Seo a little farther from the yard before speaking. At first, they wanted to take the entire Liu family, old and young. After returning from the youth training site, maybe they had some concerns and only took the old Liu. As for Aunt Liu Ying's illness, she couldn't handle any shock and now she's gone. Chi Seo thought for a moment and asked, what reason did they give for taking people away? The team leader sighed. They found a few old books at the village secretary's house, but I don't know exactly what they are. Suning frowned and said, I don't look down on Huan Brigade, but this place is so remote. What could be so important that they would go to such lengths? And they found what they were looking for very precisely. I feel like there's something suspicious going on. The team leader said, the village secretary's ancestors were teachers for many generations. I wonder if those books have been kept since then. But books that teach and nurture shouldn't be a problem, right? And their goal was very clear. They went straight to the village secretary's house. They didn't look anywhere else after finding those old books. It seems like they were only after those books, but I kept watching and they didn't open or examine the books. It was like they only cared about the object itself, not what it was. This behavior is very strange. If it was something really important, wouldn't they first check what it was after finding it? Chisiu thought for a moment, then took a letter out of his pocket and handed it to the team leader. Leader, take a look at this. The team leader took it and opened it, his pupils widening in shock. Suning said, this appeared in my luggage, but it doesn't belong to me. Leader, as you can see from the writing, if they find this, you can imagine what will happen to me. And they specifically targeted me by name. This kind of framing is very obvious, but I can't figure out who would use such a cruel method to frame me. Chisiu said, Leader, I have a suspicion. Yesterday, there was a commotion at the village secretary's house. I believe you heard about it, and the fact that someone could secretly slip this letter into my luggage suggests it was probably someone from the same dormitory. Today, such a big incident happened, and she just happened to be away from the youth training site. Moreover, knowing about the hidden items at the village secretary's house probably means she was close to his family. She used to be friends with Lu Miao Miao. Leader, what do you think? The team leader blurted out, Shun Qingning. Why would she do that? Even if she couldn't get close to Lu Chuan, what does that have to do with Suning? Why would she frame Suning? Chi Seo spoke with a dark expression. Lu Chuan might like Suning, or maybe when he once turned her down, he used Suning as an excuse. That explanation made sense. But even if it made sense, the team leader was furious. She's crazy, completely crazy. Yesterday, she asked for leave, saying she wanted to go to town to buy gifts to thank someone. I was even glad she had finally come around. She's truly lost her mind. Worse than a beast. Chi Seo's face grew even darker. Since someone dared to harm his Ning Ning, they should be ready to face the consequences. Team leader, since we came to the countryside, you and the village secretary have taken good care of us. I also trust the secretary's character. Now that his wife has suddenly passed away and he's in trouble after decades of marriage, it would be too cruel if he couldn't even see her one last time. I want to do what I can to help. But first, we need to know what those books are so we can handle things properly. The team leader was so moved that he almost wanted to bow to Chi Seo in gratitude. He thanked him again and again. I'll go ask Lu Hai and Lu He. Wiping his tears, the team leader quickly ran back into the village secretary's house. Su Ning and Chi Seo stayed outside waiting. Su Ning said, I thought he would wait a bit longer. Chi Seo's eyes were deep. Anyone who dares to hurt you, I can't wait even a moment. I wish I could make them pay right now. Are you sure about this? If you use your family's connections, won't it cause trouble for your mother and the others? Chi Seo smiled gently at her. Silly Ning Ning, when I confess to you, didn't I say there are some things I can't tell you? I've done my own research and built my own network. I don't need to rely on my family. I can protect you myself. Su Ning blinked. At that moment, she suddenly saw in him the calm authority of a leader from a survival base, still the same person, but somehow different. Chi Seo noticed her staring. He stepped forward, blocking her view, and lightly pinched her small nose. Su Ning came back to her senses, and Chi Seo had already stepped back to a polite distance. Su Ning glared at him and suddenly remembered what he had just said. Why not make up a good excuse? Why insist that Lu Chuan might like me or use me as an excuse? Humph. I am already in a relationship. Besides, Lu Chuan isn't married yet. If this gets out, it could affect his future marriage plans. Wouldn't that be helping him cause trouble instead? Originally feeling very upset, Chi Seo heard Su Ning's words and instantly felt a refreshing coolness like a spring in the summer heat. Men understand men best. He had already seen through Lu Chuan's hidden feelings. But he didn't expect that Ningning was so capable and had such high awareness. Everyone else thought, clearly Su Ning is not understanding. Look how impressive your explanation sounds. The surprise came so suddenly. However, Chi Seo didn't have such good intentions. He was just acting as a mediator for his partner. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Just as Su Ning was about to speak, the team leader came over and whispered, I just checked. There are 4 books in total. 2 are handwritten by old Lu's ancestors, the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character essay. The other 2 are recipes and procedures for making incense. Those 2 incense books are even part of old Lu's ancestral dowry. Su Ning wondered, does that ancestor know that what he left behind has caused trouble for future generations? Team leader, can I borrow the ox cart? The team leader replied, my wife is organizing things here. I can take you. I drive the ox cart, and it's fast and steady. The others had already left. Now, the most important thing was to rescue the living. Su Ning thought for a moment. I'll go with you. If there's any argument or fight, having more people will help. The team leader agreed immediately. With Su Ning there, he felt a bit more secure. Chi Seo wished he could be with his partner all the time. Of course, he hoped Su Ning would go, even though he knew there wouldn't be any fights or conflicts. The ox cart was not much faster than walking, and it was quite bumpy. But Su Ning sat comfortably because she had a thick cushion under her. She watched Chi Seo, who was bouncing along with the shaking ox cart, and saw him frowning from time to time. Since you thought of putting a cushion under me, why didn't you think of making one for yourself too? Whenever Chi Seo looked at Su Ning, his face and eyes would unconsciously become gentle. I'm fine. I can endure this little bit of hardship. Chi Seo, Ningning should feel very touched and also feel sorry for me. Feeling sorry makes it even more heartfelt. Su Ning, what is old 6Chi thinking? Why not just make an extra cushion, so it's more comfortable to sit during the ride? Su Ning, or is it that life was too easy before, and now I have to suffer a bit to make up for it? Su Ning was thinking that in the future, besides cooking and doing laundry, he would also have to do some of the chores he could handle. This way, he wouldn't feel life was too easy and try to add hardship in unnecessary ways. The two, with different ideas, surprisingly got along very well. A slow-moving ox cart and a car coming from the opposite direction brushed past each other. The car kicked up dust from the road, making Chi Seo cough uncontrollably. Su Ning held his breath, waved his hand to clear the dust, and only started breathing again after a while. Wow, my hair is covered in dust. Who drives so inconsiderately? Don't they see pedestrians and slow down? On the car, someone said, "Third, when you see pedestrians, slow down. Even if you're in a hurry, it's not worth rushing." Got it, Grandpa. Shin Qingning, who was hitching a ride, was also on this car. At first, she tried to make small talk with Fang Yunshu. But seeing that the other person responded perfunctorily and seemed distracted, she wisely kept quiet. When she heard the old man speak, she became interested again. "Sir, are you going to visit relatives in Dehuan Brigade?" Su Hongzhong just nodded without saying much. Shun Qingning continued, "I've been working in Dehuan Brigade for a while. Maybe I even know some of your relatives." Su Hongzhong thought about his granddaughter, who also went to the countryside as a youth, and said, "Young people from different provinces gather together, bringing their local cultures and work toward their dreams. Life at the youth camp should be quite fun, right?" Shun Qingning replied, "It's a mix of joys and worries. Because everyone comes from different places, their habits are different, and small conflicts can happen." Su Hongzhong said, "Teeth and tongue meet every day, and sometimes they even fight. especially since you're all young people from different regions. Do you have any troublemakers at the youth camp? There's an old saying, where there are people, there is a world of stories. Some follow the rules, while others stand out and do their own thing. Speaking of troublemakers, we have an interesting one among the young workers. She always gives off a strange vibe, small in size but capable of surprising strength. Maybe it's because of this strength that she feels confident and a bit arrogant. When she clashes with others, she doesn't just argue. She acts directly. She can even lift someone by the collar. It's quite frightening. Another odd thing about her is that, although she never lacks food or drink, she is very eager for money. She tends to turn good deeds into transactions, like helping someone carry water in exchange for money. Shin Qingning was talking to herself, not noticing that the people in the car had changed their expressions. Su Hongzhong forced a smile and said, "Really? From what you're describing, I think this young worker is quite charming." Shin Qingning's smile froze for a moment, thinking, is this person mentally unwell? Maybe you're right, sir. Or perhaps everyone finds her cute, which is why she has so many admirers. But that's her skill. I can't envy that, Fang Yunshu said. Third, park by the roadside. After the car stopped, Fang Yunshu looked at Shin Qingning with displeasure and said, since you're a young worker sent to the countryside, you should be educated. At least have finished middle school. Didn't your teacher teach you that talking behind someone's back is unkind? Didn't your parents teach you that respecting others is respecting yourself? Get out. We don't want to give rides to people who lack virtue, are mean-spirited, or have bad intentions. Shin Qingning was a bit stunned. After reacting, she said, Annie, are you saying I talk behind people's backs? You don't know the full story, so how can you be sure what I said is true? You seem educated and refined, but I didn't expect you to immediately slander others. I'm starting to doubt my judgment. I don't care whether I sit in this car or not, but since you're judging me subjectively, shouldn't you apologize? Our destination is also the Dawawan Brigade. I am waiting for you to bring the person you mentioned to confront me. I will apologize, but only if you are worthy. Shin Qingning cursed inwardly, feeling humiliated as she got out of the car. Just as the car doors closed, it started again and drove away quickly. The exhaust fumes and dust from the tires made Shin Qingning cough heavily. The atmosphere in the car was tense. Grandma Su sharply pinched Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su winced in pain, saying, let go, let go. Can I admit I was wrong? Grandma Su glared at Grandpa Su before softly speaking to her daughter-in-law, Yunshu, don't worry, we'll arrive soon. Fang Yunshu choked up and said, Mom, I'm fine. I just feel so sad for my little treasure. Mom understands. Little treasure has had a hard time. We will make it up to her in the future. Fang Yunshu looked out the window silently, tears falling down her face. No matter how much they try to compensate, it can't make up for the hardships she faced over the past 10 years. Grandma Su patted Fang Yunshu's hand and comforted her. Yunshu, no one can change the past. Let it go and look forward. Fang Yunshu nodded gently, secretly vowing to make sure her little treasure's future is free of hardship. The vehicle continued on and finally reached the Dawawan Brigade. Fang Yunshu couldn't wait to get out of the car. She looked around, full of hope. After what happened at the village secretary's house, not only the adults, but even the children in the village were nervous when strangers arrived. They weren't even curious about the big metal thing that could move the car. A few children quickly ran back into the village. Grandma Su turned to her 3 grandsons and said, this isn't your workplace now. Don't keep a serious face. Look, even the village children are scared away. With your icy expressions, if you scare little treasure, just see how I deal with you. Grandpa Su believed her and rubbed his face, trying to soften his expression. Xiaozhi thought Grandma might be mistaken, but her words made sense. He tried to appear friendly, so he wouldn't leave a bad first impression on his sister. Su Pingshu touched his crew-cut hairstyle, which couldn't be fixed. He rubbed his eyes until they filled with tears, then stopped.
His sharp eyes softened a lot.
Let's go into the village and find your 3rd grandpa first. We need to ask around about their home. 6 people walked together, each carrying a lot of things heading toward the village. The children who were scared at the village entrance had already run inside. They knew the team leader wasn't here, So they quickly went to find the team leader's wife. Grandma Feng. The robbers are back again. Feng Chunhua, who was busy with heavy loads and managing affairs, looked scared and trembling in her legs. She forced herself to stay calm and asked the children, "Where are they now? How many people?" They came in a big iron vehicle, several of them. When we ran back, they were still at the village entrance. After calming down, Feng Chunhua cursed silently in her mind. Then she called the village accountant and the squad leaders, and they all headed toward the village entrance. Old Lady Su saw Lu Chunhua and her group first. "People are coming from Pingshu's side. Go ask where your third grandpa lives." Su Pingshu ran over politely, but Feng Chunhua, who was leading, was so startled she took small steps. With a polite smile, Su Pingshu asked, "Comrades, hello. Do you know how to get to Su Zhao's house?" Seeing the visitors run over, Feng Chunhua and the others thought, "Oh no, this is bad." They were on high alert, but when the visitors stopped just a meter away and smiled, they thought, this might be a calm before the storm. They listened to the question and all sighed in relief. But who was Su Xiao? Did their team have this person? Feng Chunhua glanced at the others, who all shook their heads, clearly not knowing who Su Xiao was. She looked at the accountant, Zhang Minghua, who nodded and stepped forward. "Comrade, are you lost? Our team doesn't have anyone named Su Xiao." Su Pingshu was surprised too. "Is this the Dawawan team?" "Yes, this is Dawawan team. But I've lived here for decades and I really don't know who Su Xiao is." Su Pingshu thought to himself, "That can't be right. We came here according to the address given by Grandpa Tang. Comrade, is there a place called Dawawan Brigade nearby?" "No, the entire Hongxing commune only has one Dawawan Brigade." Su Pingshu suddenly remembered Su Pingrui, who didn't want to join the army and had taken the initiative to come to the countryside to find his sister. "May I ask, does your brigade have a young person named Su Pingrui?" Zhang Minghua nodded. "Yes, there is." Su Pingshu felt relieved. He hadn't gone to the wrong place. He was eager to see his sister. "That's right. We are relatives of Su Pingrui. Could you please tell us the way to the youth settlement?" Zhang Minghua explained. Su Pingrui doesn't live at the youth settlement. He stays with relatives. "Oh, you're looking for Comrade Su Xiaoji, right? He's an older comrade with medical skills. Our family elder indeed has excellent medical skills. Please help us find the way." Once the misunderstanding was cleared up and they knew Su Pingshu and his group weren't bandits, Feng Chunhua also relaxed. Zhang Minghua pointed with his hand. "That small courtyard over there, the third one, is where Old Man Su lives." Old Man Su has been in Dawawan Brigade for many years, but everyone calls him Old Man Su. Only the brigade leader and the village secretary know his real name, Su Xiaoji. No need to be polite. You can go ahead first. I will go tell Old Man Su. I mean, the comrade. Hearing that visitors had arrived, Old Man Su, who was helping at the village secretary's house, handed over his work to other villagers and hurried home. "Big brother, sister-in-law." Old Man Su hadn't yet approached when he called out, "The door isn't locked. Why are you all just standing here? Come in." He pushed open the door and led them to the main hall. "These days, I've been busy and haven't tidied up. The house is a bit messy. Big brother, sister-in-law, don't mind. Sit down and rest a bit. I'll boil some water." Su Hongzhong spoke up. "Third brother, we're not thirsty. You don't need to bother. It's been 6 years. Let's sit and have a good talk." Old Man Su sat down naturally. "Yes, it's been 6 years. Big brother and sister-in-law still look good. Let's talk about other things later. Have you found out about Suning's background? Let's first look at the child. Lin Hao will continue to investigate. The investigation isn't because we doubt Suning isn't Xiao Bao, but to find solid proof and give Xiao Bao and everyone else an explanation." Old Mr. Su nodded. "When I first saw that child, besides her looking a bit like Andy, I felt a strange closeness. At that time, I started to suspect she might be our child. When we first moved to the countryside, she was very thin, with sunken eye sockets. Recently, her face has gained some flesh, and she looks even more like Auntie." Fang Yunshu couldn't wait any longer. "Third uncle, where is Xiao Bao? I can't wait any longer. I want to see her right now." Old Mr. Su's face darkened when he thought about how Suning almost had an accident today. He recounted what happened in the village today. That child got caught in the rain but still tried to help others by holding an umbrella. She's been through hardships but still has a sense of justice. That's rare. Now she's gone to town with a team leader and a young worker from the youth station. Suddenly, Su Pingxiu remembered the two people sitting on the ox cart that brushed past their car on the road. Could one of them be his sister? Fang Yunshu suddenly stood up. Third brother, take me to town quickly. I can't let Xiao Bao face those unscrupulous people alone. The team leader. Am I not a person too? Qisiu. I protect my loved ones. Su Pingxiao, and Su Pingxiu immediately stood up. Mom, stay here. We're going. Don't worry, we won't let our sister be bullied. The three brothers are all over 1.8 meters tall. Their long training gives them a fierce presence. Even standing silently, they give off a strong, intimidating aura. Fang Yunshu said as she headed out. Let's go together. Old Mrs. Su also wanted to follow, but old Mr. Su pulled her back. Don't cause trouble. Trust your daughter-in-law and grandson. This old lady clearly doesn't see herself clearly. Because she got carsick, they lost a lot of time. Mrs. Su was very upset but knew that if she forced herself to follow, she would slow down her grandson's driving. Shen Qingning, under the blazing sun, quickly moved her legs while also thinking fast. In her past life, when she met Lu Chuan, he had already built a successful business. After they got together, during their free time, Lu Chuan told her about his rise to wealth. Lu Chuan made his fortune with perfumes and ointments, later expanding into other industries. His team was able to create popular perfumes, ointments, and effective skincare products, thanks in part to the traditional fragrance recipes passed down in his family. Some of his company's main skincare products were developed based on adjustments to these traditional fragrance formulas. Shen Qingning secretly thought that, compared to Lu Chuan, she had advantages in many areas, but Lu Chuan still didn't accept her. She worried that once Lu Chuan became more successful, he might keep her at a distance. Right now, she could cling to him, but if he became more powerful, she might lose her chance to be with him. Sometimes, Shen Qingning was very clear about herself. She knew that although she had an extra lifetime of memories, her status was limited and her opportunities were few. Even with more life experience, she was still just an ordinary person. Apart from a few key moments, her memories didn't help much in becoming wealthy. Before moving to the countryside, she thought that as long as she was with Lu Chuan, sharing hardships and happiness, she wouldn't need to bother with other things. She believed that if she could nurture their brief love from her past life, she would be a happy little woman. But she never expected that Lu Chuan would dislike her so much. Now, her reputation was ruined, and their relationship had cooled to freezing point. She no longer hoped to share love with Lu Chuan. All she could do was sink together into. Her first step was to cut off Lu Chuan's wings, tarnish his pure reputation, and destroy his shining light. After ruining everything about him, only she would be left by his side. She wasn't afraid of, but she was afraid that when hardships came, he wouldn't be there with her. Lu Chuan, in your past life, you pulled me out of. I loved you with all my heart and never changed. This life, I will push you into. I will share your downfall. I love you forever. Whether bathing in the light of the world or living under the shadow of darkness, you are destined to be mine. You can't escape. I am waiting for you at the Dawawan Brigade. You will come back. Shen Qingning had a dark and evil smile on her face, and she was sprayed in the face with dust kicked up by a speeding car coming from the opposite direction.
Ugh.
Are you blind? Didn't you see someone on the road? Driving so fast, are you rushing to meet your doom? The captain and Su Ning sat awkwardly in a state of silence at a state-run restaurant. The captain said, Will Xiao Qi go alone? Won't he be torn to pieces? Su Ning remembered when they arrived in town. Qisio was directing the captain to the cattle cart, not to seek justice, but heading straight to the state-run restaurant. Qisio ordered a few hearty dishes for them, telling them to eat and wait for him. He also warned them not to follow secretly, or he would put on a dramatic scene right there in the street, crying loudly and throwing a tantrum. Qisio even promised that if he lost a hair when he returned, she could do whatever she wanted with it. Su Ning wasn't really afraid of Chi Seo throwing a fit on the ground. She could just grab him and leave. The reason Su Ning was sitting quietly was because she remembered something Chi Seo had told her that she wasn't supposed to reveal. Captain, let's wait another half hour. If Chi Seo doesn't come in that time, we'll go look for him. Su Ning handed the chopsticks to the captain. Captain, let's eat first. If Chi Seo doesn't come, we'll be stronger when we go look for him after we're full. Faced with a bunch of worries, the captain had no appetite. But after hearing Su Ning, he turned his frustration into hunger. She was right, better to eat first. Even if he got scolded later, at least he'd have some strength to face it. Meanwhile, Su Ning, who usually loved to eat, had no appetite now and kept her eyes fixed on the door. In an office, Chi Seo, sitting in a chair, looked more composed, clever, and wise than the tearful person he usually was in front of Su Ning. He was like a different person. After finishing a cup of tea, the office door was pushed open from outside. A lively middle-aged man with a bright smile entered. Little ancestor, everything you needed is settled. Thanks, Uncle Zhou. What are you thanking me for? The false accusations that couldn't stand up were my oversight. I'll give you an explanation. Zhou Guoliang sat down opposite Chi Seo, smiling. And I was transferred here, just to serve you. You don't know how scared they were when a wild boar almost gored you. He kept calling me one by one, asking if I had hurt my head. Do you want to call them back? Chi Seo shook his head. Wait until I break through the bottleneck, then I'll call. Zhou Guoliang said, You're already doing great. Don't push yourself too hard. I don't know why you took this rare year off to come here and waste time, but since you're here, just enjoy your holiday. The village secretary, eyes full of confusion and worry, legs trembling slightly, holding 4 old books passed down from his ancestors, was led by a scarred young man who was silent and radiated a strong, intimidating presence, not knowing where they were going. Thinking of a possible reason, the village secretary felt very sad. His wife was disabled and ill, his 3rd child had just gone to work and hadn't settled in yet, so he might lose his job. His grandson was still young. He still had many responsibilities left, his dreams had not yet been fulfilled, and his ambitions had not been realized. He didn't even have a chance to see his loved ones one last time or say goodbye to his old partner. He hadn't said farewell to the villagers of Dawawan Brigade. He hadn't even had time to tell Su Ning girl a few words. Now he was about to walk alone to the afterlife. It's not that he wasn't afraid of death. He had many worries. Moreover, dying so suddenly and so helplessly, without a clear reason or crime, he was going to die inexplicably. As he thought about this, tears streamed down the village secretary's face. His tears blurred his vision as he blindly moved forward. He didn't even notice when the young man beside him had left. Waiting at the door, Chi Seo saw the crying village secretary, tears and snot everywhere, and quickly grabbed him. Chi Seo thought to himself, the village secretary and Aunt Lu truly loved each other deeply. Even before hearing the news, he sensed from their connection that Aunt Lu had passed away. Alas, the loving couple, once inseparable, were now only the village secretary left alone. Village secretary, my condolences. Still immersed in his grief, the village secretary almost exploded in anger when he heard the words of condolence. Who was so heartless? Not only did they refuse to send him a final meal, but they also told him to mourn, which felt like stabbing him in the lungs. He was about to die, and he didn't want to mourn at all. Seeing the village chief become very emotional, Chi Seo quickly said, Village chief, stay calm. You must not fall down. Auntie still needs you, sigh. Without the village chief returning home safely, Auntie probably wouldn't feel at ease either. The village chief finally realized that the voice sounded familiar. He quickly wiped his tears with his sleeve. When he looked again, he saw that the person in front of him was no longer the young man with a tough attitude, but Chi Seo. The village chief thought he was having a hallucination before death, and although he wondered why he saw Chi Seo, he was glad to see someone he knew among many strangers. His fear of death eased a little. Chi Jiqing, you really are the most beautiful person in the world. Even in my last moments, the only illusion I see is you. Although you're quite eye-catching, I feel a bit guilty about my wife. The young man who had just brought the village chief over, with a serious look, was trying not to laugh, and his shoulders kept shaking. Chi Seo, meanwhile, looked very annoyed, with a complicated expression. Village chief, I suggest you pinch your thigh hard. All right, maybe that'll make me feel less guilty about my wife. The village chief really pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. Village chief, are you sure this isn't just a hallucination now? The village chief blinked a few times in confusion, then his eyes lit up with surprise. He said in disbelief, Chi Jiqing, you are real. Chi Seo had never been so speechless before. More real than a pearl, absolutely genuine. Though he said this, a hint of worry crossed his mind. Was the village chief losing his mind from the shock? Village chief, are you okay? The surprise in the village chief's eyes turned into sadness.
Sigh.
I have something urgent now, but it will be over soon. Once he steps onto the Yellow Spring Road, he will be completely gone. Chi Jiqing, I might not have much time left. Thank you for helping me see my family. I have a few words for them. Chi Seo felt a jolt in his heart. Was the village chief planning to sacrifice himself for Auntie? Village chief, I have a terrible memory. Whatever you tell me, I'll forget it right away. I probably can't fulfill your last wishes. You should go back and tell them yourself. Come on, let's go quickly. The team leader and others are probably waiting anxiously. The village secretary doubted his own ears, thinking, are you serious? Yes. The team leader and Suning are waiting for us at the state-run restaurant. The village secretary's confused mind started to clear a little. Are you saying I'm okay now? Can we leave now? Yes, let's go quickly. What does it mean to go from to heaven in an instant? That's exactly how the village secretary feels right now. Just a moment ago, he was ready to die. The next moment, he suddenly feels fine. Ha ha. Tears streaming down his face. The village secretary laughs out loud. Let's go. Hurry up. His speed was so fast he seemed to grow wings, eager to leave this place. Chi Seo. Worried about the village secretary getting into trouble, Chi Seo quickly followed. The young man, barely holding back his laughter, waved his claws and said, Brother Chi, come visit often. With his exaggerated smile, swaying posture, and waving claws, he looked just like a certain character, only missing a handkerchief. Chi Seo staggered, turned to glare at him, and gritted his teeth, shouting, hard and stony, just like a rock, crybaby snot-nose. Chi Seo shot him a fierce look again, then hurried after the village secretary. There seemed to be a river ahead. Don't jump in. Until he couldn't see anyone anymore, the young man muttered, such a smart brain, but so useless and playful. Why do I always have to provoke him? Is my name Inlay really that hard to say? We've known each other for years, and I've never called him right once.
Bah.
Stupid crybaby snot-nose. When Chi Seo caught up with the village secretary, his emotions had calmed down quite a bit. Village secretary, let's go to the state-run restaurant first. The team leader and Suning are waiting there. Okay. The village secretary turned to speak to Chi Seo without paying attention to what was ahead. He almost got hit by a speeding bicycle coming straight at him. Chi Seo reacted quickly and pulled him back, but with too much force. The village secretary wasn't prepared, and they both fell to the side. The cyclist also fell. The cyclist, after falling, didn't care about his sore leg. His first concern was to check on his precious bike. This was the bike he had saved up a year's salary to buy with a ticket. He hadn't even ridden around once. Seeing the new bicycle with a few scratches, the man's heart ached deeply. Where did these bumpkins come from? Can't they watch where they're walking? This is my new bike. Look carefully with your dog eyes and see what you've done to my bike. You must pay for it. After falling, Chi Seo had scraped his right elbow, which was bleeding, and his white shirt was stained with blood. The village secretary was unharmed but looked worried as he glanced at the bike and then apologized sincerely. But the man wouldn't accept the apology. He had finally gotten the bike he dreamed of, and just as he was starting to enjoy it, it got scratched. It was like marrying a wife and then having her touched by someone before she even gets home. He was furious. Apologies won't help if that's all it takes. Why do we even need the police? Enough talk. You must replace my bike with a new one. In Dawawan, the village only had one ox cart, let alone a fancy bike, so the village secretary was clearly very nervous. Chi Seo looked at the scratched bike. Comrade, you fell, and so did I. Your bike got scratched and I got hurt too. We both have some responsibility. We can either compromise and not pursue this further, or I can be compensated for my bike, and you can pay for my medical expenses. What do you think? After speaking, Chi Seo raised his elbow, blood staining his white shirt. The village secretary felt tense. Why is it so serious? The man riding the bike felt both upset and guilty. He was upset because his beloved bike was scratched, and guilty because he had been riding too fast and almost hit someone. He looked at the scratches on the bike and said with pain, "Your injury can heal, but my bike won't be so easy. I'll give you 5 yuan for medical expenses, but you need to pay me 80 yuan for damages." Chi Seo said, "Forget it. If we keep arguing, we won't reach an agreement. Let's go to the police station in front. A new bike costs just over 100 yuan, but the damage fee is 80 yuan. This is clearly extortion." The man didn't want to go to the police, but he also didn't want to let the 2 people who hurt his wife off easily. He stubbornly argued with Chi Seo and the others right there. Suning and the team leader came over. The first thing Suning saw was Chi Seo's blood-stained half-sleeve. The team leader only felt a gust of wind nearby and turned his head, but Suning was already gone. Suddenly, Suning appeared beside Chi Seo, staring at the blood-stained sleeve with worry in his eyes. "I'll take you to the hospital right away." Suning didn't ask how he was hurt or what had happened. He just wanted to get him to the hospital to treat the wound. He was about to lift Chi Seo onto his back when the bike owner angrily said, "What? Did you ruin my bike? Now you want to run?" Suning looked at him coldly. "Are you blind? Can't you see he's bleeding so much? Your broken bike isn't worth a single hair of Chi Seo." Chi Seo looked at Suning happily, realizing how important he was to Ningning. The bike owner saw Suning's gaze and felt a bit nervous, but his anger over the damaged new bike took over. "Talking big, who can't? It's not your bike, so of course you don't care." "I don't care about how important your stuff is. You either pay me for a new bike or give me 80 yuan for the damage." The team leader, an older man with tired limbs, finally ran over. Hearing the bike owner, he gasped in shock. Suning narrowed his eyes, looked at the bike, and then asked Chi Seo, "How much does a new one cost?" With a bike ticket, about 140 to 150 yuan. The bike owner was surprised to meet someone who knew the market. Besides the bike ticket, he had spent around 140 or 150 yuan. Suning reached into his pocket, pulled out a small stack of 10 yuan bills, and took 5 of them. He also took out a bike ticket. The team leader and the village secretary saw how wealthy Suning was and were very shocked. Suning handed the 150 yuan and the bike ticket to the bike owner. "Here's 150 yuan plus a bike ticket. I'll get you a new one." The bike owner's anger instantly disappeared. Although he would have to wait half a month to buy a new bike, he thought, isn't that 5 more yuan than before? That lady is really straightforward. If these 2 men had been like that earlier, we wouldn't be arguing here for so long. I will take the money and the ticket now. Let's consider this matter settled. The man picked up the money and ticket and was about to leave, thinking about quickly going to the supply and marketing cooperative to reserve a vehicle. The sooner he reserved it, the sooner it would arrive, and he could replace his wife a day earlier. As he turned around, Suning casually caught a coin in her hand. She didn't look at it, but the coin she flicked just happened to hit the man's leg at the knee. The man, who was happy just a second ago, was suddenly struck on the knee. He staggered to one side and fell, landing on his elbow. Both the team leader and the village secretary shared the same thought. This was typical of Suning's style. In their minds, Suning was not the kind to suffer losses easily. They found it hard to believe she was so quick to pay money just now. Seeing her flick the coin, they finally understood her move. The owner of the bicycle got up, his face full of anger, one hand clutching his elbow. Just as he was about to speak, Suning spoke first. "I paid for a new bike for you. You probably think I won't need to stay with my injured partner, right? But I don't care about the money you paid. I choose to settle with injuries. If you disagree, just wait. After I take my partner to the hospital and come back, we can go to the police station and talk it out." Suning glanced at the bloodstains on Chi Seo's sleeve, knowing it wasn't a fresh wound. Although she didn't know the exact details, based on her understanding of Chi Seo, if they were still arguing, it meant both sides had some responsibility. After she finished speaking, before the bike owner could say anything, she stepped onto her bicycle, kicked the stand, and Chi Seo immediately sat on the back seat. Suning pushed off with her foot, and they sped toward the hospital. The original bike owner looked at the bike, which was no longer visible, then glared at the two old men in front of him, spat, and cursed under his breath. His movements were too forceful, pulling at his elbow wound, making him grimace in pain. The team leader, with a half-smile, said, "Really unlucky. Why don't we go to the police station and wait?" The original bike owner snorted, angry, and left. If you really looked into it, he was the one who almost hit someone, so he bore more responsibility. His worn, slightly yellowed shirt sleeve was stained halfway with blood. The team leader sighed and said, "Sue girl's skills are amazing. Meeting the town doesn't have a big hospital, only a health clinic." Coincidentally, the doctor who bandaged Chi Seo's wound is the same one who treated him last time. Suning saw the deep scratches on Chi Seo's elbow, the doctor applying medicine, and Chi Seo's pained expression. Without realizing it herself, Suning's eyes were filled with concern. Chi Seo, always watching Suning, noticed her changing expression. He felt happy inside, but also tried to act more lively. Especially with tears in his eyes, about to fall, and his messy hair on his forehead, he looked a bit fragile. Like a small cat that has been bullied and is seeking comfort from its owner. The doctor, who was treating the wound, was quite interesting. It was a simple job that could be done in 2 minutes, but he deliberately took 10 minutes. Just as Suning was about to burst with worry, pain, and nervousness, he finally finished treating the wound. Don't get the wound wet before it scabs. The weather is hot, so take good care of the wound to prevent infection. Suning carefully remembered his words. When the doctor was about to leave, she quickly asked, "Doctor, his injury is so serious. Shouldn't he take some medicine?" "No need for medicine. Just keep good personal hygiene and prevent infection." Thinking about how Chi Seo had cried out in pain just now, Suning said, "Doctor, we live in the countryside, and it's not easy to see a doctor. It might get worse tonight. Maybe he'll have a fever or can't sleep because of the pain. Please prescribe some painkillers and fever reducers." The doctor, "Would you like to sit on this chair?" But he still prescribed some painkillers and fever reducers for Suning, since he couldn't be sure if Chi Seo would develop a fever tonight due to different body types. While Suning went to get the medicine, the doctor gave Chi Seo a thumbs up. "You're impressive. When I saw you last time, you were still a young man with a lot to learn. It's only been a short while, and you've already achieved your goal. Respect." It's like the new waves pushing the old ones aside. Thinking back, he remembered how much effort and hardship it took for him to finally succeed. The doctor looked at Chi Seo again and had to admit, this young man really has a strong face. Just now, with his desperate look, he probably looked more dramatic than women in labor. However, what should be said and what shouldn't be said truly reflect the old saying, "A child who can call out will get sweets, and someone who knows how to act spoiled is truly lucky." I've learned my lesson. When I go back, I must practice what I've learned. Right now, Suning isn't here. It's just him and the doctor, staring at each other awkwardly. Since he's still young, his face isn't thick enough to be as tough as a city wall. Chi Seo feels a little embarrassed inside, but he looks calm on the outside. His main attitude is, "I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are. Thank you, Dr. Prung, for the compliment. But it's not because I'm so good. It's mainly because my partner cares about me and doesn't want to test me too much. Dr. Prung, so my former partner doesn't care about me. Huh, you better hide that proud look in your eyes. Then I might believe you. I can see it now, you, weighing 120 pounds, probably have 119 pounds of cleverness in your mind. Go on, go find your partner. I'm about to finish work." The team leader and the village secretary also brought the ox cart to the clinic's entrance. The team leader looked at the clinic sign and then at the village secretary sitting on the cart, lost in thought. After thinking for a moment, The team leader decided to tell his old partner about Liu Ying's passing. They had lived together for decades and knew each other's situations well. Knowing how much his old partner valued his wife, he was sure the news of her death would hit him hard. Now, standing at the clinic entrance, if his old partner couldn't handle the shock and his health suffered, quick rescue would be necessary. Making up his mind, the team leader took a deep breath. "Old Liu, I need to tell you something, but you have to be mentally prepared." The village secretary's heart skipped a beat, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. "Old Liu, your younger sister-in-law couldn't handle the shock and has passed away." The village secretary felt as if he had gone deaf. He couldn't hear the sounds around him. He only saw the team leader's lips moving up and down. Seeing that the village secretary's eyes were wide open and he wasn't blinking or breathing, the team leader quickly went over, shook him a few times. Not only did he not respond, but the village secretary closed his eyes and collapsed into his arms. The team leader didn't care about anything else. He reached out to pat the village secretary's face and then pinched his nose to check for breathing. "Doctor, doctor." The team leader kept moving and shouting. Halfway through his shift, Dr. Peng heard the captain shouting urgently and immediately ran out. After a quick check, he quickly said, "Hurry and bring the person in." The captain supported the village secretary's upper body, while Dr. Peng held his legs, and they hurriedly carried the village secretary into the simple emergency room. Suning, who had just received medicine, rushed over. The door to the emergency room was closed, and the captain anxiously paced back and forth outside. "Captain, what happened to the village secretary?" I told him about Aunt Lu's passing," Suning said. "This can't be kept secret, and it shouldn't be. Aunt Lu was waiting for the village secretary to come back and see her one last time, right? The village secretary will definitely survive, whether he can make it or not. What can we do? Things are already like this. The living can only look forward, besides seeking justice for the dead." Siu came over silently, neither speaking nor asking questions, just quietly waiting with Suning. But in his mind, he was thinking that the village secretary's previous reaction was abnormal. Now that it has burst out, it might not be a bad thing. People are like a fixed container. When something overflows in, something must come out to keep balance. The Sun family mother and son hurried to the meeting, only to find out that the misunderstanding was cleared, and the person had already been taken away. The mother and son stood by the street. Fang Yunshu said, "We rushed all the way here and didn't meet them, which means they are still in town. The wife of the village secretary has passed away, but they didn't rush back. That only leaves one possibility. The village secretary found out about the bad news and couldn't handle the shock, so he collapsed. We'll go to the health clinic." What they didn't know was that after hosting two unusual groups of people, the head of the meeting had already made plans in his mind. He immediately called his subordinates, gave instructions about what he was thinking, and only then felt a little more at ease. When Fang Yunshu and her son arrived, Suning and the others were still waiting outside the emergency room. The loud footsteps made Suning turn his head involuntarily. He squinted. The woman walking ahead wasn't young, but the confidence in her eyes showed she was a capable woman. The three behind her tried hard to hide it, but from many details, it was clear they were not ordinary. Unbeknownst to them, while Suning was observing them, their eyes only focused on him. Suning, who was under the intense gaze of four people, frowned. Normally, with the beautiful Chi Seo beside her, anyone who didn't know her would be looking at Chi Seo. Suning wasn't the type to overthink. Not understanding something, she asked directly, "Do I know you? Why are you all looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" Chi Seo, who was lost in thought, snapped back to reality when she heard Suning's words. Seeing the few people who entered, Chi Seo also slightly furrowed her brows. Why would the three top figures of the Su family come here at the same time? Since their eyes were all fixed on Suning, Chi Seo moved her steps to stand beside her, blocking her. Chi Seo's action made the four members of the Su family frown in unison. Suning tilted her head and looked at the four of them, as if urging them to answer her earlier question. The three big men of the Su family were softened by Suning peeking out her head and blinking her bright, innocent eyes. Even their usual commanding presence seemed to lessen quite a bit. Fong Yunshu, however, smiled with tears in her eyes. Seeing the instinctive reactions of the 3 Su family members, Chi Sio's heart rang with warning bells. Protectively, she gently pressed Suning's head back down. Her voice was cold and sharp as she said, "Staring at a girl like that isn't appropriate, is it? What are you trying to do?" "You." Before Chi Sio could finish, Suning stepped out from behind her, blocking her. Suddenly changing position, Chi Sio looked down at the small head on her chest, feeling a wave of sweetness in her heart. The team leader temporarily set aside concerns about the village secretary and stood beside Suning. Fong Yunshu wiped her tears, sniffed, and said, "Don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. We came to Dawawan to visit relatives. After hearing about what happened in the village, we came to town to see if we could help. But we arrived a bit late, and on the way, we didn't run into you returning. Thinking about what happened in the village, we guessed you might have gone to the hospital." Although Fong Yunshu was eager to hug her daughter, she knew the timing wasn't right, and the hospital wasn't a good place for that. Suning and Chi Sio didn't believe her words, especially since their initial focus and her explanation didn't match. The team leader said, whether or not it helped, "Thank you all for your kindness. Do you know who your relatives are?" He had lived most of his life in the Dawawan team, so he didn't know whose family had such a big connection. Fong Yunshu replied, "A few years ago, Comrade Su Xiaoji, who lives in Dawawan, is my husband's uncle." The name Su Xiaoji was well known. Even the team leader paused for a moment before realizing that Su Xiaoji was Old Su. Old Su didn't work or share the village's grain, and he wouldn't buy grain in the village. Even the scorekeeper and accountant didn't need to know his full name. No wonder when he met the accountant Zhang Manhwa in the village, he didn't recognize him. When Fong Yunshu said this, Chi Sio immediately thought of Dr. Su's excessive attention to Su Ning. Since the Su family arrived, their eyes kept fixed on Su Ning, clearly knowing a lot about her situation. What exactly do they want from Ning? Are they coveting the energy inside Ning that even her grandfather and Old Su couldn't understand? Yes, even her grandfather said the power inside Ning was full of life. Their eager eyes seemed to be looking at a rare treasure. A cold light flashed in Chi Sio's eyes. He was quickly calculating his chances against the Su family. He clenched his fists, feeling that he was not strong enough. But Ning had saved him, and he was the old man's son. Moreover, Ning accidentally made the old man stand out, and his older brother had made a significant contribution. From both an emotional and logical point of view, the old man and his older brother owed Ning. The old man always believed in repaying kindness, right? So, if he faced the Su family, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Chi's father thought, "My good eldest son, thank you." Both Chi Sio and Su Ning thought the same. Su Ning believed they were working together with Dr. Su to target her special abilities. But Su Ning didn't think as complicatedly as Chi Sio. She didn't know how strong the Su family really was. However, her abilities weren't easy to covet. Even if someone tried, they wouldn't succeed in taking her. Fong Yunshu sensed her daughter's changing attitude and had a bad feeling. She was about to say something when the emergency room door opened. "Doctor, how is the patient? Is he okay?" Dr. Prung, still feeling nervous, said he wanted to live very much and was rescued quickly. "Now he's stable." Captain heaved a heavy sigh. Although it was harsh, his decision was correct. Luckily, it was right outside the hospital. When can he leave? There are important family matters he needs to handle. Before the captain finished speaking, the village secretary staggered out. Dr. Peng looked upset. "This is reckless. We were lucky this time, but if it happens again, we might not be so fortunate." He still felt scared, as his heart had stopped beating. Fortunately, his skills helped revive him. The village secretary, with tears in his eyes, said, "My wife has passed away. Even if the sky falls, I will crawl back just to see her one last time." Dr. Peng, who loved his wife deeply, was moved by the village secretary's words. Oh well, he thought, just see it as doing a good deed and earning merit for his wife and children. "Wait a moment, I'll arrange some work and get a leave. I'll go back with you." If such a situation happened again, he could help save him in time. Otherwise, by the time they reached the town from the village, the vegetables would spoil. In front of the group, there were 3 vehicles: a car, a bullock cart, and a bicycle. Fong Yunshu, with a thoughtful look, said, "The village secretary is unwell and in a hurry. The captain probably needs to go back to handle things too. To save time, Captain, the village secretary, and Dr. Peng will take the car. Big brother, you also take the car to go back. Help out with whatever you can. Third brother, be careful and steady when driving." At this moment, the village secretary was eager to leave. He appreciated Fong Yunshu's arrangement. Now, only Su Pingzhao, Fong Yunshu, Su Ning, and Qi Xiu remained. Su Ning told Fong Yunshu and his family, "If you're in a hurry, you can take the bullock cart. We have some things to do, and we'll leave a bit later." Su Ning looked at the moving yellow cow with its hooves and wagging tail. This was the captain's precious animal. Not only would losing it be upsetting, but if it got hurt, the captain would be heartbroken. "All right then. We need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Could you please watch the ox cart for us? How about meeting at the south entrance in an hour and a half?" Fong Yunshu nodded with a smile.
Sure.
"My son is strong and healthy, so watching the ox cart is no problem. I also need to buy some things at the cooperative. Let's go together, Su Pingle." "Mom, don't do that. I want to go too." Suning had no objections. Since the route to the cooperative and the cooperative itself weren't her property, she didn't care whether they went or not. Suning took the cushion she sat on from the ox cart and tied it to the back of her bicycle. Then, with her short legs, she kicked the stand and placed one foot on the ground. She said to Qi Xiu, "Get on." Qi Xiu, tall and strong, quickly sat on the back of the bicycle. His long legs rested on the ground, and he shifted comfortably. Ningning is so nice. Sitting now is much more comfortable, not uncomfortable at all. Suning turned her head and smiled. "You're just spoiled. Sit tight and we'll leave now." Qi Xiu slightly lifted his legs, his feet leaving the ground. Suning pushed off, and the bicycle sped away swiftly. While feeling happy, Qi Xiu was also thinking about adding a footrest to the bike. His legs were too long, and with nowhere to rest his feet, they just dangled in the air, which was a bit tiring. Fong Yunshu and her son stood there, watching the bicycle disappear into the distance. Su Pingle comforted Fong Yunshu.
"Mom, don't worry.
We're strangers to little sister now. We should be happy. After 18 years of uncertainty, worry, and longing, it's a blessing to see her alive and standing in front of us." Fong Yunshu wiped away tears that had started to fall again. "I'm crying tears of joy. The moment I saw her, I knew she was my daughter. Pingle, we finally found little treasure. Yes. She and Grandma really look alike. No wonder Grandpa San was suspicious when he saw her." "Mom, when should we tell little treasure?" "Let's find the right time to tell her when we go back," Su Ping's asked with some suspicion. "Mom, do you think the young man taken away by Xiaobao looks familiar?" Su Ping's didn't like Qi Xiu much. How could a tall man let a little girl carry him? It didn't seem right. Fong Yunshu also felt sorry for her daughter, carrying a big man while running. But right now, they had no right to say anything. Fong Yunshu said, "I was too focused on Xiaobao and didn't notice the others. If he looks familiar, I must have seen him somewhere." Think carefully again. Thinking of her husband waiting for news, Fong Yunshu told her eldest son, "Keep thinking as we walk. You pull the ox and we'll go to the post office to call your dad." At the supply and marketing cooperative, Suning wanted to buy clothes for Qi Xiu to change the bloodstained ones. But there were only a few clothes hanging there, and from Suning's point of view, they looked really ugly. Suning's first thought was that her boyfriend's skin was delicate, so those clothes would definitely be uncomfortable. Seeing her looking at the few clothes in the store with more and more dislike, Qi Xiu said, "Ningning, no need to buy. I have some clothes at home, I can change when I get back." With no other options and disliking what was available, what could Suning do? She could only protect Qi Xiu and squeeze into the store. Even with the crowd inside, Suning carefully protected Qi Xiu, making sure he wasn't hurt by the crowd. Her warm actions softened Qi Xiu's heart, making him feel sweet and touched. Suning took Chi Seo to the state-run restaurant and ordered him another bowl of chicken and shredded meat noodles. Chi Seo had an injury on his right elbow. Worried he might hurt the wound again, Suning asked, "Can you use your left hand to hold chopsticks? Do you want me to feed you?" If they were in their small kitchen, Chi Seo would probably immediately become helpless and act like a delicate little husband who can't take care of himself. But outside, it wasn't that he was shy. It was because he didn't want to affect Ningning's reputation. Chi Seo's injury wasn't serious. His body was just special, and even small cuts could bleed quite a lot. The blood-stained sleeve looked frightening, but the wound was just a small scrape, with 2 slightly deeper scratches. Seeing how carefully Ningning treated him, as if he were a treasure in her hands, made Chi Seo feel deeply cared for. Chi Seo feels as refreshing and happy as drinking a cold plum juice on a hot summer day. Chi Seo looks at Ningning with gentle, warm, and happy eyes and says, "Ningning, let me tell you a little secret. My left hand is just as skillful as my right hand. I can draw different designs with both hands at the same time. Holding chopsticks with my left hand is no problem, but I prefer Ningning to feed me. Unfortunately, the current place isn't suitable. Can I postpone this benefit request?" Ningning admires him. Her left hand is also very flexible but not as good as her right hand. She can't do different tasks with both hands at the same time. "I approve this request. When I get back, I will feed you until you're full," she says. "But you're so impressive." "I can't do 2 unrelated things with both hands at the same time," Ningning adds. This is the first time Chi Seo hears praise from Ningning, besides calling him good-looking. He smiles happily, eyes squinting, and his mouth almost splitting from ear to ear, showing big white teeth. He suppresses the urge to kiss her deep inside. Ningning then remembers the 4 people she saw today and asks, "Old 6 Chi Seo, do you think those people we saw at the clinic today are a bit strange?" Chi Seo, eating noodles, replies, "Yes, they seem overly eager, which is unusual. I know them, but they probably don't know me. But their eagerness is clearly for you. It's like they are very familiar with your past and have been waiting for you. This doesn't make sense. When something is abnormal, there's usually a problem. But don't worry, Ningning. I won't let them hurt you," he assures her. Ningning says, "I'm not worried. Why should I worry? Those men are skilled, but they won't last more than 3 moves with me." Even though fists aren't everything in this era, she believes she can use her strength to gain respect if she wants. Plus, the junk in her space is part of her confidence. In the apocalypse, those are the lowest level weapons, but in this less developed era, even one piece can be very powerful. But she doesn't want to resort to that unless necessary. The longer she lives in this era, the more she prefers a peaceful and safe life. Suning wants to pick a few simple, scrap metal items to donate, providing research material for the experts. However, although she has this idea, she hasn't found a good way to do it yet because she doesn't want to reveal herself.
Wow.
Our Ningning is really amazing. She's the most capable and impressive girl I've ever seen. Chi Seo generously praises Suning. But inside, Chi Seo is more determined to keep any schemes or tricks aimed at Ningning away, so that her pure-hearted mind won't see the dark plots and scheming. He wants Ningning to always stay honest, confident, and carefree. Hearing Chi Seo's praise, Suning smiles happily, with her eyes curved. If she had a tail, it probably would be wagging now. "I'm so great. That's normal, right? Look, I wasn't even with you for a moment, and you came back injured. When you left, you promised me confidently that not a single hair would fall. TSK. Now, forget about hair. You've probably lost half a bowl of blood. So, how should I punish you?" A faint deep look flashes in Chi Seo's eyes. His Adam's apple moves twice, and with a slightly husky voice, he says, "When we get back, I'll teach you how to punish me, okay?" Suning raises an eyebrow. "My brain might not be as sharp as yours, but I wouldn't need you to teach me how to punish someone, right?" Just wait and see how I deal with you when we get back." Chi Seo, sigh. Our Ningning is becoming harder to persuade. Chi Seo pouts, looking at her with a pitiful, pleading expression. "Ningning, please go easy on me. I'm tender and soft. I can't take much beating." Suning covers her mouth, laughing so hard she trembles. Seeing her so happy, Chiseo also wears a warm, affectionate, and spoiled smile. Fortunately, it's not mealtime now, and the state-run restaurant only has these two guests, with a middle-aged woman as the waitress. Otherwise, if a few young girls saw Chiseo looking as dazzling as the stars, they might fall for him forever at first sight. After eating noodles, Suning and Chiseo slowly head toward the southern intersection. Chiseo says, "Ningning, have you wanted to buy a bicycle for a long time? That's why you're carrying so much money and a bicycle ticket." Suning, "Not really. I still have a few bikes in my storage, taken from Zhaoyang and the others." "Not really. If we need to hurry, riding a bike isn't faster than running. This is because you asked me to check the luggage. I was worried someone might sneak a peek, so I put the money and tickets in my pocket in advance. So many things happened all at once, and I haven't had time to put them back."
Hey.
This actually came in handy. Chiseo said, "When we get back, I'll give you my wallet. You don't need to hold back on spending. I can support my partner. If it were another girl, she might have been moved to tears by now. But with the slow-witted Suning, it's a bit frustrating. Why do I need your wallet? I have money to spend, and even if I had more, I couldn't spend it in Dawawan Brigade. If I want to eat meat, I just go to the mountains and fill up. We still have plenty of staple food, enough for several months." A little sadness flickered in Chiseu's eyes. She didn't want a partner to worry about her small savings. When they reached the street corner, Suning was seen walking over on her bike from afar, riding toward them. Little Bao is back. Fong Yunshu, sitting on the ox cart, followed her with her eyes and instinctively stood up to greet her. Fortunately, Su Pingle quickly helped Fong Yunshu, so she didn't fall off the ox cart. "Mom, are you okay? Did you bump anywhere?" Fong Yunshu didn't mind at all, despite the pain from her knee hitting the edge of the cart. Her eyes still followed that figure. Suning, riding her bike toward them, immediately noticed Fong Yunshu's gaze on her. She frowned in displeasure. She's not a monkey. Why is she staring so much? Some bad people are pretty shallow in their skills. They're coveting her things, but they don't even know to hold back. Are they too confident in themselves? Or are they underestimating her? "You're back." As soon as Suning approached, Fong Yunshu greeted her warmly. Suning replied calmly, "Yes, sorry for the delay." "Sorry to keep you waiting, Auntie." No, we just arrived too. The dirt road isn't smooth. Riding a bike is quite tiring. Let's put the bike on the ox cart, and we can ride together. Does that sound good?" Others find it difficult, but for Suning, it's no big deal. However, Chiseo kept sitting in the back seat with his foot raised. After a while, wouldn't his leg cramp? Auntie is thoughtful, and I agree with her. The two got off the bicycle. Su Pings reached out to lift the bike. "Let me do it. You're just a young girl, shouldn't be doing heavy work. Thanks, but I can handle this. Moving around a bit is good for the body." While speaking, Suning had already lifted the bicycle and placed it on the ox cart. She also wanted to take the cushion from the back seat to put on the cart for Chiseo to sit on, since he was injured. But now, the sitting area on the cart was already padded. Fong Yunshu smiled and said, "This is my first time riding an ox cart. I was worried I wouldn't get used to it, so I put a cushion on. Sorry if I made you all laugh. Auntie prepared ahead, so there's no joke. We're the ones lucky to see it." Suning kept calling her Auntie, which made Fong Yunshu feel a sharp pain in her heart, and her eyes felt sore and swollen. "I'm glad you're not laughing at me. It's getting late. Let's get on the cart and talk on the way." Su Pings drove the ox cart, with Suning and Chiseo sitting on one side and Fong Yunshu sitting opposite them. The cart moved slowly. Fong Yunshu looked carefully at Chiseo. "Fong Yunshu. No wonder her son looks familiar. Young man, your last name should be Chi, right?" Chiseo slightly frowned, then nodded.
Yes.
"May I ask who you are?" Fong Yunshu slightly smiled and said, "I am an old acquaintance of your mother. My name is Fong Yunshu. I recognized you because your face is very similar to your mother's when she was young." Chiseo thought for a moment and asked, "Annie, do you have a nickname called Bigfoot Mushroom?" Fong Yunshu smiled and said, "Yes, that's what your mother called me. Long ago, my family lived next door to your mother's family. I've known her since we were children, close enough to wear the same pants." Because I was the same age as her, but my shoes were much bigger. She gave me the nickname Bigfoot Mushroom. Chi Seo said, I often hear my mother mention Annie when I was little. That's just talk. Knowing your mother's personality, she'd probably be complaining about me being distracted by looks in front of you. Chi Seo smiled, but didn't say anything. His mother really had complained about it. Fong Yinshu was an old friend of his mother's. When Chi Seo remembered what his mother had once told him, something flashed through his mind, but he couldn't quite catch it. Chi Seo noticed Fong Yinshu's eager gaze drifting towards Su Ning. He took Su Ning's hand and introduced her. Auntie, this is my partner. Don't you think she's beautiful and sweet? My mom said the same thing when she met her. You and my mom really do think alike. Fong Yinshu thought she must have misheard. The usually confident woman stammered, what did you say? You're what? Su Ping's, who was driving the ox cart, suddenly tightened his grip. The ox cried out in pain and sped up, almost tipping the cart into a ditch. As the cart jolted, Su Ning instinctively pulled Chi Seo into her arms. Chi Seo had also wanted to protect Su Ning when he felt the cart shake, but he wasn't as quick or strong as she was. So, before he knew it, he ended up lying in her arms again. Quite gracefully, in fact. Su Ning carefully shielded his injured hand. The two of them looked so sweet together that it made the air around them feel warm. Fong Yinshu, meanwhile, was completely stunned. Su Ping's quickly regained control of the cart, avoiding an accident. But his heart was uneasy. Their family's beloved little treasure hadn't even been officially recognized yet, and now someone was already trying to take him away. Who wouldn't feel upset? Fong Yinshu coughed a few times, snapping Chi Seo out of his daze. He gently moved out of Su Ning's arms and sat back in his place. Su Ning called out to Su Ping's comrade, Are you sure you can handle this? It's okay if you can't drive the cart well. Don't push yourself. There's an injured person here. Let me do it. Su Ping's hand tightened on the whip. His own sister, whom he had just met, was questioning his ability. How could he not be annoyed? It's just an ox cart. I can handle it. That was only a small accident, he said firmly. Su Ning looked at him doubtfully, then turned her gaze toward Fong Yinshu, whose expression was full of complicated emotions. Su Ning, such a strange person. Fong Yinshu snapped out of her mixed emotions and saw her daughter giving her a look of rejection. Fong Yinshu's heart felt like it was being torn apart, almost making her cry. She closed her eyes for a moment, deciding she couldn't wait any longer. Fong Yinshu left her seat and suddenly rushed in front of Su Ning. Her sudden move, with her body faster than her mind, almost caused Su Ning to kick her away. Her leg was already lifted, but seeing Fong Yinshu's tear-streaked face, she forced herself to hold back.
Sniff, sniff.
Child, what I'm about to say might shock you or seem silly, but I can't hold it in anymore. I can't bear this cruel feeling of meeting you as a stranger. Child, you are my child. You are the baby I carried for 10 months. I am your mother. Little one, I am your mom. I have thought of you for 18 years, hoped for you for 18 years, searched for you for 18 years. The moment I saw you, I just wanted to hold my child in my arms without hesitation. Little one, I am really your mother. Su Ning's mind was flooded with countless sparkling, wow moments. Now, Chi Seo finally understood what that fleeting thing he didn't catch earlier was. His mother makes wishes every year on her birthday, praying for her family's health and happiness, and for Dajiao to fulfill her wish and reunite with her daughter. He had heard stories about Dajiao, and combined with the eager eyes of the Su Ning family when they saw her. Plus, the strange obsession of old man Su with Su Ning, and the unusual glances Su Pingrui gave when seeing Su Ning. So, old man Su was the one who noticed Su Ning had traits of the Su family, and everything that followed was premeditated. Now, the Su family's grand arrival here probably means everything that needed to be investigated has been checked. Chi Seo didn't know how he should feel right now. Should he be happy that old man Su and the Su family had no ill intentions toward Su Ning? Or should he worry about his future pursuit of her? He took a deep breath and reached out to hold Su Ning's hand. Chi Seo didn't say anything, only showing his support through his actions. Seeing Fong Yunshu break down emotionally, Chi Seo said, "Auntie, please stay calm and don't scare Ningning." Su Ping's also turned his head and said, "Mom, this sudden news needs time for Xiaobao to think. You should calm your mind first. What is Su Ning doing now?" She is searching through the original owner's memories of Jiang Xuemei. The original owner's vague and limited memories of Jiang Xuemei are being carefully reviewed again and again. From her perspective as an observer, Jiang Xuemei's care for the original owner doesn't seem fake. When Su wife, that stingy and harsh old woman, was strict with their mother and daughter, Jiang Xuemei would rather go hungry herself than let the original owner go hungry. If Fong Yunshu's words are true, could it be that Su wife and Su Zhenbang swapped the babies? But that doesn't seem right. A few days ago, the crazy mother and son came and kept saying she was Su Zhenbang's only bloodline. The father wasn't swapped. The mother wasn't swapped. Could it be another family in the Su household who swapped the baby? But judging by their behavior, they don't seem unable to raise a child. Yes, this is the most likely possibility. Actually, Su Ning really hopes this is the case. The only thing the original owner cares about is reuniting with her mother. If Jiang Xuemei isn't her real mother and her biological parents only appeared after she left her car, that would be too cruel for the original owner, who has never tasted a bit of sweetness in life. Su Ning looked at Fong Yunshu, who was full of hope and tears in her eyes, and asked, "I want to know, why do you think I am your daughter? Do you have any proof?" Su Ning's expression was calm, with no surprise, no shock, no amazement, and no joy. Seeing Su Ning's calmness, Chi Seo felt a deep pain in his heart. How many unknown hardships had Ningning endured? How disappointed was she in the word, family, that she could remain so unmoved when her biological parents came to find her. At this moment, Chi Seo suddenly felt that Ningning was emotionally slow, perhaps protecting herself by not opening up. If she were more emotionally sensitive, the pain from betrayal by her family would multiply many times over. Fong Yunshu also didn't expect Xiaobao's eyes to be so calm, and her heart ached even more. Fong Yunshu said, "When I was pregnant with my last child, until the unexpected event occurred, the pregnancy was very stable, and the baby was very healthy. Unexpectedly, after waking up from a difficult labor, everyone told me I had given birth to a weak stillborn baby. I couldn't believe it.
How could that be?
The baby was inside me. Was she active or not? As a mother, I should have known. I firmly believed someone had tampered with things and stolen my child. That's why I never gave up searching for the truth or finding my baby. I thought if someone faked the evidence, they must have money or power. I started secretly investigating my rivals one by one. I searched tirelessly for 18 years but found nothing. It proved the saying true. If you go the wrong way, everything is a waste. Finally, a family uncle noticed that you and your grandmother looked somewhat alike. He sent a letter to our family, and your father, using your background as a clue, looked into it carefully and found some clues. After Jiang Xueming married Su Zhenbang, life was hard, but her baby, born a month early, was healthy and chubby. Coincidentally, Jiang Xueming was a few houses away from her cousin Jiang Xuelan, who was about 20 years older and helping at her home. These coincidences, along with your resemblance to your grandmother, proved that you are my child. We hurried over immediately. Just now, when I was talking to your father on the phone, he found out that Jiang Xueming and Jiang Xuelan were not just cousins but mother and daughter. Jiang Xueming was Jiang Xuelan's illegitimate daughter. Jiang Xueming and Jiang Xuelan had passed away. At first, I couldn't verify the reason they had children. But once I learned about their hidden relationship, everything started to make sense. When Jiang Xuemei died, the original owner was only 5 years old. She had been abused for a long time and had poured all her hopes and feelings for her family into the warmth she once received from her early deceased mother. Even as her memories of Jiang Xuemei faded, the identity of her mother left a deep mark on her heart. So, after avenging her and losing all hope in the world, she left without attachment, seeking the warmth she once knew, and reunited with Jiang Xuemei. Su Ning sighed silently. She was living in the original owner's body. The original owner had chosen to leave willingly, and she was the biggest beneficiary. If the original owner had not completely left and knew that their biological parents were someone else, would that rekindle hope in this world? Would they be reluctant to leave? Su Ning sneered inwardly, thinking that she was ultimately a selfish and mean person. She felt sorry for the original owner's situation, but having finally gained a chance to survive, she would never give it up. Su Ning snapped back to reality when she heard Chi Xiao ask, even if Jiang Xuemei and Jiang Xuelan have a hidden relationship or a reason to switch the children, how could the doctor cooperate and lie? Fang Yinshu said, that unprofessional doctor is actually Jiang Xuelan's sister-in-law, which makes her Jiang Xuemei's aunt. I had checked this doctor before, and she seemed clean, not connected to the people on my list, and I didn't find any large income from her, so I didn't pay much attention to her. After I found out that Jiang Xuelan switched the children, I changed my focus and reinvestigated this doctor. That's when I discovered the relationship between Jiang Xuemei and Jiang Xuelan. Fang Yinshu finished speaking and looked at Su Ning, choking with emotion. Xiao Bao, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well, and I'm useless. I've been searching for you for so many years.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Su Ning's face was calm, neither surprised nor happy, and she said, you didn't betray me. The person you betrayed is Su Ning, who is no longer here. Now I am a new person. I don't need my parents' protection, and I can live well on my own. Su Ning spoke honestly. Both Fang Yinshu and Su Pingle believed she was the original owner and refused to forgive or blame them. Su Pingle was silent, quietly driving the ox cart, but the emotions in his eyes showed he was feeling very unsettled. Fang Yinshu was crying desperately, repeatedly apologizing. Seeing her mother about to faint from crying, Su Ning felt conflicted. She was occupying the original owner's body and watched her biological mother faint from crying, which felt a bit unkind. But she didn't know what to say. She hadn't experienced family love herself, and she didn't need to. She had already used the original owner's body, and she couldn't do more. Su Ning closed her eyes and made a bold, risky decision. She was using this body and wouldn't give up unless she died. But she wouldn't enjoy the guilt and debt owed to the original owner. As the biological parents of the original owner, they had the right to know about her existence and departure. If her strange experience is unacceptable to them, she can just leave. Calm down and listen to me first. I'm not lying to you. Your daughter's soul has already disappeared. Now, someone else is occupying this body, another Su Ning. Su Ning thought carefully before deciding to tell the truth. To the Su Ning family, it seemed like little Bao still refused to forgive them, rejecting and not recognizing them. Fang Yunshu, with red, swollen eyes, choked as she said, little Bao, I failed as a mother. I didn't protect you and lost you, causing you to suffer outside for so many years. You hate me, blame me, and I understand that. But please, don't say anything unlucky. Fang Yunshu fought back tears, unable to cry in front of little Bao. She couldn't let little Bao feel they were forcing her. Su Ning sighed, I'm telling the truth. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Seeing Fang Yunshu stop crying, Su Ning decided to speak clearly and fully. Since you've calmed down, your reason should be back. Since Dr. Su and you have been communicating through letters, you probably know about my physical condition. Why, despite being battered and exhausted, I can still jump around like nothing is wrong and have endless strength. It's because the soul in this body has changed. All my strength now comes from my soul. The cart had stopped. Su Ning ignored the shock of the three and continued speaking. Your daughter was pushed into the river and suffocated to death in April this year by Su Xiangdong's second son, Su Xiangdong. I happened to come into her body by chance and confusion at that time. Since I took over this body, I believed the original Su Ning had disappeared then. I have all her memories. Her 18 years of life were full of suffering, mistreated by Su Xiangdong's family. I used her body to share her feelings. Of course, I also had my own reasons, so I took revenge on those who mistreated her one by one, in ways they couldn't accept, paying back in the most brutal way possible. A few days ago, Su Zhenbang and his son came to Dawawan Brigade, bringing the news of Su Xianghua, Su Xiangdong, and Su Muqing's deaths. I used some means to ensure that Su Jinbong and his family would not live long afterward. She appeared in my dreams. She said I did for her what she wanted, but dared not do herself. She saw those who wronged, insulted, and abused her, and they all met bad ends. She said her wish was fulfilled, and she no longer had any attachment to this world. She was leaving and came to say goodbye to me. She said she had nothing else in her life. I avenged her, and she gave me her body. She also said life is too hard, and she never wants to come back again. I am not making up stories or trying to deceive you. I believe that since you are her true family, you have the right to know about her existence and disappearance. Chi Seo held Su Ning's hand tighter and tighter. No matter who Su Ning was before or now, he only knew that he had always known the person in front of him. Fang Yunshu kept thinking about that sentence in her mind. She said life is too hard, and she never wants to come back. Fang Yunshu looked sad. She held her chest tightly with both hands, tears streaming down her face. Her mouth moved but made no sound. Su Pings didn't know when his eyes had turned red. His clenched fists and smooth nails had already cut into his palms, and drops of bright red blood fell onto the dirt road. Su Ning felt the trembling of the person beside her and the increasing strength of the grip on her hand. She turned her head to look. According to Wei Xiaochun, this could be considered a ghost possession. She thought that gentle and fragile Chi Seo would be afraid, but she didn't see any fear in his eyes. Seeing a hint of nervousness in Su Ning's eyes, Chi Seo couldn't hold back anymore. He embraced her without hesitation. He whispered in her ear, "I like you. It has always been you. I don't care about your background, but you have attracted me. You can't leave secretly and abandon me. Otherwise, I will cry myself to death, so you can never see this beautiful person again." Su Ning didn't even realize it herself. When she looked at Chi Seo, her eyes showed nervousness, and her heart was tense. After hearing Chi Seo's words, her originally tense body suddenly relaxed. After relaxing, she became curious again. She wondered why such a gentle, delicate beauty was so accepting of such strange and unusual things. After Chi Seo hugged her and expressed his thoughts and determination, he let go of Su Ning. At this moment, Fang Yunshu suddenly felt dizzy and her body leaned forward. Su Ning quickly caught her. Fang Pinks was a step slower. Seeing his mother safely caught by Su Ning, he looked at Su Ning with mixed feelings, worry, and something more complex. The Su family has a skilled traditional doctor. Pinks also knows some basic medical knowledge. He jumped onto the cart and carefully pressed on a few acupuncture points on Fang Yunshu's body. Within 2 minutes, she slowly opened her eyes. Her consciousness returned. She saw a worried face close to her. Tears kept flowing from Fang Yunshu's eyes. She suddenly sat up, tightly hugged Su Ning, and cried loudly. Su Ning let her hold on and gently patted her back with her small hand. Chi Seo looked at the sky silently and drove the cart forward. After a while, Fang Yunshu's emotions finally calmed down a bit. But the belief that supported her had collapsed. Fang Yunshu lost all her energy and leaned weakly on her son, as if she might follow her daughter at any moment. Ping suppressed his deep pain. "Mom, stay strong. Little Bao, who shares your blood, is still right here with you. Think about it differently. The original Su Ning and the current Su Ning are like twin sisters, both connected to our bloodline. One little Bao is gone, but the other is still with you. We already feel regret, guilt, and remorse for the one who left. Can't we make sure the one still alive has no more regrets? Look at little Bao. She not only looks like Grandma, but also has a nose just like yours, Mom. Her eyes are just like Dad's." As Pink spoke, Fang Yunshu's gaze slowly focused, locking onto Su Ning. "Little Bao." Su Ning sighed and took Fang Yunshu's hand gently. In her memory, what she hated most wasn't her enemies. It was her mother, who was only 5 years old. She had no power to pull her warm mother out of the mud. She could only watch helplessly as her mother's life faded away in that muddy pit. You have loved her so much from the beginning to the end. Although she didn't realize it, your love was truly real. If she were watching from heaven, knowing you gave up your life because of her, she would feel sad. For her, you must live well. Even though her life was short, as long as you live each day happily, someone will love her sincerely and wholeheartedly every day. Pure love without selfish thoughts. This has always been her dream, something she longed for but couldn't have. Even out of guilt, you should take care of yourself and live well, keeping this love for her forever. Fong Yunshu felt the warmth of his hand and instinctively clenched it tighter. Fong Yunshu's lips trembled, but he didn't say anything. His eyes no longer looked dead. Suning quietly let out a breath without anyone noticing. The ox cart moved slowly along the road. Fong Yunshu kept holding Suning's hand. Apart from the sound of the wheels turning and the occasional snorting of the yellow ox, no one spoke. After a while, Fong Yunshu asked, "Can you tell me about Xiaobao?" Suning smiled slightly and said, "She is a very strong girl. She thinks clearly, is very clever, and most importantly, she has that never-give-up spirit. No matter how hard the wind and rain, she doesn't fall. Since I came, she has managed to cause quite a stir in the Su family in a short time, making them pay for what they did. All because of the information she gathered. She also has a skill that others don't know. She can cut paper into window decorations and small figures. She loves autumn the most. She can pick many beautiful leaves and use her small scissors to cut out all kinds of little figures she likes. Her creations include pigs, dogs, cats, roosters, houses, delicious food, and even her imagined self. I keep all her things carefully. When I trust you more, I will give all of them to you, Suning. But no buts. Little treasure, we will always remember her. The love we have for her won't fade away with her absence. No matter how her soul changes, we are still family connected by blood. I consider her as my own sister. Ningning, I am Big Brother Su Ping's." Fong Yunshu held Suning's hand tightly, not letting go. Suning sighed and said, "Actually, the best way for us to get along is to stay well apart. Whether it's for her, for me, or for you all, it's better this way. I won't have much contact with you, to avoid reopening old wounds, and because a person's heart is small. If you feel you owe her, then do your best to keep her happy." After speaking, Suning broke free from Fong Yunshu's grip. "Andy, when you're feeling better, come to the youth station to pick up her things," she said. Suning then jumped off the ox cart and took down her bicycle. Su Pinks looked at Suning with mixed feelings, but didn't say anything to stop her. Fong Yunshu watched Suning leave with some sadness, wiped her tears, fixed her hair, and then got off the ox cart to walk toward her father-in-law and mother-in-law. "Mom, Dad, why are you waiting here?" The elderly couple kept glancing at Suning, especially Grandma Su, whose face showed a mix of excitement, happiness, and joy as she saw her face, which resembled her. "Yunshu, little treasure. Mom, this is a bit complicated. Let's go back to Uncle's place first and I'll explain everything to you later." All right. Take little treasure with you. Mom, no rush. Let's go home first." Su Pinks looked at Fong Yunshu with confusion, but said nothing. Fong Yunshu turned to look at Suning and Chi Seo a few meters away and said, "Ningning, little Chi, we're heading back now. We'll invite you over to play another day." Suning nodded, and Chi Seo said, "Okay, Auntie, goodbye." The elderly couple from the Su family, confused, hurriedly left after their daughter-in-law and grandson urged them. Chi Seo said, "Ninger, you go back to the youth station first. I'll return the ox cart." Suning looked at Chi Seo in surprise. "Ninger?" Chi Seo blushed and said seriously, "It's a term of endearment. Of course, only my loved ones can call me that. My special nickname has already been used by someone else. So it's no longer exclusive. Ninger, don't you think so?" Although Chi Seo said this, he was actually wondering what Ninger's original name was. Suning almost rolled her eyes. "You really have a lot of tricks. I'm going to return the ox cart. You should go back to the youth commune first, change your clothes, and check if you got any injuries while driving the ox cart. Later, we will go together to the village secretary's house." Chi Seo smiled brightly. "All right, I won't argue with you. Anyway, I can't win against you, but I won't go back first. I'll go with you to return the ox cart and then we will go back to the youth commune together. My wound hurts a little. Later, Ninger, please check it carefully for me, okay?" He dragged out the last word very long. Su Ning's eyes flickered. She cleared her throat and said, "There are people everywhere now, so it's not a good time to reward you. Chi Seo, that I'm acting spoiled, and you're thinking about kissing me? Who really needs the reward?" At old Su's house, just as a few people sat down, Su Pingshu, Su Pingzhao, Su Pingrui, and old Su hurried back after hearing the news. They all looked eagerly at Fang Yunshu and Su Ping's, because they saw Fang Yunshu's eyes were red, clearly from crying. She must have told the story, right? Su Pingzhao didn't know what his mother was planning, so he also looked at Fang Yunshu. Fang Yunshu organized her words, sniffed, and said, "Dad, Mom, we're late." Old Madame Su trembled and asked, "What happened?" The others waited anxiously for the answer. Fang Yunshu, tears in her eyes, said, "Everyone here, including my parents and me, has been trained to keep secrets. So, what I am about to say, can you all promise to keep it confidential?" After seeing everyone nod firmly, she repeated what Su Ning had said, word for word. Old Su sighed sadly. So, it turns out that the energy he couldn't understand was Su Ning's spiritual power? The Su family members felt guilty, regretful, and full of remorse. They had protected countless people in the wind and rain, but they couldn't protect their own loved ones. Su Hongzhong suddenly looked several years older. They say men don't cry easily, especially someone like him, who had faced life and death many times without shedding a tear, despite his great achievements. At this moment, she couldn't help but cry, tears of pity and regret flowing down her face. "Grandpa." Su Hongzong waved his hand.
I've fine.
"Yunshu, it's right that you chose to tell us the truth. Little Bao came into this world, and we didn't have enough time to love her. That's already a big regret. We shouldn't be unaware when she leaves us." The old lady Su was also very sad and crying. Nothing compares to the pain of losing something and then getting it back only to lose it again. Even after crying all the way here, Fang Yunshu was still crying uncontrollably. Mom and Dad, although Su Ning now occupies Little Bao's body, it's because of her arrival that she helped Little Bao avenge herself, allowing her to leave peacefully. It's also because of her arrival that Uncle San became suspicious, giving us the chance to find out everything. Otherwise, Little Bao might have disappeared quietly and unnoticed from the world. My love for Little Bao won't lessen at all because of her passing. I also want to accept Su Ning as a daughter, not as a replacement for Little Bao, but as a completely new daughter, Pinks and Heizhao. Even your wives and children must not know about this. Yunshu, you must not mention this to your family either. Remember, this is an order. The old man is confident that everyone in the room understands this. Understood. We will not reveal anything. Time seems to flow backward like an hourglass, returning to a few hours earlier. Sunlight shines on the uneven dirt road, reflecting Shen Qingning's slow yet anxious steps. After walking for over an hour under the blazing sun, Shen Qingning finally arrives at the Dawawan Brigade. The moment she steps into the village, a strange atmosphere hits her. However, Shen Qingning does not feel surprised or uneasy. Instead, she smiles slightly, as if she has everything under control. She quietly thinks, it seems everything has gone well. Her eyes flicker as she remembers Su Ning, who has always tried to compete with her for Lu Chuan. "Su Ning, you must be blind." Shen Qingning thinks that, according to the plan, Su Ning has probably already left the village and can no longer be an obstacle in her love life. Thinking of Lu Chuan's return soon, Shen Qingning feels even happier. She walks briskly along the familiar road toward the youth education center. A gentle breeze brushes her hair, bringing fresh air. It makes her imagine the days of love and hate with Lu Chuan ahead. When Shen Qingning arrives at the youth education center, she is surprised to see that the once lively courtyard is now very quiet. No one is there. Are these people really that close to Su Ning? Thinking this, a hint of jealousy rises in her heart, but also a sense of satisfaction. So, what if Su Ning is popular? She will be a troublemaker in the future too. Feeling hungry, Shen Qingning quickly washes up and plans to cook a small meal for herself. When Song Jiejie returns to the youth education center and sees Shen Qingning happily eating a bowl of egg noodles, her suspicion deepens. Thinking about her doubts, Song Jiejia's gaze toward Shin Qingning turns colder. Shin Qingning is celebrating herself early. Then I might as well congratulate you too. Since Song Jiejia fell into the water and Lu Chuan risked his life to save her, Shin Qingning's attitude towards Song Jiejia has become very cold. It can be said that anyone associated with Lu Chuan, especially unmarried women, Shin Qingning is always on guard against. When Shin Qingning saw Song Jiejia's cold stare, she smiled lightly and said, "When did Song Jiqing start talking like this? So strange and sarcastic. Could it be that being close to good people makes you better, and being close to bad influences makes you worse?" Anyone close to Suning is not mentally healthy. When Wei Xiaochun first went to the countryside, she was a good girl. But after becoming close to Suning, she also turned into a nervous wreck. Song Jiejia half smiled and said, "Talking nonsense about ghosts and spirits." She looked at Shin Qingning with disdain, took a stack of new cloth from her dormitory, and left for the youth commune. This new cloth was meant for Lu Ying, who had passed away, to make clothes. It was her way of repaying the original owner's kindness to Lu Chuan. Shin Qingning's good mood was ruined by Lu Jiejia. She slammed her bowl onto the table. Before she could vent her frustration, Gao Yun hurried back in a rush. "Hey, Shin Jiji, what are you doing here?" Shin Qingning was in a bad mood and spoke with a naturally unpleasant tone. "I'm a youth. Is it strange to appear at the youth commune?" Gao Yun said. "It's not strange for others, but if it's you, it seems a bit odd. Or, have you given up on Lu Chuan? Otherwise, how could you still be in a good mood eating egg noodles after his mother passed away? But then again, a man you can't even chase after, you." Shin Qingning's mind suddenly exploded with a loud bang. She looked panicked, incredulous, and fearful as she asked, "What did you just say? Who passed away?" Gao Yun pretended to be surprised and said, "No way. Shin Jiji, you care so much about Lu Chuan's family, and you didn't even know his mother had passed away?" Shin Qingning's body swayed twice. "When did that happen?" As she asked, she already had a guess in her mind. Could it be that the whole family was taken away, and something went wrong on the way? When the village secretary's family had an incident and the youth point almost had a problem, Shin Qingning happened to go to the town. Plus, her entanglement with the village secretary's family made everyone suspect something. Now, anyone who sees Shin Qingning not acting strange would feel guilty about the shock they experienced today. Shin Qingning caught the main point again. The village secretary was taken away. Shouldn't it be the whole family? It's a pity that Annie passed away, but for Shin Jijing, it might not be a bad thing. Shin Jijing, don't you think so? Could it be that you did this? Gao Yun finished speaking, without waiting for Shin Qingning to answer. She gave her a meaningful look before returning to her dorm. She was back to change her shoes. She accidentally got her shoes wet while fetching water. Shin Qingning felt very confused. She planned this to ruin the pure reputation of the Lu family, break Lu Chuan's wings, and make them fall into despair. Then, she would use her family connections to negotiate, showing Lu Chuan her efforts, and make the trapped Lu family see that she is the only one still caring for them. She would help them, but she wouldn't completely clear their names. However, she never thought about anyone in the Lu family losing their life because of this. She had seen how filial Lu Chuan was in her previous life. If one day Lu Chuan found out that it was because of her that his mother died so quickly, she couldn't even imagine what their relationship would become. No, she kept this plan secret. No one would know. After mentally preparing herself, Shin Qingning hurriedly left the youth point. In times like this, a person's true value is shown. She wanted Lu Chuan to see a different side of her. She ran straight to the village secretary's house. Before she even stepped inside, a bucket of water was poured over her. Yang Liqiu had just finished helping her mother-in-law clean up and saw Shin Qingning stepping into the Lu family. Furious, Yang Liqiu didn't hesitate and poured the water over her. "Get lost. Don't come here to disgust my late mother-in-law." The Lu family hated Shin Qingning, but they didn't know yet that someone had come to cause trouble, take away the father-in-law, and make the mother-in-law angry. All because of Shin Qingning's schemes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a simple splash of water. Yang Liqiu was even ready to beat Shin Qingning to death. Shameless person, if you dare step into my Lu family even once, I will break your leg today. Yang Liqiu threw down the basin, quickly grabbed a stick from the corner, and stared fiercely at Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning also hated her deeply. With so many people watching, how dare this shameless person splash water on her? Shen Qingning wiped the water from her face and said, "Sister-in-law, Yang Liqiu didn't want to hear a single word. Get lost. You don't deserve to call me sister-in-law." The village head's wife came out of the house, patted Yang Liqiu on the shoulder, and said, "The deceased is the most important now. It's more important to handle your mother-in-law's affairs properly. These heartless people will face justice sooner or later." The village head's wife also disliked Shen Qingning very much. Not for any particular reason, but because this shameless young woman was chasing after some so-called love, stirring trouble in the village, and causing her husband a lot of trouble. She said, "Shen Qingning, a person should know their place. Lu Yingmei didn't like you when she was alive, and I guess she wouldn't want to see you now. Everyone is busy, so please don't cause more trouble." Many people were helping, but at this moment, no one spoke up for Shen Qingning. Even those close to the Lu family looked at her with disgust. Shen Qingning looked at Yang Liqiu, who was holding the stick and glaring fiercely, and suppressed her hatred as she said, "I don't know what everyone has misunderstood, but I just want to show my sincerity." Yang Liqiu spat and said, "Fake person, why did your mother-in-law get sick? It's because of you, you shameless person. Now that she's gone, you still come to disgust her. If it weren't for the law that punishes murder, I would want to kill you right now." Yang Liqiu couldn't hold back her hatred anymore. She swung the stick and rushed toward Shen Qingning. The village head's wife was startled and reached out to stop her, but it was too late. Seeing Yang Liqiu's fiery eyes, Shen Qingning was still afraid of dying. She left a quick message, "Sister-in-law, condolences," and hurriedly left. Yang Liqiu cursed loudly, using very words. The village head's wife let out a soft sigh. The village secretary was taken away, and her husband followed to catch up. The accountant, along with the Lu brothers, went to measure Lu Ying's grave. There was no one in the village to take charge. Although the wife of the team leader thought Shen Qingning deserved to be scolded, she was also glad it didn't happen. Fortunately, after 2 or 3 hours, the team leader and the village secretary returned. Everyone was happy to see the village secretary back. The team leader and the village secretary are the two main pillars of Dawawan village. But then everyone remembered that the couple was now separated forever. The living people hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye. Many people's eyes filled with tears. The 2 brothers and 2 sisters-in-law from the Lu family saw the notice and all cried. The brothers from the Lu family cried so much that tears and snot mixed together. "Dad, Mama's gone. We have no mother now." When the village secretary returned, the helpers had already used fabric brought by Song Jiejie to quickly make a new outfit for Lu Ying. She had already been laid in the coffin. The coffin used for the funeral was borrowed from an elder in the Lu family, who lent his coffin. After Lu Ying's funeral, they would return a better one. The village secretary, after getting off the car, was almost carried to the Lu house by the team leader. He only glanced at his crying son and daughter-in-law, then moved toward the main hall. Before stepping into the hall, he stood at the door, looking at the cold, dark coffin. Thinking of his wife lying beside him last night and how they had dreamed of the future together, now she was cold and lonely in that simple coffin. The village secretary was overwhelmed with grief and tears streamed down his face. He slowly moved away from the team leader's support, struggling to walk. Every step felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, each one hard to take, as he approached the dark coffin. He reached out trembling hands and gently touched the coffin. "Ah, Ying, I am back. But I am late. Why didn't you wait for me? Why did you leave so quickly? Do you dislike me? Did you leave me so soon? You always scolded me for not doing things well here and there. How could you be so sure to leave? If you didn't remind me, I wouldn't be able to do anything right." As he spoke these heartfelt, sorrowful words, the people around also began to cry. The village secretary coughed up blood and suddenly collapsed. Lu He, who was nearby, caught him. Father, Dr. Peng, who was accompanying, and old Su, who had been waiting nearby, immediately rushed forward to help. At this moment, a mix of Western and traditional methods was being used to save the person fighting against time to compete with death. The scene was under the command of Captain, which kept the chaos somewhat under control. Su Ning and Chi Seo returned to the Knowledge Youth Camp. The only person left there was Shin Qingning, sitting alone under the eaves, lost in her thoughts. Deep in her own mind, Shin Qingning didn't notice anyone arriving at the camp. Chi Seo looked at Shin Qingning with a cold, frightening gaze. Su Ning glanced at Shin Qingning, noticing the extra letter in her luggage, and narrowed her eyes. She took a few steps to stand in front of Shin Qingning. Before Shin Qingning could react, she raised her hand and slapped her. Although she only used a small amount of force, Shin Qingning was still knocked to the ground. Fuming, Shin Qingning looked up and saw Su Ning hitting her, her eyes trembling with shock. "Why are you here?" Su Ning's eyes were cold and sinister as she said, "Come to settle the score." Shin Qingning's face was burning with pain, but her first thought was that Su Ning had died and come back as a ghost to get revenge. She immediately screamed and backed into a corner, trying to run away, but her legs were weak. The more she tried to stand up, the harder it was. After struggling for a while, she accidentally saw Chi Seo in the yard. This made her suddenly realize that Su Ning was not a ghost. Shin Qingning, terrified, regained some courage. "Su Ning, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" Su Ning's tone was calm as she said, "Of course, to return the gift you secretly sent me. Do you like my return gift? Do you think it's too light? It's okay, I'll make it up to you right now." Shin Qingning was knocked down again. After struggling a bit, she slowly lifted her upper body and looked at Su Ning with a fierce gaze. "You are so arrogant and scared, hitting people for no reason. I won't let you go." Seeing the uneven slap marks on Shin Qingning's face, Su Ning said dissatisfied. After not slapping for a while, my skills have gotten rusty." Shin Qingning, wishing she could swallow Su Ning whole, thought, "Aren't you talking like a human?" Chi Seo came to Su Ning's side, looking coldly at Shin Qingning and said, "First time is a mistake, second time is a habit. If you do it 2 more times, it will be even." Shin Qingning looked into Chi Seo's eyes and felt a wave of panic. She was surprised to see such a frightening look in the eyes of someone who is just a dependent. Su Ning shook her head with disdain and said, "Let's leave it at that for today. We need to save some for other debt collectors." Shin Qingning said with anger, "Su Ning, you rely on your strength to do whatever you want. You hit me without reason. I won't forgive you." Su Ning rolled her eyes and replied, If you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't even bother to hit you. I'm just waiting to see what happens to you now." Chi Seo confidently said, "I won't keep Ninger waiting long. Go wash your hands so you don't get infected by dirt. Okay, go change your clothes. We'll go to the village chief's house later." Their conversation made Shin Qingning feel both angry and anxious. She didn't have time to argue with Su Ning. She quickly thought through her mind, trying to see if she had revealed any clues. After reviewing her thoughts several times, she was sure she hadn't left any evidence. Only then did she feel a little relieved. Her face was burning with pain, reminding her how badly her plan had failed this time. Su Ning hadn't hurt a single hair, and the Liu family's foundation was intact. The person who was supposed to die had indeed died. This plan was a complete failure, a pointless effort. If there was any small gain, it might be that Lu Chuan would come back for the funeral, and she could see him. When Su Ning and Chi Seo arrived at the village chief's house, the helpful villagers had already finished most of what needed to be done. Respecting the deceased, Su Ning and Chi Seo bowed in front of the memorial. The village chief, who had been rescued in time, sat sadly beside the memorial. Su Ning said, "Uncle, my condolences. Take care of yourself. Your wife probably wouldn't want to see you like this, not caring for your health. If you keep like this, she won't rest in peace," she added. Chi Seo said, "Village chief, even though the person can't come back to life, she can live forever in our hearts. As long as you're well, she's still with us." The village chief, with unfocused eyes, couldn't hear what others said and was completely immersed in grief over losing his loved one. At this moment, a young woman ran into the memorial hall crying. Lying on the black coffin, she called out, "Mother," again and again, tears flowing like a waterfall. Her heart-wrenching, sorrowful crying made everyone feel tears well up in their eyes. Yang Likun and Lin Xinger came to comfort their former sister-in-law. Chu Xiaofang cried so hard she nearly fainted. Her husband kept trying to soothe her, but it was no use. Chu Xiaofang cried even more sadly. "Xiaofang, stay calm. Don't worry about Mother leaving us." "Are you worried about her? You haven't told Mother that you're pregnant yet, have you? Tell her, so she can leave peacefully, okay?" Chu Xiaofang, who had last met Lu Ying briefly in town and then parted forever, cried desperately. Although Lu Ying was not her biological mother, emotionally she was closer than a real mother. Suddenly, her crying stopped. Everyone sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, Chu Xiaofang's body slumped and fell into her husband's arms. This scared Fong Wen quite a bit. He quickly checked her pulse. The village secretary, weakly, said, "Someone, go find old man Su." Once the village secretary regained some strength, Dr. Peng returned to town. It wasn't that he left halfway through saving someone, but because he realized there was a very skilled traditional doctor nearby. He could now go back home with peace of mind. Old man Su, who had just finished discussing things at home, arrived just in time. A few acupuncture needles, and Chu Xiaofang slowly regained consciousness. Old man Su said, "Young Fong, life and death are part of life. The deceased has gone, and the living must look forward. Your pregnancy is only about 2 months along, not yet stable. To let Mother leave peacefully, and for the sake of the baby, you must not be overly sad." Tears welled up in Chu Xiaofang's eyes. "Uncle Su, I have no mother now." Old man Su sighed and said, "Silly girl, no one can be with us forever. Birth, aging, illness, and death. Everyone must face these. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Now that things have come to this, the only thing to do is relax and take care of yourself. Let the departed rest in peace, and let the living family members be at ease." Although Chu Xiaofang was still sad, her emotions were less intense than before. Old man Su knew she had listened, so he went to see his old friend. He patted the village secretary's shoulder and said, "You need to be strong. Don't fall apart. Look at all these mothers who are sad about losing their children, while also worrying about your kids. Even for the sake of your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, you should try to move on quickly. Don't let the children worry, and also gather your spirits. Send your sibling off properly for this final journey." The village secretary closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, his sadness was still there, but he looked more energetic and less lifeless than before. Dr. Su saw the change in his old friend and felt a little less worried. He glanced at Su Ning beside him. Although she is his great-niece, she is not really related, so his feelings were complicated. Su Ning didn't respond to Dr. Su's gaze. If she wants to watch, let her. As long as she means no harm and doesn't cause trouble, it's fine. Su Ning and Chi Seo stayed at the village secretary's house until about 10 o'clock before preparing to leave. Not long after they stepped out, Dr. Su called her back. "Su girl, can I talk to you for a moment?" "Soning notet." "Dr. Su, what do you want to say?" Old Dr. Su asked, "Can I continue to treat your health? I know that since the misunderstanding last time, you probably stopped taking the medicine." Su Ning paused and said, "You probably already know that I am not the person you are looking for. We are not related by blood or marriage, and I don't want to owe anyone favors. If you agree to charge money or I pay you, then I can ask you to continue helping me with my health." Dr. Su said, "Although I don't think you owe me a favor, if you believe so, I will follow your wishes. Every time I make medicine, I will charge the standard price." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Su. We'll go back to the youth commune now." "Ninger, are you hungry?" "A little. How about you?" Chi Seo said, "I'm a bit hungry too. I'll go get some noodles." Su Ning looked at Seo's injured hand. "I still have some sakama. Let's each eat a piece to fill our stomachs. Your hand is still hurt, and it's late. No need to bother." Seo shook his head. "Sakama is too greasy. I don't like it. This injury doesn't affect my ability to eat noodles. If I weren't hurt, I'd even want to make seaweed and shrimp dumplings from scratch. Suning thought to herself, is it that every skilled cook refuses to settle for less when it comes to food? Then you do it. I'll start the fire. Honestly, Suning was beginning to miss the fire-based abilities from the end-of-the-world days. They were really essential for traveling and staying at home. The water hadn't boiled yet when Song Jeje came in. You two are quite relaxed at this time, still thinking about making a late-night snack. Seeing Song Jeje herself, Chi Seo thought about her changes before and after falling into the water and considered a certain possibility. His eyes flickered. Before Suning and Chi Seo could speak, Song Jeje took out her hands from behind her back. One hand held noodles and the other held 3 round eggs. Wouldn't it be better if not too many people shared the late-night snack? Help me cook a bowl, too. I won't ask for free help. 3 eggs, 1 for each of us. Suning raised an eyebrow and said, You weren't waiting for this, were you? Song Jeje nodded. Exactly. I was just waiting for you to start cooking. My cooking skills aren't great, but I can wash dishes and pots later. Suning looked at Chi Seo, saw him nod, and said, The chef agrees. The firemaker, have no objections. Song Jeje smiled rare for her and placed the noodles on the stove. She walked over to sit at the table, sighed, and said, So much has happened today. I just want to relax and eat something. I'm starving. I'm jealous you have your own little kitchen. I want to set one up too. But building a kitchen isn't hard. The hard part is making delicious food with these hands. Suning added a piece of firewood to the stove, pouted, and said, That's easy. Just find someone to be with, like me. Ever since I had someone, I never worried about food. Plus, every meal is tasty. Chi Seo looked happy. Was Ninger showing off that she had a partner? Song Jeje rolled her eyes. I'd rather suffer a little than make myself miserable. Do you know why girls are called brides on their wedding day? Suning shook her head.
Why?
Isn't that what they're called? Song Jeje pouted and said, Brides. But what does bride mean? It's like changing from a carefree young girl to the bride of the groom. Look around. Nowadays, every wife worries about her family's food, drink, and daily needs. The groom's parents want to be respectful, the groom's siblings need care, and she also has to consider the groom's feelings and take care of his daily life. You say it's like doing your mother's chores and caring for her feelings? Your mother does her job well, so others just think it's normal. If she doesn't do her part well, the whole family criticizes her. So, finding a partner and getting married, isn't that just asking for trouble? Suning raised an eyebrow unexpectedly. So, you're not planning to be a bride anymore? Yeah, definitely not. After living again, she won't rush to make herself suffer. Once she's more confident, she might follow her aunt's example and keep a couple of good-looking friends around, just to enjoy their company and pass the time. But she will never get married. Her mother's painful past is still fresh in her mind. Chi Seo feels it's necessary to say something now, just in case Ninger gets influenced and starts thinking like Song Jeje and then kicks him out. He'd have nowhere to cry. Ahem. I think. Song Jiqing's words are a bit one-sided. Happiness depends on the person. Take my parents, for example. They've been married for over 30 years, but my mom still keeps a childlike innocence. That shows that if you choose the right person, marriage isn't a prison, but a happy home. I don't deny that such situations exist, but it's mainly because people's judgment before marriage was flawed. It's not really about the essence of marriage. So, the reason for unhappiness isn't entirely about getting married. Jeje said, No one has a perfect view of everything. No one can predict the future. Just by looking with the eye, how can you see through someone's false pretenses driven by purpose? So, it's not that girls are bad at judging people that leads to unhappy lives. It's that those who benefit from marriage are often very good at pretending. Take Jiqing, for example. Right now, he's very obedient to Suning, which is genuine, but he also tries to please and manipulate her. Jiqing, don't you think? Chi Seo smiled and said, Song Jiqing should wait until he truly falls in love and understands what it feels like to like someone before asking me that question. Jeje glanced at Suning, who seemed to ignore everything, and cursed herself silently for meddling. Chi Seo looked at Suning with concern, but seeing she was fine, He finally relaxed. He likes her, so he treats her well. He cares for her and tries to pay attention to every small detail. The next day, everyone woke up early and went straight to the village secretary's house. Today was the day Lu Ying was buried. According to local customs in Dahyuan, the deceased do not stay at home overnight. If Lu Chuan hadn't still not returned, and if the village secretary hadn't been too sad, the burial would have taken place yesterday. Suning only learned about these local funeral customs yesterday. After someone passes away, caring relatives will dress the deceased in new clothes before burial. After family members say their last goodbyes, the person is buried on the same day. Then, the family hosts a meal for friends and relatives who came to see off the deceased. When Su Ning and Chi Seo arrived at the village secretary's house, the villagers from Dahyuan had already prepared everything for the funeral procession. This was the time for the younger family members to say their final goodbyes. Su Ning saw Lu Chuan kneeling in front of the memorial hall. His face was dark with bruises, his eyes red and bloodshot, and he looked very sad. Although Su Ning and the other young people couldn't do much to help, they still wanted to show their respect by accompanying the procession. The process was simple. After Lu Ying was laid to rest, the village secretary was carried back home. When they returned from the mountain, the helpers at home had already prepared the meal. They could start eating soon. The current meal was very simple. If it had been a happy occasion, everyone might have enjoyed it more. But Lu Ying's death was sudden, and everyone was still overwhelmed with grief. The meal was very quiet. They thought everything was over, but just as it was about to end, a group of people suddenly rushed in. The scene quickly turned chaotic. The team leader asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm sorry, but we have orders to arrest someone. We hope you understand. Please cooperate." "Does anyone know where Shin Qingning is?" Everyone whispered among themselves and shook their heads. The team leader said, "Comrade, Shin Qingning is a young person from Dahyuan. I am the team leader here. May I ask what she has done?" When these words were spoken, the small yard at the village secretary's house instantly became lively. All the others who were taken away haven't come back. Only she, the troublemaker, returned. If there's no trick involved, who would believe it? Exactly. I have sharp eyes. That day, I said her walking style was strange, but you all said I was just rambling. I told you. Nothing happened earlier, but as soon as Shin Qingning came back, trouble started. When the incident happened, she wasn't even here. The village secretary's house is definitely connected. Don't you believe me? Shin Qingning is so disgusting. She keeps chasing Lu Chuan desperately, but secretly she's scheming and hurting others. Even a mad dog isn't as crazy as her. Bah. It was her who caused all this. Yesterday, she even had the nerve to come and help. This is just like a fox bringing a gift to a chicken. The team leader said, "I haven't seen Shin Qingning today. Let's look for her everywhere." He is the team leader, and it's his duty to find her, but he also has his own reasons. If the trouble at Lao Lu's house was really planned by Shin Qingning, then she can't stay in the Dahyuan team anymore. At this moment, someone in the crowd said, "I think I saw someone heading towards Sister Lu Ying's grave. It looks a lot like Shin Qingning, but I'm not sure." As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 Lu brothers and 2 sisters-in-law were more anxious than the people trying to catch her. They had just buried their mother, and this wicked, heartless woman had gone behind their backs. What was she planning? When the crowd hurried to Lu Ying's grave, Shin Qingning had just finished burning something. A small pile of ashes still emitted faint blue smoke. Yang Liquia rushed forward, grabbing Shin Qingning's hair and pulling her over, then slapped her several times. "What did you do at my mother's grave? You wicked woman, I will beat you to death." Lin Xinger and Yang Liquia pressed Shin Qingning to the ground and beat her fiercely. If they previously thought their family had suffered an unjust disaster and taken their mother away, now, after hearing the accusations from the officers who came to arrest her, they understood everything. That group of troublemakers was brought here by Shin Qingning. It was this wicked woman who caused their grandmother's death. The people trying to arrest her, whether intentionally or not, arrived at the grave after the Lu family members. The team leader also dutifully worked with them. When they arrived, Shen Qingning had already been beaten badly by Yang Liqiu and her two sisters-in-law. Shen Qingning looked at Lu Chuan with pleading eyes, repeatedly saying, "Sorry, sorry." Lu Chuan's eyes were full of disgust and hatred, and his fists clenched tightly. If he could, he really wanted to punch this harmful person to death. After Shen Qingning was hit and kicked countless times without knowing how long, the person who was late finally arrived. "Stop! What are you doing?" Yang Liqiu immediately burst into loud crying, but her punches and kicks didn't slow down. Her crying drowned out the shouts to stop, and her two sisters-in-law vented their anger fiercely. When they were finally stopped, Shen Qingning's face was swollen and bruised, with blood dripping from her nose and mouth, barely recognizable. Her hair was torn out in large clumps, messy and trampled into the mud. Seeing Shen Qingning in such a terrible state, everyone around gasped in shock. Even the leader of the group sent to arrest her couldn't help but frown. He had only received a tip and loosened the restrictions a little. He didn't expect the effect to be so remarkable, but he was just there to arrest her. What Shen Qingning endured before being taken away was not his concern. The leader looked down from above, serious and commanding, and asked in a firm voice, "Are you Shen Qingning?" Shen Qingning, with her face swollen and bruised, squinted her eyes and saw the people behind the questioner dressed in the same color. Her heart sank, and she looked at Lu Chuan with difficulty. Shen Qingning wanted to escape and struggle. She didn't want to be taken away in front of Lu Chuan. She didn't answer, and the team leader said, "Comrade, this is Shen Qingning from the Dehuan team." He repeated her name and the accusations against her, then ordered someone to take her away. "No, don't touch me." Shen Qingning struggled. But no matter how she fought, she was dragged away like a dead dog. After they left, Lu Chuan suddenly knelt in front of Lu Ying's grave. He kept slapping his own face repeatedly. Lu Chuan and Lu He quickly grabbed his arms, asking, "Third brother, what are you doing?" "Big brother, second brother, I caused all this to happen to our mother," Lu He scolded. "What did you do wrong? You just don't like her. From the beginning to the end, you never provoked Shen Qingning. It was she who rushed at us like a mad dog and disturbed our peace. Third brother, mother has already passed away. Even bad people get their punishment. Even if you kill yourself now, mother won't come back. What you're doing only makes her worry and causes concern for us, her family. Father is still waiting for us at home. Stop doing foolish things." A person ran over from the saying, "Captain, Captain, a group of people has come to the village again." "Captain, is it never ending?" "Yes, I know. I'm coming now." The captain took a few steps down suddenly felt weak, staggered forward several times, and almost fell. He looked at his feet with confusion and checked the strength in his hands. Strange. He felt as if he was drunk. Not only the captain but other villagers also felt this way to some extent. The more they felt it, the more anxious they became, eager to leave quickly. Around Lu Ying's grave, there were also many other graves. As soon as they left, everyone felt something strange. They were all afraid they had been contaminated by something dirty. But the more they tried to walk away, the harder it became. They felt weaker, dizzy, short of breath, trembling, sweating on their foreheads. Some even saw their deceased loved ones more clearly. "Grandma, don't follow me.
I don't want you.
Please go back. Wife, I and the children are doing well. You can rest assured and go. Don't keep following me." "Jenner, do you have something to say to mother?" A timid young man, hearing the calls around him, was so scared that his hair stood on end. He trembled and said, "Captain, I think we're being haunted by some dirty thing. Captain, I told you, you might not believe it, but I just saw my great-grandmother," those who didn't go to watch the excitement, staying at the village secretary's house, also experienced the same situation. Sun Ning shook his head, trying to clear his muddled mind. Chi Seo sat slumped in a chair, face pale, forehead sweating. His eyes were full of confusion and unease. Chi Seo tearfully grabbed Suning's hand, then with a look of accusation, placed Suning's hand on his stomach. "Ningning, you unfaithful man, how can you be so cruel?" Trying to clear her mind, Suning looked into Chi Seo's accusing eyes, but she was completely confused. Is he talking about her? She may be cruel, but when did she ever treat him harshly? Chi Lalio, get up for me. Chi Seo suddenly burst into tears, tears flowing like a flood. How can you do this? How could you treat me like this? I like you so much, but you were stolen away by some other little fairy. All my love for you was a mistake. Suning pinched her thigh, feeling the pain clear her mind a bit. Chi Seo, get up quickly. Something's wrong here. I'm not getting up. I still have your baby inside me. Can't you feel him moving? He's so cute. How can you abandon him? Ningning, the little fairy outside isn't as good as me. They're not as pretty as I am. Won't you stay? Won't you be with me? Suning. Do you even hear what you're saying? Suning. And the baby? I don't care about that. Suning's hand was indeed on Chi Seo's belly. Now that she was somewhat clearer, she realized something was wrong. Her intestines seemed to be moving too much, and there was noise too. Chi Seo, get up quickly and go to the bathroom. You're about to have an accident. Chi Seo, tears in his eyes, looked pitifully and said, Ningning, my stomach hurts so much. I'm going to give birth. Hold it in. Suning pinched her thigh again, then carried Chi Seo, staggering as she hurried outside. There were so many people. If Chi Lao Liu had an accident in front of everyone, with his proud nature, he'd definitely lose face. Ningning, I'm about to give birth. It's really happening. Suning gritted her teeth and said, Give birth? No way. Hold it in. Chi Seo tearfully said, Holding it in isn't good for the baby. He might suffocate. If you give birth now, I'll be the one to suffocate first. Just hold on a little longer. 1 more minute. Suning's mind was not clear at all. Her head felt heavy and light, moving much slower than normal. Sniff, sniff. Ningning, do you not like the baby I gave birth to? Suning shook her head again, trying to stop the dizzying movement of the road ahead. Suning, the baby you gave birth to is not likable by anyone. Even a dog might like it. Sniff, sniff. You little troublemaker. Why are you so cruel? My baby is also your baby. Why don't you like it? And you're just leaving it to the dog? You're so unkind. If you don't love the baby, I love him. He's my little sweetheart, Suning. Do whatever you want. Just keep your little sweetheart inside. Finally, they arrived at the youth station. Suning directly took Chi Seo to the men's restroom. Suning placed Chi Seo at the bathroom door. Hurry up and go inside. Give birth to your baby. Chi Seo hunched over, one hand holding her belly, the other pinching her nose, looking disgusted at the toilet.
Ugh.
Ningning, this delivery room smells terrible. I don't want to give birth here. Oh no, you can't hold it anymore. You're about to give birth. Suning made a quick decision and pulled Chi Seo into the men's restroom. Chi Seo was using a belt, but Suning, feeling dizzy, fiddled with it twice without unfastening it. Chi Seo kept shouting she couldn't hold it anymore. She was about to give birth. Suning, determined, tore the belt apart. Push, squat down and give birth. Okay. Ningning, watch out. Don't let the baby smell bad. The smell was terrible, making Suning even more dizzy. Just give birth properly. I'm going to find someone. As Suning staggered out of the restroom, she also heard the sounds of pushing and panting from Chi Seo. She rushed outside in one breath, went to the front yard, scooped a cup of water, and splashed it on her face. Her head still felt foggy. She closed her eyes tightly, then opened them to see the water jar flying in the sky. She sat on the ground with her legs weak. Then she closed her eyes again and fainted. The entire Dahuan brigade was in chaos. Some were holding onto tree stumps, shouting for their wives. Some were chasing chickens around, calling out, "Gold ingot, gold ingot." Some were bouncing on the ground, trying to catch stars. Others were carrying brooms on their shoulders, making tut-tut sounds here and there. Some were calling their mothers, shouting, "Dad," while others were calling, "Mom," and some were chatting and talking to invisible people. There are also people like Chi Seo, holding their stomachs and shouting that they are about to give birth. Some are lying on the road in disarray. Old Mr. Su quickly gathered those who hadn't eaten the banquet, taught them how to induce vomiting, and sent them away to help. Meanwhile, old Mr. Su was anxiously checking the leftover food from the banquet. He needed to find out the cause of the collective poisoning to treat it properly. The Su family members did not attend the banquet and thus escaped harm. After hearing this, Su Hongzong hurriedly sent his grandsons to help old Mr. Su. This seemed like a case of collective poisoning. If serious, the consequences could be terrible. Fang Yunshu ran to the village, searching everywhere for Su Ning. When she arrived at the youth station, exhausted and sweating, she saw her good friend's son, holding his pants and crying out for the baby in the yard. Su Ning was lying by the water jar with her eyes tightly closed. Fang Yunshu quickly rushed over and held Su Ning in her arms, calling, "Ning Ning Ning Ning. Little Chi, little Chi." Fang Yunshu knelt on one knee, pressing Su Ning's upper body down with her other foot. She forcibly opened Su Ning's mouth, using her finger to press her throat, trying to make her. Su Ning was forced to, while Chiseo had somehow come close. Huh? That's strange. How can Ning Ning's baby come out of her mouth? Fang Yunshu glanced at Chiseo, who looked confused and continued helping Su Ning to soothing Chiseo, because babies born this way are the most beautiful. Little Chi, do you want the baby to be beautiful when it's born? Chiseo nodded eagerly. Yes. Then, just like me, use your finger to press her throat, and the baby will come out. Chiseo nodded again, pressing too hard and suddenly vomited, splattering onto Fang Yunshu. Fang Yunshu didn't mind at all, and kept encouraging Chiseo to, while gently helping Su Ning. After 3 days, Su Ning's eyelids, which had been closed for 3 days, slowly opened. Her eyes were full of confusion as she stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, not knowing what day it was. The bitter taste in her mouth made her instinctively purse her lips and swallow. She's awake, came a voice filled with joy and tears. Su Ning instinctively turned her head and looked at Fang Yunshu, whose eyes were red and tired. Su Ning's eyes were full of confusion and uncertainty. It was as if all her actions were instinctive, and her mind was still not clear. Her pure, innocent eyes, like those of a child, made Fang Yunshu's heart tighten with worry. Child, do you remember who I am? Su Ning didn't speak. Her bright, clear eyes, like black gemstones, just looked at Fang Yunshu. Fang Yunshu's legs went weak, and she hurriedly staggered to find Old Man Su. Soon, the small room was crowded with people. No one spoke. They just waited quietly and anxiously for Old Man Su to check her pulse. Old Man Su took her pulse for 2 full minutes, making everyone very worried. Su Hongzhong asked anxiously, Xiaoji, how is Ning girl? Old Man Su said, most of the poisonous mushrooms we mistook this time are hallucinogenic types. Qi Jiqing said that among the mushrooms on their table, more than half were eaten by Su Ning, and she was the most seriously poisoned in the village. Now, her body has only recovered some functions. Although she can open her eyes and move, her consciousness has not yet returned. But don't worry, her body is gradually recovering. Fang Yunshu, with red eyes, asked worriedly, can she recover completely? Old Man Su said, she will recover. Actually, Old Man Su wasn't entirely sure, but he thought this girl's body was a mystery. When he first checked her pulse, she seemed near death, like a dying candle. But now, her body looked like a drought ending with rain, showing signs of revival. He knew what effects his medicine could produce. He also understood what results Qi Sio's medicinal dishes could achieve. As for her recovery, his combined treatment and care, along with Qi Sio's, could only serve as support. Old Man Su believed that the mysterious part inside Su Ning that he couldn't understand would help her recover fully. The other poison villagers showed less serious symptoms. After drinking the large pot of medicine for 2 days, they gradually recovered. The few young workers' symptoms were more serious than the villagers, but they also improved. After all, mushrooms were not new to the villagers. They ate fresh and dried mushrooms all year round. The young people who came to the countryside were still new to the experience, and they liked mushrooms more than other vegetables. Before returning home, the 3 brothers from the Su family knew that Su Ning was getting better, and they felt relieved. After all, regardless of who was inside, lying in bed with closed eyes and a body that was truly their sister by blood. The 3 brothers, Su Pings, Su Hongzong, and Su Yixing, each held important positions. Staying for 5 days was already their limit. Once Su Ning showed signs of improvement, the brothers left. Only Su Hongzhong, his wife, and Fong Yunshu stayed behind. The old couple worried about Su Ning and also liked the peaceful, simple life in the countryside, so they decided to stay and relax. Fong Yunshu couldn't leave because she cared too much about Su Ning. Since Su Ning hadn't recovered, she didn't want to leave. She even considered quitting her job and moving permanently to the countryside. After 3 days and nights of caring for Su Ning, and after being knocked out by an injection from old man Su, Chi Seo suddenly sat up in bed. He got out of bed quickly, without even putting on shoes, and rushed to Su Ning's room. He was exhausted from caring for Su Ning day and night, and hadn't rested well. Now he was unsteady on his feet. When Chi Seo entered, Su Ning was being half-held by Fong Yunshu. Old Lady Su was carefully feeding her medicine with a spoon, and Fong Yunshu was gently wiping Su Ning's mouth, making sure not to get any medicine on her clothes. Seeing Su Ning open her eyes, Chi Seo hurriedly knelt by the bed, trembling as he held her hand. "Ninger, you're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" But Su Ning didn't even look at him. Chi Seo's heart ached as if bitten by thousands of ants.
Ningea.
Fong Yunshu said, "Xiao Qi, Ningning has regained a little consciousness, but she's not fully awake yet. With me and my mother taking care of her, you should also look after yourself. You've been staying up for 3 days and nights. You only just want to sleep for less than an hour. Your body can't handle it. Go rest for a while. We don't know when Ningning will fully recover. Once you're healthy again, you can take better care of her." Chi Seo tightened his grip on Su Ning's hand, his voice trembling as he asked, "Aunt Fong, isn't Ninger already awake? What do you mean she's only regained a little consciousness and isn't fully awake?" "It means her body functions have started to recover, but her mind is still not fully clear. You see, Ningning's eyes are unfocused." Chi Seo's tears suddenly streamed down. Fong Yunshu has seen this many times in recent days and is no longer surprised. Her close friend's child not only resembles his mother in appearance, but also inherited her tearful nature. Old Lady Su is quite old, but after a lifetime, this is the first time she's seen such a tearful little boy. Every time she sees this young man, his face is always streaked with tears. But since he's so good-looking, even with tears, he still looks charming. This handsome young man is a bit delicate in personality and health, but he's not weak. His feelings for Miss Ning seem sincere and honest. "Little Chi, right now, Aunt Fong and I are here to take care of you. Go eat something and rest a bit. Your body can't handle much more. Look at your face after just a few days. It's so pale, like a flower bud frostbitten. I heard Ningning likes your face. If you keep holding on like this, won't she be upset when she wakes up?" Fong Yunshu. "Mom, just admit you also like looking at handsome faces and can't stand seeing a delicate face frostbitten." Chi Seo didn't go to rest but took the bowl from Old Lady Su. "Grandma Su, let me feed him." "Thank you for your kindness, Grandma. But right now, if you tell me to sleep, I can't fall asleep. I'll stay here and keep watch so I can feel more at ease." Old Lady Su was momentarily upset when her medicine bowl was taken away. She didn't have many chances to be close to her granddaughter.
Sigh.
Her cousin's medical skills seemed to have declined. He hasn't slept for 3 days and nights, and yet, after just 1 hour of that injection, he's back again.
Sigh.
So sad. Old Lady Su looked enviously at her daughter-in-law. She also wanted to hold her granddaughter. The poisoning incident at the Dawawan Brigade had a big impact. It became famous throughout Hongqing Commune and even the entire county. Not only the commune leaders but also county officials came to investigate. At first, everyone suspected conspiracy theories. But after thorough investigations, it turned out to be an accidental event. The cause was the hot weather, which made maggots breed quickly in the latrines, covering the ground densely. Sometimes, people couldn't even use the toilet without stepping on them. In the past, the village secretary's family kept 2 hens that laid eggs, and there were enough maggots for the hens to peck at. This year, 1 hen was given to Su Ning as a thank you gift, and the other was slaughtered while the daughter-in-law was resting after childbirth. The two new chicks are still too small to be useful. A few days before Lu Ying's accident, her maternal aunt came to visit and shared a small trick with her to get rid of maggots completely. The trick was to dry a type of poisonous mushroom from the mountain, grind it into powder, and sprinkle it in the latrine. Within 3 days, the maggots would all die. Lu Ying's death was very sudden, and on top of that, some people had broken into the village secretary's house and caused trouble. While everyone was helping to clean up, they accidentally mixed the dried edible mushrooms with the dried poisonous mushrooms used to kill maggots. The cook, after soaking the dried mushrooms, was puzzled because they had a strange smell he didn't recognize. But then he remembered that everyone in the village, including the village secretary's family, was a local, and Lu Ying was a skilled mushroom picker before she fell ill. Since the mushrooms had been dried and stored at the village secretary's house, and even used for cooking at gatherings, he thought it should be safe. So, bowls of mushroom soup with the poisonous mushrooms mixed and were served. Fortunately, the village secretary's family didn't get poisoned, and as the hosts, they managed to sit at the table in time. However, seeing the big trouble caused by their family, they didn't even have time to mourn their relative's death and hurriedly joined the rescue efforts. In the afternoon, the team leader and the tired, older village secretary came to visit Su Old Man at Su Ning's house. After Su Ning fainted, to make it easier for Su Old Man to treat her, Fang Yunshu brought her to stay at Su's house. When the team leader and the village secretary learned that Su Ning had woken up, they hadn't even managed to smile yet, but then Su Old Man said something that made them lose their smiles. The team leader asked in disbelief, "What do you mean Su Ning might become mentally disabled?" The village secretary was equally shocked. Aren't the other poisoned people recovering one after another? Why is Su Ning acting so foolish? This collective poisoning almost caused the village secretary's family to lose everything. Now, besides a yard with only the walls and roof left, they had lost everything inside the house. But luckily, everything was resolved. Yet now they suddenly hear that Su Ning has become mentally disabled. Did the village secretary almost faint from shock? They can find ways to compensate if she suffers a little. But a beautiful young girl has been poisoned and gone crazy. Even if they could pay, they would feel guilty forever. Dr. Su said, "She is the most seriously poisoned person in the whole village. Fortunately, my nephew's wife quickly induced vomiting for her. Otherwise, if her body absorbed all the poison from the mushrooms she ate, even a fairy couldn't save her." The village secretary's lips trembled as he asked, "Is there no hope at all?" Old Dr. Su said, "It depends on her luck." The village secretary felt cold inside, and the team leader looked very worried. 3 more days passed, and news about Su Ning's condition spread throughout the village in many versions. Wei Xiaoqun cried many times and came to see Su Ning 3 times a day. That afternoon, Su Ning's closed eyes suddenly opened again. Although her eyes were still confused and unfocused, they seemed a little different from usual. Suddenly, Su Ning had a white object like a capsule in her hand. She instinctively put it in her mouth and started chewing with a popping sound. Huzilio, who was lying by the bed with a beard, was startled awake. He looked up and saw his beloved girl staring at the ceiling, chewing unconsciously. He was so scared he immediately got up to check on her. He thought she was hungry and was chewing her food. But when he checked, he saw that she had something in her mouth. This scared him badly. "Ninger, what are you eating?" Chisio tried to open Su Ning's mouth, but he was afraid of hurting her with too much force. His gentle movements couldn't open her mouth. Chisio, already weak, was now sweating heavily from anxiety. When he finally forced Su Ning's mouth open, her mouth was empty. If he was absolutely sure he saw her chewing something white just now, he would think he was seeing things. Dr. Su went to the county to get medicine and hadn't returned yet. Chisio thought about inducing vomiting. He hadn't rested well or eaten properly for days. Now his legs and hands felt weak. He called Fang Yunshu outside. He struggled to help Su Ning sit up. In his panic, Chisio didn't notice that Su Ning's eyes were becoming clearer. "Good girl, Ninger. Listen to me. Open your mouth and we will spit out the dirty stuff, okay? Once you spit out the dirt, I will make you something tasty." I told your big sister that you like seafood, and she sent us lots of it. You like dried sea cucumbers, dried squid, big shrimp, and many other things you haven't had before. I can make you lots of delicious food. Sniff, sniff, baby, can you open your mouth, please? Hurry up and spit it out. Chi Lao Lu, you're changing how you call me again. Chi Sio's body suddenly stiffened. He wondered if he was imagining things. But his eyes stayed fixed on Su Ning. Su Ning snorted softly, then pinched her little nose with her eyes lively and her tone a bit annoyed, saying, Chi Lao Lu, did you really just have your baby in your pants? It smells terrible, so bad. Chi Sio raised his hand and slapped his own face with a loud slap. He wasn't sure if it hurt or if he was happy, but tears suddenly streamed down his face. Chi Sio hugged Su Ning tightly, holding her close. At first, he sobbed softly, then suddenly burst into loud crying. His crying was full of worry, fear, frustration, happiness, and relief at being reunited. Fong Yunshu, who had just returned from the village with eggs, heard Chi Sio crying as soon as she entered the yard. She thought something had happened to Su Ning. Frightened, she dropped what she was holding and hurried to Su Ning's room. What's wrong with Ning Ning? Su Ning turned her head, meeting Fong Yunshu's worried and scared eyes. In that moment, Fong Yunshu noticed that Su Ning's eyes were clear and bright, unlike before when she seemed unfocused. Fong Yunshu, a strong woman, was so happy she stammered a little.
Ning.
Ning Ning, you're okay? Su Ning smiled softly. I think I am. Fong Yunshu immediately started crying uncontrollably. Choking on her tears, she said, It's good that you're okay. You're lucky. You were semi-conscious for several days and didn't eat properly. Now that you're awake, you must be starving. I'll go cook some porridge for you. After Fong Yunshu finished speaking, she hurriedly left without waiting for Su Ning to reply. Su Ning patted Chi Sio on the back. Don't cry anymore. Isn't everything okay now? Chi Sio's crying softened, but he held Su Ning tighter. Ninger, you scared me to death. Never scare me like that again. Otherwise, I might just cry myself to death. Su Ning said, I don't know if you can cry me to death, but I will definitely drown in your tears first. Su Ning forcibly pulled out of Chi Sio's embrace. Looking at Chi Sio, with his beard, tired face, dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot eyes, and messy hair, Su Ning reached out and rubbed his rough face. You're a bit ugly, but a handsome face is easier on the eyes. Chi Sio wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a pain in his neck. His vision went black, and he collapsed into Su Ning's arms. Su Ning laid him flat on the bed. She then got up, took off her shoes, and gently helped him adjust to a comfortable sleeping position. She also touched his face. Her tone was a bit annoyed, but she smiled as she said, He is a little ugly. Su Ning left the room and closed the door. She stretched under the eaves. She looked up at the sky and sensed the extra things in her space. Was this a blessing in disguise? In the past few days, she hadn't been idle. She clearly remembered that when she fell to the ground, she hadn't lost consciousness. A machine sound appeared in her mind, and it was very choppy. It was like words popping out one by one. If she hadn't had a good memory, she would have forgotten the previous words by the time the machine finished speaking. The machine said it was a newly developed lucky system that accidentally came here from a different time and space. It came here by mistake, and it was bound to a host with a dual soul. The system was forced to split into two. The original host left without hesitation, taking half of it with her. The remaining half, because of Su Ning's special abilities, had stronger mental power. The balance shifted, causing the system to go into hibernation. But because it was forced to split into two, the system found a way to escape from the main brain. Due to the influence of the toxic mushroom, Su Ning's mental fluctuations were large, and the semi-disabled system escaped from hibernation. As soon as it woke up, it wanted to cause trouble. I want to forcibly take its bound soul and merge it with its other half, which was taken away by the original owner. The half bound to Su Ning is the intelligent area, while the half taken by the original owner is the functional area. Su Ning was lucky to be reborn, and she is very happy with her current life. How could she let this broken system take her soul and run away? So, in the past few days, Her mental strength and her few remaining clear thoughts have been fighting against the broken system.
Fortunately, she won.
When the broken system was destroyed, it also released a few white capsule-shaped objects. She had never seen anything like them, but for some reason, she knew they were antidote and repair medicines. Fighting the broken system used a lot of her mental energy, and her body also started to have problems. With her limited mental strength, she took a risky chance and ate one of the capsules. Wow, it actually worked. Now she feels clear-headed and full of energy. The exhaustion and weakness from fighting the broken system are gone. Actually, Suning is quite curious about the system. Even in her previous world, which was a post-apocalyptic society, technology was still advanced because she was a tech enthusiast. But she had never heard of such a strange and unusual system. It's a pity that it has bad intentions and wants to take her soul away. If she doesn't eliminate it, how can she feel safe? Maybe she might wake up one day and find she's not herself anymore. Suning muttered, "So, the broken system wants to merge with my other half?" According to it, its other half is with the original owner. Could the original owner be like me, having a chance to come back to life through this opportunity? Suning slapped her forehead in frustration. Why didn't she ask more? Where would they be merging? Would it be in the same world? She regretted it and slapped her forehead again. Ningning, what's wrong? Does your head hurt? Suning turned around and saw Fong Yunshu holding a shovel, standing at the kitchen door, looking at her worriedly. Seeing Fong Yunshu, Suning scolded herself silently. If the original owner was still in this world, that would be great. She'd have a chance to reunite with her family. Why didn't she think to ask more questions? Worry in Fong Yunshu's eyes turned into kindness. She smiled gently and said, "You've been lying in bed for 5 or 6 days, drinking medicine, and haven't eaten properly. It's normal to feel a bit dizzy. I just finished cooking millet porridge and was about to make some steamed buns and small dumplings. Once your body absorbs the nutrients, you'll feel better." Suning felt more guilty and regretful. It would have been better if the original owner were still alive. Such a mother deserves to have her.
Thank you, Auntie.
I'll help you. It's a good chance for me to stretch my muscles. Suning said this and headed toward the kitchen. Having just recovered from a serious illness, Fong Yunshu didn't want her to tire herself out, but she also wanted to get closer to Suning. From a blood relation perspective, she was also her daughter. Fong Yunshu didn't ask Suning to do much. She only handed her a spoon and asked her to stir the porridge in the pot from time to time. Meanwhile, she quickly prepared the dough and filling. Fong Yunshu didn't want the atmosphere to become too quiet, so she kept talking about what was happening in the village. Suning thought, although I was a useless person in my past life, at least I didn't die in vain. In this life, she was no longer seen as useless by others. She could protect herself, live freely and happily, and was full of passion and hope for the future. If I had died just because I ate a few bites of poisonous mushrooms out of greed, I would be ashamed even as a ghost. Seeing Suning silent, Fong Yunshu thought she was frightened. "Ningning, are you scared?" Suning smiled slightly and said, "A little bit, yes. It's all in the past. They say that after surviving a big disaster, good luck will follow." "Your luck is still ahead," Suning replied. "Thanks for the good words, Auntie. Do you like eating mushrooms, Ningning?" Suning said, "I do. But I like tasty food, and I'm not picky." Fong Yunshu's smile grew wider. "Then later, try the dumplings I made. Are they the kind you like?" That day, when Shin Qingning was taken away in front of Lu Ying's grave, a young man ran over to tell the squad leader that someone had come to the village. It was actually the person in charge of the Beipo forest area, here to inform the squad leader that everything was back to normal. The villagers could resume their normal work. The villagers were eagerly hoping for normal work to resume. When it finally did, they were again overwhelmed by the overall mushroom poisoning incident, which left them weak and exhausted, cutting their workforce in half. At first, for the first 2 days, the team leader didn't assign heavy work. Instead, he let everyone do some light tasks to help their bodies recover. Then, the villagers saw that the corn leaves in the main grain-producing area of Dawawan Brigade had turned yellow. Once they regained some strength, Everyone worked hard to transport the well-fermented fertilizer from the compost pits to the fields for fertilization. Wei Xiaochun, despite working intensely all day, still went to visit Su Laoda's house to see Suning. When Wei Xiaochun, tired and worried, stepped into Su Laoda's house, he drank a big bowl of millet porridge and then ate a bowl of wontons with wine. After a hearty meal, Suning sat under the eaves, holding a large fan, relaxing and fanning herself. Wei Xiaochun blinked twice, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and made sure he wasn't imagining things. He jumped up happily and ran to Suning. Suning, you're finally not silly anymore. When I visited you at noon, you still looked confused. When did you get better? Suning, how can you say that? Has this clever girl ever been silly? She pulled him to sit beside her. The big fan in her hand was still fanning, but the cool breeze blew toward Wei Xiaochun. I'm not silly. What are you talking about? I was just not fully awake. Now I've woken up, Wei Xiaochun chuckled. All right, whatever you say. Seeing you back to normal finally eased my worries. Fang Yunshu brought a bowl of water to Wei Xiaochun. Wei Jiqing saw you sweating so much. Drink some water to quench your thirst. Wei Xiaochun had been visiting Su Laoda's house several times a day. As a social butterfly, he and Fang Yunshu had become somewhat familiar.
Thank you, Auntie.
There's no need to be so polite with me. You and Ningning chat. I'll go prepare dinner. Stay and eat with us later. Wei Xiaochun shook his head, refusing. No, I've already cooked my share of the Jiqing meal. Thank you for your kindness. Next time, I'll prepare something special and invite you over to cooking. You can't say no then. Otherwise, it would be rude to me. Xiaochun Wei smiled and said, Sure.
Hee.
I'm not someone who easily makes friends. Suning recovered, and Fang Yunshu's smile never faded. Fang Yunshu chatted a few more words with Suning and Xiaochun Wei, then headed into the kitchen. It was getting dark, and people who went out should be returning soon. Old Mr. Su had been researching a special medicine for Suning's illness these days. Two of the ingredients were quite unique. He didn't hesitate to use his connections, and news about it spread quickly. This morning, old Mr. Su and the elderly couple from the Su family took a cart driven by Su Pingrui to the town. They stored the cart there and took a bus to the county seat. Under the eaves, Xiaochun Wei smiled and said, Now I understand. My grandma always says if you're not family, you don't enter the same door. Dr. Su is a good person with a kind heart. His family is easy to get along with and very helpful. You don't know, if it weren't for Dr. Su's family helping out and even spending their own money to buy a lot of medicine, the recovery process might have taken much longer. Suning, how do you feel now? Are you still uncomfortable after waking up? Suning smiled and said, Yes, I felt like my bones were about to turn to jelly when I woke up. He added, But after moving around a bit, I feel much better. It's good that you're okay. After the mushroom poisoning incident, I've developed a shadow over my dried mushrooms. Honestly, I've never experienced such severe vomiting and diarrhea before, almost to the point of pulling out my intestines. But I do have a small regret. I've never felt like I was floating and seeing Tainai. A few women told me it feels pretty good. Xiaochun Wei said this with a look of regret. Suning tapped Xiaochun Wei's forehead and said, Stop thinking dangerous ideas. Everyone's body is different. Even the same poison can cause different symptoms. But if you want to try that floating feeling, drinking 2 liang of wine might do the trick. Xiaochun Wei's eyes lit up. Maybe that's possible. This year, we just moved to the countryside. I checked, and we can't take leave to go home for the new year. Maybe we can do something fun then and try it out. As for alcohol, Suning had never touched it in his life. Out of curiosity, Suning nodded happily. No problem, I'll gladly accompany you. It's a deal. Suddenly, Wei Xiaochun leaned in and said to Suning, Let me tell you some good news. Another young comrade at our youth station has found someone. Actually, Suning wasn't very interested in these things, but seeing Wei Xiaochun so excited to share gossip, she played along and asked, Oh? Who is it? I didn't notice anything before. Wei Xiaochun thought to herself. You didn't see the love almost blinding everyone between Qi Xiao and her, let alone the more subtle feelings from others? It's Zheng Jiangwo, Zheng the young comrade. Suning was genuinely surprised. Zheng Jiangwo and Qi Xiao got along pretty well, and compared to other young men, she was somewhat familiar with him. "Who is he with?" Wei Xiaoqun whispered. "Manhwa from Aunt Zhang's family." Suning was a bit surprised and said, "If I remember correctly, Manhwa from Aunt Zhang's family got engaged just 2 months ago. Her fiancé is the second son of the village secretary of Yanglu village. How did it turn into Zheng Jiangwo's girl now?" Wei Xiaoqun whispered again. "I heard some rumors that the man Manhwa was supposed to marry from Yanglu village broke off the engagement after getting involved with a young comrade at our youth station. He then withdrew from Manhwa. In the mushroom poisoning incident, Zheng was shouting that there was a big koi fish in the water and almost jumped into the well. It was Lanhua who desperately held on to him, stopping a tragedy." Suning suddenly blurted out, "Did she save him and expect something in return?" Wei Xiaoqun choked on her saliva and said, "At first, everyone probably thought so. But I noticed the happiness in Zheng's eyes, and he seemed quite willing. Do you think Zheng Jiangwo might have liked Lanhua all along? Now he's just getting what he wanted." Suning supported her chin with her hand and said, "You don't know, so I don't know either. But Lanhua is a good person." "She's always about 10 centimeters tall," Wei Xiaoqun asked. "Big sister, do work points depend on character?" She then added, "I heard that after Zheng Jiangwo and Lanhua get engaged, the village will build a house for them to use as their future wedding home." Actually, what Wei Xiaoqun didn't say was that after Zheng Jiangwo and Lanhua started dating, several people at the youth station kept trying to persuade Zheng Jiangwo. After all, in everyone's mind, going to the countryside was only temporary. They believed that one day, they would return to the city. Like Suning and Qisiu, both were educated youths and from the same city, so they didn't think much about it. But Zheng Jiangwo's marriage to a girl from the village meant he was settling down here. If he wanted to go back to the city later, he would have to divorce or leave with his family. Most educated youths came from the city, and everyone knew what the living and working conditions there were like. Leaving with family was almost impossible. However, Zheng Jiangwo didn't listen to everyone's opinions and was getting along well with Lanhua. They talked so much that they lost track of time. Wei Xiaoqun suddenly looked up, slapped her thigh, and exclaimed, "Oh my! It's almost dark." Wei Xiaoqun quickly stood up and said, "I need to go back. If I don't, there won't be any food left." "Suning, are you going back to the youth village today?" she asked. Suning looked around the room, which was still quiet, and replied, "You go ahead and eat. I'll see how things go later." "All right, I'll go first," Wei Xiaoqun said, then hurried out. It was dark when they still hadn't returned, and Qisiu hadn't woken up. Fang Yunshu and Suning sat under the eaves, watching the yard illuminated by the faint moonlight. Fang Yunshu looked up at the nearly half moon in the sky and silently prayed that her little one would find happiness, be adopted by a good family, and have a safe, peaceful, and happy life. Suning thought to herself, the original owner's soul had a lucky system, so it should bring her good fortune. The capsules she destroyed in the intelligent zone were so powerful, so the functional zone the original owner carried should be even more impressive. If the original owner, like her, had a chance to reincarnate and had the system's help, combined with her intelligence and caution, no matter what new identity she had, she would probably live well. If the original owner was reincarnated and had the system's blessing, she could likely find a good family. Seeing Fang Yunshu beside her, who looked much more tired than when they first met, Suning made a decision. "Auntie, actually I haven't been foolish these days. I've just been awake in a different way." At first, Fang Yunshu was confused, then she quickly grabbed Suning's hand and said anxiously, "Ningning, are you leaving too? Can you stay?" Suning patted Fang Yunshu's hand with her other hand and said gently, "Auntie, don't get upset. Let me finish first. Do you believe in good luck like a lucky charm?" Fang Yunshu replied, "I know some people are naturally lucky, avoiding bad luck and turning it into good fortune. But I don't know if that's what you mean by lucky charm." Suning smiled and said, "It should be close enough. I only realized after this poisoning that both my original self and my current soul have been touched by this kind of luck. When she left, she took the strongest part of that luck with her. I was just thinking that with her good fortune, maybe she can live a new life with a different identity. Or perhaps she'll be reborn into a happy, worry-free family." Fang Yunshu unconsciously tightened her grip on Suning's hand and tremblingly asked, Is that really true? Suning nodded. After I woke up, I thought about it. Ever since I woke up in this body, everything, whether revenge or life afterward, has gone smoothly, and my luck has been good. She took the strongest part of that luck, so I believe her luck won't be bad. If she and I are both alive in this world with new identities, maybe there will be a time for us to reunite. Fang Yunshu cried bitterly. Then, after crying, she smiled with blessings on her face. Although I hope to reunite with her, I more wish that she can carry her good luck, forget the past, and find a good family. She's suffered so much in this life. It's better to forget all that. Suning was a bit surprised. Hearing Fang Yunshu's words, she felt much more at ease, and the sadness she had been unconsciously showing gradually faded. Fang Yunshu held Suning's hand gently and spoke softly about some funny things in life. The watch's hands ticked away, and before she knew it, the clock had struck 10. Oh dear, it's so late. Look at my memory, Ningning. You've just woken up, and I've kept you talking for so long. Are you feeling any discomfort now? Suning smiled and said, I've been lying down for so many days. My bones are a bit numb. Sitting up feels pretty good. No, I just recovered from a serious illness and need to rest properly. The room you usually sleep in is now occupied by Xiaoqi. How about sharing with me tonight? Fang Yunshu looked at Suning with hopeful eyes. Suning hesitated for a moment, sighed inwardly, and nodded. Fang Yunshu immediately smiled widely. I'll go tidy up the bed now. The mother and daughter, connected by blood, lay on the same bed. Suning didn't feel much. She could sleep anywhere. Fang Yunshu's mood was much more complicated. She quietly moved her right hand, tentatively resting her little finger on Suning's hand. Gradually, her whole hand was placed on Suning's. Suning wasn't really sleepy, but she clearly saw Fang Yunshu's dark circles. Suning turned over and pulled Fang Yunshu into her arms, gently patting her back in a calming rhythm. The sudden movement and the not-so-strong embrace, along with the gentle pats, were soothing. While Fang Yunshu was dazed, her heart felt a sharp ache. She remembered how she used to hold her son to sleep at night. When she was pregnant with Xiao Bao, ever since Uncle San checked her pulse and confirmed it was a girl, she would talk to her belly every day, imagining the happiness of holding a soft, delicate daughter. But fate was cruel. Her bond with Xiao Bao was shallow. She never experienced the joy of holding a soft, delicate daughter. Now, by a strange twist of fate, she was being held and soothed by a daughter. The comfortable and unique feeling of the embrace made Fang Yunshu's eyelids grow heavier and heavier. She closed her eyes, took a long breath, and instinctively rubbed her head against Suning. Her small hand kept gently patting, without stopping. Suning also felt a bit complicated inside. She wanted to tell them the truth, that they should live their own lives and be at peace. She never expected that in just a few days, so many things would happen. And now they were lying on the same bed. That night, Fang Yunshu slept very soundly and deeply. Since she lost Xiao Bao and her child, she hadn't had a good sleep in 18 years. The next day, Fang Yunshu, who usually couldn't sleep through the night and stayed awake until dawn, slept until 8 a.m. and showed no signs of waking. Suning kept her position, staring at the ceiling with her eyes open. Feeling the movement in the person's arms, Suning looked down and saw Fang Yunshu's sleepy, blurry eyes meet hers. Suning smiled and said, "Auntie, good morning." For 3 seconds, her mind went blank. Fang Yunshu suddenly snapped out of her daze, looked at her sleeping posture, and remembered what happened before sleep. She quickly released Suning from her embrace. "Ningning, don't move. Let me give you a hand massage first." Suning's half-body was numb from Fang Yunshu resting her hand on her all night, so she had no feeling at all. Right now, if someone cut her hand with a knife, she wouldn't feel it. She's never been someone who likes to suffer, but when she tried to pull her hand away, she heard Fang Yunshu talking in her sleep, so she didn't move anymore. Fang Yunshu not only massaged her hand, but also gave Suning a full-body massage. "How are you, Ningning? Feeling better?" Suning smiled and said, "Much better." A faint smile finally appeared on Fang Yunshu's face. Why are you so honest, kid? She hadn't enjoyed this feeling in over 10 years, waking up refreshed and clear-headed. It's easy to imagine how deeply she slept last night. Suning asked, Annie, did you sleep well? Yes, very well. I haven't slept so deeply in over 10 years. Ningning, thank you. Fong Yinshu looked at her watch and saw the hour hand had passed 8, almost 9. Her eyes widened slightly. She had actually slept until now. Ningning, stay in bed for a while. Auntie will make breakfast for you. Sleeping until you wake naturally really felt like a long-lost feeling. Fong Yinshu now felt full of energy, enough to run 5 kilometers with ease. Suning stretched a big yawn in bed, and then got up. She wondered if Elder Chi had woken up. After a quick wash-up, she hadn't even hung her face towel back when the door of Chi Sio's room suddenly swung open with a bang. His hair was messy like a chicken coop, and his beard was scruffy. Chi Sio rushed out immediately. His eyes, full of fear and panic, searched the yard for something, until his gaze landed on Suning. His figure, like a cheetah, shot toward her. Just as he reached her, tears started to fall first. Great. I'm not dreaming.
Ninger, you're really okay now.
While busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Fong Yinshu looked out the window. Then she smiled and shook her head. Her friend's son really knows how to cry. These days, she has truly seen that when a man cries, it's really not much different from a woman. Fong Yinshu is happy about Suning and Chi Sio's relationship. Although little Chi is often crying and seems gentle, she believes that children raised by the Chi family are trustworthy and strong, not as simple as they look. The children from these families might be a bit naive, but they are definitely not foolish. Everyone understands that success and failure are shared among family members. Especially now, during this special time, both adults and children must be very careful in their words and actions outside. Fong Yinshu also has her own secret thoughts. She thinks that if Suning doesn't agree to be her adopted daughter, then, since Suning would become her friend's daughter-in-law, she would have to call her Aunt Fong, right? And since they are all in Jingshi, it would be easier to meet. Unaware of Fong Yinshu's little plans, the two in the yard continued. Suning stepped forward and covered Chi Sio's face with a face towel she hadn't had time to hang out yet. Chi Sio wiped his face carelessly twice, then stared at Suning without blinking, afraid that if he blinked, she would disappear. Suning smiled mischievously and said, Old Six Chi, do you want to come over and see what you look like in the basin? Beauty has nothing to do with you right now. Before meeting Suning, Chi Sio actually disliked being called beautiful. But since meeting Suning, he didn't even realize that he was like a peacock showing off his beauty all the time in front of her. He even secretly used snow cream at night to take care of his handsome face, just to please Suning. Hearing Suning's words now, Chi Sio felt a little nervous, but he didn't see any dislike in her eyes, only a playful, mischievous smile. His lips pouted, his eyes moist, with 2 tears hanging on his long eyelashes, and he said sadly, Ninger, do you dislike me? Suning slightly curled her lips and said, Yes, I do dislike you a lot. Hurry up and go clean up. I can even smell the scent of your words. Chi Sio immediately covered his mouth with both hands. Suning's words hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving him dizzy.
Chi Sio.
It's over. My image is completely ruined. If Ninger gets scared or upset and gets close to him, what will happen? Chi Sio quickly rushed out of Old Sun's house, using all his strength. He hurried to the youth station to wash up and get water. At Fong Yinshu's house, she stood at the kitchen door, smiling and saying, You're really mischievous. Why did you scare him like that? Aren't you worried he might fall? Suning stretched lazily and said, If I didn't scare him like that, he would probably cry all morning, but maybe not exactly scare him. He really smelled bad. She still liked seeing old Chi clean, fresh, bright, and smelling of soap. Fong Yinshu smiled and asked, How long did you sleep? Lil Chi took care of you all that time. At first he was exhausted. After he regained consciousness, he stayed by the bed, weak but determined. We tried to make him rest, but he wouldn't leave. After a few days, Uncle Sen couldn't stand it anymore and gave him an injection to make him faint, forcing him to rest for a while. But in less than an hour, he woke up again and kept watching over you, staring without blinking. His clothes haven't been changed for days. In this hot weather, no smell would be strange. This was one reason Fong Yunshu believed Chi Seo was not simple. If he wasn't very determined, he wouldn't wake up so quickly after being knocked out. Suning then realized that when she woke up, she felt fresh and clean. In someone else's house, old Chi wouldn't cross boundaries. So, it could only mean, these past few days, Annie has really worked hard. How should she repay this kindness? If she asked to return to the youth station now, would that seem like breaking her promise? Foolish child, why say such things? As long as you're well, I'm happy, Qing Yunshu said with a mix of laughter and tears. Let's not talk about my connection with Ningning. Just based on my friendship with your mother, you are considered my nephew. No matter how you look at it, we're family, so lending a hand is only right. I'll take the things back later, and if you keep doing this, I'll get upset. Annie Fong, be good. Ningning has just recovered from a serious illness and needs to regain strength. Come on, let's eat dinner. During their conversation, Su Ning didn't interrupt. She already thought of a way to repay the kindness she owed. Old Mr. Su, Mr. and Mrs. Su Hongzhong, and Su Pingrui only returned in the afternoon. Seeing Su Ning's healthy, lively face, they all looked relieved and happy. Su Ning and Chi Seo had dinner at Dr. Su's house, then asked to go back to the Jiqing camp. Chi Seo brought back gifts, but neither of them took them home. Fong Yunshu tried to persuade them, but they refused, finally making her stomp her feet in frustration. Su Pingrui was genuinely grateful to see his mother looking more lively and not as lifeless as before. Although Shinzi might not be his real sister, they are still family by blood. Su Ning was happiest to return to the Jiqing camp. She recovered and moved back there. Wei Xiaochun was so happy she jumped around her a few times. Great. Su Ning, you're finally back. Not seeing you for a day feels like 3 years. You've been gone 6 days without sleeping here. Count how many autumns that is. Su Ning twitched her mouth. Not seeing you for a day is not like 3 years. How many times have I seen you in a day? Do you still say you haven't seen me? If I haven't lost my memory, we just saw each other last night, right? Wei Xiaochun said confidently. Tiske? You must have lost your memory. Song Jejia, folding clothes, said, I don't know if Su Ning has lost her memory, but Wei Xiaochun, your nerve is getting thicker. Wei Xiaochun snorted. Humph. What's wrong with having a thick skin? A thick skin means you're well-fed. That's a blessing. Do you want some too? Song Jejia replied. Ha. Keep that blessing for yourself. Su Ning looked back and forth between Wei Xiaochun and Song Jejia. Wei Xiaochun no longer looked scared, and although Song Jejia's words sounded unkind, her smiling lips showed she was in a good mood. Su Ning felt confused and unsure about what was happening. What has happened these days? Was Xiao Chun not timid in front of Song Jejia before? Now she dares to argue. That's a big change. Su Ning saw that Shun Qingning's bed was already cleared. Did Shun Qingning come back? Song Jejia's coldness flashed briefly in her eyes. Then she said sarcastically, You're so kind-hearted. Even the person who tried to frame you still cares about you. Su Ning rolled her eyes. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have the ability to compete with a kind-hearted person. But you're right about one thing. I do care. I haven't avenged this grudge yet. Song Jejia said, It seems you won't have a chance to do that for now. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Any news about her? I know a little. Before she turned 30, she had no freedom. Su Ning just responded with an "oh," not sure if she was satisfied with the answer. Song Jejia then said sarcastically, when Shun Qingning first went to the countryside, she was quite normal. She looked good, had money and a good family background. But unfortunately, she fell in love and lost her mind over it. Completely crazy for love. It shows how much love can ruin a person's mind, erase reason, and destroy conscience. It makes people obsessed, wild, and crazy. I wonder if some people who fall into traps see the warning signs right in front of them? Wei Xiaochun raised his hand and said, Su Ning is in a mutual, loving relationship, but Shun Qingning is blindly infatuated and will do anything for love. These two situations are very different, so the outcomes will be very different too. Song Jiejie rolled her eyes. Are you sure you understand what mutual love and affection mean? It's obvious one is sincere, and the other is just scheming. Wei Xiaoqun snorted. Sometimes. Fools are lucky. Song Jiejie suddenly laughed and said, haha. Suning, Wei Xiaoqun says you're foolish. Wei Xiaoqun argued. That's not true. That's actually a compliment and compliment. Fools are lucky because they don't worry about troubles and are blessed. Song Jiejie still smiled and said, so that means being foolish and carefree? Wei Xiaoqun stomped her foot in anger and then turned to throw herself into Suning's arms. Suning, Song Jiejie is bullying me. Song Jiejie snorted, rolled her eyes, and covered herself with the blanket on the bed, ignoring everything to avoid trouble. Suning patted Wei Xiaoqun's back and said, it's okay. Go to sleep early. You can get back at her in your dreams. Wei Xiaoqun. After they each returned to their own beds, Suning couldn't sleep. Suddenly, she remembered that Wei Xiaoqun and Song Jiejie had eaten quite a few mushrooms. She almost fainted, so what symptoms might they have? After eating the mushrooms, what are your symptoms? Song Jiejie stiffened, and Wei Xiaoqun suddenly burst out laughing. Wei Xiaoqun sat up and said, I know this, Before she finished speaking, Song Jiejie pounced on her and pushed her back onto the bed. Song Jiejie covered Wei Xiaoqun's mouth and angrily threatened, don't say anything. Seeing Song Jiejie like this, Suning became very curious. She quickly pulled back the blanket and also pounced, pushing Song Jiejie to the other side of the bed. Xiaoqun, tell me. Song Jiejie realized what was happening and said, don't say anything. Then, Song Jiejie and Suning started a playful fight on the big shared bed, hitting and wrestling happily. Of course, Suning held back her strength. She used martial arts moves from her past life to spar with Song Jiejie's ancient martial arts. Wei Xiaoqun was stunned, but from her darting eyes, it was clear she was getting more excited. Wei Xiaoqun curled up in the corner, unconsciously clenched her fists, and excitedly waved her arms left and right. Then she saw that her quilt was flying out. Hey, hey, hey! Two heroines, stop fighting and don't wreck the place. Oh no, my pillow. Be careful. Don't step on my lunchbox. Half an hour later, Suning figured out all of Song Jiejie's fighting moves. In Wei Xiaoqun's excited yet pained eyes, they finished their first match. With Suning easing up and letting go, the fight ended in a draw, neither winning nor losing. Their beds were already a big mess. Wei Xiaoqun, panting heavily, said, are you two just playing around? Was it fun? Suning, it's okay. Song Jiejie, not very comfortable but kind of satisfying. Wei Xiaoqun rolled his eyes in frustration. Please, ladies, put down your weapons, be kind, and help tidy up the bed. Use the embroidery needle to sew up the torn fabric. Then, the two women, who had just been arguing fiercely, were now being directed by Wei Xiaoqun, who stood with his hands on his hips and pointed around, making them spin in circles. A few minutes later, under the dim light of an oil lamp, the two women, full of grudge, carefully sewed the quilt with strange movements. The whole room was filled with sighs and groans.
Ow. Ouch.
I got pricked again. Suning's mischievous laughter hadn't even lasted a second before she exclaimed, ha, ouch, ha ha ha, ouch. Wei Xiaoqun watched as the two women laughed and teased each other, his mouth twitching from muscle memory. They had been sewing that tier for 10 minutes, but it still wasn't finished. The thread kept breaking many times, and the embroidery needle was almost turned into a fishhook by these two careless women. Seeing only one embroidery needle left, Wei Xiaoqun pushed the women aside. Go away, stop wasting my embroidery needles. Suning and Wei Xiaoqun, after fighting for half an hour, still hadn't sewn the tear. Wei Xiaoqun skillfully and quickly finished sewing it in less than 2 minutes, and the stitches were very tight and neat. He wanted to show off his sewing skills, but when he looked back, he saw that the two women had fallen asleep. Wei Xiaoqun was so angry. He angrily covered them with blankets, gritting his teeth, and then crawled into his own bed. She threw her accounting book into the space, carried a basket on her back, and took a chopping knife into the forest. Her goal was the deep mountains. She wanted to find a suitable gift. Day after day, Suning searched in the mountains for 5 days before finding a good gift. It must be said, animals in the mountains are quite clever. From afar, Suning saw a fat wild boar snorting and pushing soil with its nose. After several days of not finding anything, she was in a bad mood and took her frustration out on the boar. She threw a heavy stone, about 10 pounds, at its head. The boar didn't even have a chance to scream before it fell over. Since she had already killed it, she decided not to waste it and put the boar into her space. She casually looked at the area where the boar had been rooting and then widened her eyes in surprise. Ha ha ha. So this is what they call no trouble finding what you need. It came so easily. Suning put down her basket, took a small, and squatted down to dig. Dr. Su said that the roots must be intact, otherwise the medicinal properties will be lost. Since she was good at physical work but not delicate tasks, Suning dug a hole 3 meters deep with a radius of half a meter, aiming for the main part of the ginseng. She pulled out a large, intact clump of mud, which was full of vines wrapped around each other, ensuring nothing would fall apart. She carried it directly to Dr. Su's house. Everyone in the Su family was stunned. Suning said, "Dr. Su, this big leaf is quite old, and there are many red fruits too. It should be quite mature, right?" Suning truly didn't understand. She only learned to recognize ginseng leaves from Dr. Su. But how to tell the age or quality? She had no idea. Dr. Su, as an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor, treasured his herbs very much. Especially these aged ones, which even money couldn't buy. This isn't just a little aged, it's probably older than both of us combined. But you, little girl, are in good health, yet you can't sit still and keep going into the mountains, Suning said. You all took good care of me before, and I appreciate that. I feel uneasy not showing my gratitude.
But
I have what I need now, and you all are not lacking. It was just luck that I found it after only a few days.
Hee hee.
Dr. Su, didn't you say that for ginseng, the roots must be complete to keep the medicinal properties as much as possible? I can't do this job. To avoid wasting resources, I even dug up the soil myself. And you have to dig it yourself. This big clump of soil must weigh several 100 pounds, right? Fang Yunshu's eyes kept on Suning, watching to see if she felt uncomfortable. Before, Su Hongzhang and his wife only knew that Suning was strong, but they had no idea how strong. When they saw Suning carry such a big clump of soil easily and come inside, even experienced and knowledgeable him almost dropped his teacup. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, Dr. Su, Andy, I have to go now. The workday is ending soon, and I need to record my work points. After saying this, Suning smiled and turned to leave the Su family yard. Old Mr. Su shook his head and smiled. I've lived most of my life, but this is the first time I've seen someone dig up ginseng like that. Hearing Suning's title, although it wasn't the first time, every time it still made them feel a bit regretful. Old Mr. Su said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, niece-in-law, don't just stand there. Come help. Digging ginseng is really a delicate task. You can't use tools on roots with dense fibers. You have to use a small brush and clean them carefully, bit by bit." Old Mr. Su, with the help of 3 people, spent a whole day just to separate the entire clump of soil and carefully peel out 3 ginseng roots, 1 large and 2 small. He looked at the 3 ginseng roots lying quietly there, saliva almost dripping out. I've dealt with medicinal herbs all my life and I've handled many ginsengs. But roots this old, with such good appearance and complete roots, I've never seen before. This big one is over 100 years old. It's truly a century-old ginseng.
Ha!
I dug it out piece by piece myself. Su Hongzhang said leisurely, "Yes. You're the first person I've seen in my life who dug out a 100-year-old ginseng at home. What's there to brag about?" If Suning hadn't carried it back, would he have been able to dig it out? Old Mr. Su thought, can't he enjoy his pride a little longer? Why does he have to pour cold water on him so quickly? Fang Yunshu poured a glass of water for the 3 people, whose combined ages total over 200 years. Dad, Mom, 3rd uncle, have some water first. She looked at the 2 smaller ginseng roots and asked, Third uncle, how many years old are these two smaller roots? Dr. Su took a sip of water, put down his cup, and said with interest, this root is 80 years old and the small one here is 50 years old. I must say, Su Ning's luck is really good. I've been coming here for about 7 or 8 years, wandering in the mountains. I haven't even found a 10-year-old ginseng, let alone a 50-year-old one. Su Hongzhong said again, it's not that girl's luck, but that she has courage and dares to explore. Where you went, any greenish edible plants were picked clean by the villagers. If she found ginseng, there would be plenty of it on the hillside. Old Su looked at his elder brother. Why do I hear a hint of pride in your tone when you talk about this? Su Hongzhong, with his hands behind his back and chest out, said proudly, don't doubt it. You heard me right. But you missed something. I am proud and boastful at the same time. Old Su, have you forgotten that we are cousins? Why are you showing off in front of me? Third uncle, what do you plan to do with these ginseng roots? Old Su replied, I'll process them first. Didn't Su Ning say thank you to us? Then I'll keep the small one. As for the other two, once she agrees, I'll turn them into medicine. Including these 2 roots will greatly shorten her treatment cycle. Everyone in the courtyard agreed with this plan. To Su Doctor's surprise, that very afternoon, Su Ning brought him a big pile of mud again. Hee. Dr. Su, I need your help to dig again. Old Su's face twitched and he said irritably, did you go poke the ginseng nest? Hee. Just got lucky. Then the Su family members repeated their previous work. The elderly man, who was not very agile, carefully and diligently brushed the soil off the roots all day long. This time, they uncovered 2 roots nearly 90 years old. Su girl, you can't use so much ginseng in your medicine. After I process it, I'll store it carefully, Su Ning said. Dr. Su, the 3 roots I dug out earlier are my thank you gift and payment for the medicine. That's already your property. How you handle it is up to you. As for these last 2 roots, please help me make them into pills. Dr. Su was about to refuse, but Su Ning said, we agreed before. You take the fee, and I will continue to ask for your help to improve my health. There are also the old gentleman, the old lady, and the aunt. We are all part of the same family. You didn't pay much attention to me before, so I want to show my gratitude now, right? It's about giving and receiving and getting along well. Su Ning said this, and the Su family agreed to accept the 3 ginseng roots. Actually, the Su family thought the ginseng was valuable, but Su Ning didn't feel that way. Because, as old Su said, she had dug into a ginseng nest. There were still about 10 large mud balls in the space. They could still be dug out quite a few more. Time passed quickly, about a month, during which Su Ning and the Su family got along well. The Su family wanted to get closer, but Su Ning kept her true feelings. She only did her own thing and didn't replace the original owner. Whenever the Su family showed her care, she would also return it. After a month, it felt like they had become relatives. Fang Yinshu had work to do, and staying here for more than a month was her limit. She had to leave. On the other hand, Su Hongzong and his wife, away from the busy city and the power center, lived in the countryside for over a month. Both their mental and physical health improved a lot. So, the old couple decided to stay in the countryside and asked Su Pingrui to take leave and send Fang Yinshu back to Beijing. Su Ning stood at the village entrance, waving goodbye to Fang Yinshu. Fang Yinshu left with tears in her eyes, reluctant to part. She also took with her that 100-year-old ginseng. Most of the men in the Su family, except Su Pingrui and the older Su Hongzhong, had important responsibilities. Especially the 3 brothers, Su Pings, who faced dangerous missions every time. Although ginseng isn't a cure-all, it can help keep someone alive in critical moments and buy some time for rescue. Right now, the main farm work in the village was digging up potatoes. Chi Seo was assigned to pick and sort potatoes. His work didn't earn many points, but it was easy. He picked out the good-looking ones to store and send as public grain. He also picked out the damaged ones to prevent them from rotting in the potato pile. Su Ning, however, loved digging for medicinal herbs. Dr. Su was making a powder with antibacterial, hemostatic, and pain-relieving properties. It was said that his 3 nephews' troops had a high demand for it. Some medicinal herbs require very strict growing conditions. They are found in deep mountains and forests or on steep cliffs, making them hard to pick. Besides doing my own work, I spend my time either identifying herbs from pictures or digging for them. The medicines sent by Dr. Su have saved many comrades fighting on the front lines. I feel very motivated when I dig herbs. One day, after I delivered a basket of herbs to Dr. Su, the team leader stopped me. "Su girl, wait a moment. I have a letter for you." I thought it was from Fong Yunshu since I had already received 2 letters from her before. Seeing that the team leader was in a good mood, I asked, "You look so happy. It must be good news. Let me guess. Could it be that Little Peanut has a brother or a sister now?" Little Peanut is the team leader's youngest daughter, who is just over a year old. The team leader blushed and said, "Go away, no need to be so nosy. His wife has lost her monthly period this year, and at his age, if he could have another child for Little Peanut, that would be really strange." He chuckled. "Haha. I can see you're so happy your mouth is almost up to your ears. It must be great news." In life, the 3 biggest joys are passing exams, a wedding, and having children later in life, whether boys or girls. The team leader wanted to gently tap Su Ning's head to stop her from thinking silly things. He smiled and said, "Our village and 4 nearby villages are applying to build a primary school. We've been applying for 2 or 3 years, and this year it finally got approved. The school will be built in our Dawawan team, and children from the surrounding 4 villages will come here to study. This is a big, happy event for our village. Once the school is built, children won't have to walk over an hour to Xinghua village for school. Children from nearby villages will also find it easier to attend school here compared to before." Su Ning smiled and said, "That's really good news. The children will have an easier time, and parents can rest assured." Exactly. Going to Xinghua village for school takes over an hour, with mountain climbing and crossing rivers. Young children and worried parents don't want them to go. As children grow older and start earning work points for the family, many parents no longer want to send them to school, although many people in our village look proper and decent. In fact, none of them can read or write. I feel worried about this. These young people are the fresh blood of our country. How can they not know how to read or write? If they go out into the world like this, they might lose face. How can they contribute? Now that the school is right at our doorstep, I wonder which families still won't let their children go to school." The team leader said again, "Su girl, once the school is built, are you interested in becoming a teacher?" Su Ning pointed at herself and asked, "Me? A teacher? Yes. Are you interested?" Su Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What would I teach?" "How to fight." This made the team leader laugh too. Then he said with a tone of disappointment, "You ungrateful girl. Do you know once this news spreads? Not to mention other things, among the young people at the Knowledge Youth Point, competition for the teaching position will be very fierce. You at least graduated from high school. How come you can't teach elementary school? I heard that besides the work point subsidy, the teachers at Xinghua Village Elementary School also get 5 yuan a month from the government. Are you really not interested?" Su Ning shook her head. "Thank you for the kind offer, but I'd be disappointing your good intentions. Although I graduated from high school, I really don't think I'm suitable to be a teacher. There's a saying, a teapot boiling glutinous rice balls has talent, but it can't pour them out. I don't want to mislead the children. Otherwise, the students in my class would be jumping around all day. And then the team leader would have a headache again." The team leader shook his head and laughed. "I really hope you can pass on your skills. If a child could inherit your abilities, that would be their blessing. But that's impossible. The commune leaders wouldn't agree to open such a course in the school." Su Ning proudly said, "We have special talents, but we can't teach them. However, there are several comrades at our Knowledge Youth Point who are quite good in character and knowledge. They have a good teaching style. Since the school hasn't been built yet, there's still time to observe. The team leader might want to keep an eye on 2 candidates. After all, elementary school teachers are also the first teachers for children. From that perspective, it's very important." In Su Ning's view, Fu Guodong is naturally suited to be a teacher. His teamwork, leadership, and persuasive skills are all excellent. The team leader nodded. He actually liked Su Ning's character the most. This child is careful with details, cheerful, full of energy, and has a strong sense of justice. The team leader had a feeling that if Suning became a teacher, her students wouldn't be dull and overly serious. Instead, their natural talents would be fully guided and developed. It's a pity that this girl doesn't have that ambition. Okay, I will pay more attention to her. You can go ahead and do your work. All right, I'll go now. Be careful, team leader. Don't get too excited. After saying this, Suning ran off happily. The team leader watched her cheerful back and shook his head with a helpless smile. The team leader learned indirectly from the local officials that the application to build a school would be approved this year, during this busy time. Most of the credit went to the medicines sent by Old Suning. Old Suning's medicine, especially some key ingredients, was prepared by Suning herself. She worked hard, risking danger, and went alone to gather the herbs. Even Suning didn't know that her name was not only registered in the commune but also in the military units, using Old Suning's medicine. The team leader looked at Suning's departing figure again before turning to leave. This girl was truly a lucky star for the Dawawan team. As for Suning, she wasn't in a hurry to open the letter. She finished her chores first, then relaxed and remembered she hadn't read one letter yet. In the small kitchen, Chiseo was busy preparing dinner. Suning threw a piece of firewood into the clay stove. She took the letter out of her pocket. When she received it from the team leader, she glanced at the envelope. That's why she wasn't interested in reading it at first. But now, with nothing else to do, she decided to open it. She tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. Whenever she was with Suning, no matter what she was busy with, Chiseo always paid half her attention to her. She immediately noticed the surprise in Suning's eyes. "Ninger, what's wrong? Who's the letter from?" Suning folded the letter back into the envelope and replied, "It's from Wu Zhonghua, the deputy director of the county steel factory. Suzanbang had an accident at the factory and might not make it. My only family member here, shouldn't I go?" While talking, Suning was thinking about whether there would be compensation since the accident happened at the factory. Su Jinbang's job might also be worth a few hundred yuan. Suning stood up and said, "Chi Lalu, you cook the rice first. Make the fish I caught earlier. The sweet and sour fish you made last time was very good. Also, stew the wild chicken. This time, don't add mushrooms. I want to eat chestnut stewed chicken. I'm going to ask the team leader for leave and go to the county town tomorrow." Chiseo saw that Suning was in a good mood and smiled, saying, "Understood, my dear." Suning glared at him and left the kitchen quickly. When someone asks for leave, the team leader usually wants to know the reason and decide whether to approve it. But if Suning asks for leave, she doesn't need to be there in person. She can just ask someone to tell the team leader. Yes, she is quite particular about this. "Team leader, my dad had an accident at the steel factory. I want to take leave tomorrow to visit him." The team leader didn't know that Suning and her father didn't get along well. He asked worriedly, "An accident? Is it serious? You're just a young girl. Can you handle it alone? Maybe take Chiseo with you." "No, that's not possible. You two are too young. I'll talk to the village secretary tomorrow and ask him to watch over the team. The two of us will go and see what's going on." Suning quickly refused. The details aren't clear in the letter, but it probably isn't a big problem. "Team leader, you're in charge of such a large team, and you just finalized the school construction. Whether it's maintaining the team's normal work or preparing for the school, you're busy enough. I'll go with Chiseo to check the situation first. If anyone bullies us because we're young, then we'll ask the team leader to come with us and support us." The team leader thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, you two can take the ox cart tomorrow. I'll write you a letter of introduction." Suning said, "Chiseo and I are both easygoing. We wouldn't want to let our village's little treasures run around everywhere. I'll ride my bike with Chiseo to the town, then catch a bus from there. If you have a plan, that's good. Just let me know if you need anything." "Thank you, team leader." With the letter of introduction, Suning headed back to the youth commune, walking leisurely. She and Chiseo then prepared a hearty dinner together. They celebrated a little with a special drink made from soaked malt milk powder. In the small kitchen at the Knowledge Youth Station, delicious smells often wafted out now and then, making everyone there feel used to it. It's a bit sad that they can smell the food but can't eat it, but it's still better than not smelling anything at all, right? After eating and drinking enough, Suning went back to her dormitory to rest. She asked, I'm going to the county town tomorrow. Do you want me to bring anything? Song Jeje didn't ask why Suning was going to the county town. Instead, she said, help me bring 2 bars of soap and a bottle of shampoo. As she spoke, she looked for money and tickets. Wei Xiaochun didn't ask much either. He said, are you going to drive cattle out? Suning shook her head. No, I'll ride my bike. Are you sending something home? Wei Xiaochun nodded. Yes, I want to, but since you're not taking the cattle cart, forget it. Once things settle down, I'll find a chance to help you then. All right, tomorrow I'll bring Chi Seo along. If I don't take him, I can help you carry things. Next time, I'll help you again. The next morning, Chi Seo had a bowl of noodles with chicken soup from last night, topped with bok choy, green onions, and 2 eggs. From the sound of Su Ning slurping her noodles and how quickly she used her chopsticks, it was clear she liked it. In contrast, Chi Seo ate slowly, chewing each bite of noodles for a long time before swallowing. His graceful movements and overall demeanor made him quite eye-catching. Su Ning finished her portion quickly. When she put down her bowl, she saw that Chi Seo had only taken a few bites. She smiled and said, your eating speed is so slow. Luckily, you cook for yourself. If you were eating from a big pot, you wouldn't even get a share of the soup. Your slow pace really matches your laid-back personality. According to Aunt Zhang, it's like eating something so hot it can't be cooled down. Chi Seo spat out a mouthful of noodles, but luckily he was quick. He tilted his head and spat it on the ground. Otherwise, his bowl would have been ruined after only a third of the noodles. It also made him cough, quite a bit. After coughing and catching his breath, he said with a mix of laughter and frustration, Ninger, you almost choked me to death. No one will cook for you now. Suning snorted. No big deal. I'll find someone who can cook. It's not a big problem at all. Chi Seo's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said through clenched jaws, even if I become a troublemaker, I want to leave a legacy. I won't look for another partner. Don't even think about it. Suning let out a small sound and picked up chopsticks to take 2 eggs from Chi Seo's bowl, then moved them into her own bowl. She ate 1 egg after another, finishing both quickly. Suning clapped her hands and stood up. I'll wash the pot first. You eat quickly. When the sun comes out later, don't complain about the heat. Chi Seo still sped up, but even so, his movements remained smooth and pleasing to watch. Suning slung her cloth bag over her shoulder and handed Chi Seo a straw hat.
Take this.
You'll get sunburned and look ugly. Chi Seo unconsciously touched his face. Seeing that Suning didn't use any protection all day, going out in the wind and under the sun, his skin was not rough or dark. Instead, it became whiter and more delicate. When Suning first arrived, she wasn't very pretty. Her skin was pale and dull, her hair was dry, her eye socket sunken, and she was very thin, with clothes hanging loosely on her. But now, thanks to her special abilities, herbal remedies, and medicinal pills, the once skinny girl looked like a flower bud full of nutrients, ready to bloom. Ninger, do you want to wear one too? No, it blocks my view. Suning was a good cyclist. Even on the winding village paths, she rode steadily, with Chi Seo on the back. Chi Seo had installed 2 pedals on the bike and tied a cushion to the back seat. Now, the cushion under him was soft, and he had a place to rest his feet. Are you tired, Ninger? Want me to take over? You can rest. No, you can't. We won't make it to town by noon. After another minute, Chi Seo suddenly asked, Ninger, what's your real name? Suddenly, memories from Suning's past flooded her mind. In her previous life, technology babies were raised in batches with specific time cycles. Even with advanced technology, human genes had mutated under harsh conditions. Natural pregnancy was almost impossible. To continue humanity, they used genetic engineering to grow technology babies. But because of gene mutations, the success rate was low. After successful cultivation, less than half of the babies could grow up healthy due to genetic influences. So, technology babies didn't have real names, only codes. When they grew up, most chose their own names based on their preferences. Suning was herself a flawed technology baby. Before adulthood, she was raised in a base, and after turning 20, she was considered useless by many. Even though she worked very hard, her earnings were only enough to buy the cheapest nutritional liquid, barely enough to survive. Day after day, she risked her life in harsh conditions just to get by. At any moment, she might go out and never return. Living each day was all she could do, and she had no time to think about giving herself a name. Moreover, even if she had a name, no one would call her by it. Suning's silence made Chi Seo feel very scared. Ninger, I'm sorry, Suning interrupted him. Why do you keep saying sorry? Chi Seo regretfully said, It was just my curiosity. I was worried I might have hurt you. Su Ning, riding her bike, said, That's not really the case. I didn't have a name in my past life, only a number, 39491. No name, only a number. Chi Seo's first thought was that her Ningning must have been part of an organization. Su Ning asked, Why did you suddenly think of asking that today? It had been a long time since she revealed to Fong Yunshu and him that she was not the original owner. He hadn't asked before, so why ask now? Chi Seo said, It's not that I didn't want to ask, I just never had the chance. He reached out and hugged Su Ning's waist, resting his head on her shoulder, and said, Ninger, I'm scared. Su Ning turned her head to look at him. TSK. If you're afraid of me, then why are you holding me? Chi Seo quickly replied, It's not that I'm afraid of your background, but I'm afraid you might leave quietly one day, and I wouldn't be able to find you. Ninger, since I found out that this Su Ning is not the same as the original, I've been scared all the time. I'm afraid that when I don't know, you might be replaced and the girl I like might leave silently. After you got mushroom poisoning and I saw your eyes open, with no light or focus, I felt a peak of panic and fear. I was so scared you might leave and never come back, and I wouldn't be able to find you again. I really want to know about your past, and I want to be sure you won't leave. But I'm afraid to ask or say anything. Su Ning smiled slightly and said, If I had a choice, I definitely wouldn't leave. But I don't understand why I came into this world, and I'm afraid I don't have control over whether I stay or go. Chi Seo-hwan's hand on Su Ning's waist instinctively tightened. Su Ning said, The place I used to live had no blue sky or white clouds, no green trees or shady woods, and no clear, clean streams. There were no edible plants or cute little animals. There was no sunrise or sunset, no change of day and night. The sky was always covered with thick, suffocating fog and foul smells, making it hard to breathe. Humans no longer rule the land. Animals and plants have become fierce and dangerous. People struggle to survive in narrow spaces, developing many technologies to fight their enemies. These include humans like me, without names, only numbers. But even with all our efforts, human strength is too small. Our living space is shrinking, and conditions are getting worse. Sometimes, we risk our lives just for the lowest level of food. In such a harsh environment, there's no real friendship. Teammates who fought side by side one moment might betray you the next. If it weren't for missions, we could go months or even years without speaking a word. I don't know why I came here, but the first time I saw this world with my own eyes, I liked it. The mountains are green, the spring water is sweet, and the environment feels safe. There's the heat of the sun, the coolness of the moonlight, and the gentle breeze. There's food and drink, human warmth, and the simple joys of life. As Su Ning kept talking, Chi Seo-hwan had already collapsed onto her shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Just listening to her, he felt that life wasn't worth living. Moreover, Ninger had only spoken lightly. She hadn't even mentioned the brutal, bloody details. No wonder Ninger was emotionally distant. Living in such a harsh environment, with no one to trust, one might go months or years without a single word, and everyone around could be an enemy. Perhaps, in that world, emotions are the deadliest weakness. To survive, love might have been completely eliminated. Noticing the wetness on her shoulder, Su Ning turned her head to look at someone with eyes as red as a rabbit's. Isn't this what you wanted to hear? Did I scare you to tears? Kizzy sniffed and said, Ninga, I swear on my life that I will always treat you well, and only better and better as time goes on. If I ever break my promise, you can find a quiet place and give me a good punch to make me pay for it. The other world was so unpleasant, but here everything is beautiful, and you have me, someone nice to look at and good at cooking, to keep you company. Let's work hard together and stay here for a long, long time, alright? Suning said, I've already tried my best. Even the half-broken system was completely ruined by me. We'll grow old together. Suning didn't quite catch the deeper meaning of Kizzyu's words. She only thought firmly that she would never leave. Thinking of the things stored in her space, Suning was troubled about how to recreate them. Chilalu, can you draw blueprints based on real objects? Kizyu replied, I need to fully understand the object's functions, structure, and design before I can draw it. When we come back from the county, I'll show you something. I'll teach you how to use it. Once you learn, you can draw it. Alright, I'll do my best. Suning and Kizyu left their bicycles in town, took a bus to the county, and then made their way to the steel factory. After explaining their purpose, they were guided by the gatekeeper to meet Wu Zhonghua, the deputy director who had sent Suning a letter. Hello, comrade. May I ask how my father is doing? Wu Zhonghua hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, Comrade Suning. Our equipment suddenly malfunctioned, and it was Comrade Su Zhenbong who stepped in and minimized the damage and injuries. But Comrade Su Zhenbong has left us forever. Suning couldn't bring herself to show sadness, so she simply lowered her head. Kizyu asked, Deputy Director Wu, when did the accident happen? Then he continued, Comrade Su Zhenbong sacrificed himself for the factory. Since the accident happened 5 days ago, and you knew where his only child was working in the countryside, why didn't anyone from the steel factory come to inform his family? I seriously suspect there might be something hidden behind this incident. Deputy Director Wu said, Comrades, I understand how you feel. However, our steel factory has always had strict rules, and there has never been an incident involving risking lives for any reason. Comrade Su Zhenbong worked at our factory for a short time, so we didn't know much about his family. After the accident, our colleagues immediately went to notify his family. However, we didn't realize that Su Zhenbong's mother was having mental health issues. When our colleagues arrived, the door to Su Zhenbong's house was wide open. From neighbors, we learned that the elderly woman had mental problems. We quickly called the police and sent many people to search, but so far, we haven't found anything. We also contacted Su Zhenbong's previous employer. After investigation, we found out that he had only one daughter who was working in a rural area of the county. This caused some delay, and it was only 5 days after his father's death that Suning learned about the incident. If the two comrades don't believe what I say, you can also go to the police station to find out the facts. After the accident, police officers also arrived at the scene. Suning didn't feel any sadness. He believed Su Zhenbong's life was coming to an end anyway. At the end of his life, he was able to do some good deeds, which might bring him blessings in the future. Chi Seo said, We naturally trust Deputy Factory Director Wu's character, but even if we want to give the deceased an explanation, we will also check with the police. May I ask where Su Zhenbong's body is? I never saw him alive, but after he passed away, my partner wanted to see him. Chi Seo faintly suspected that Su Ning might have given Su Zhenbong some kind of medicine. He wondered how long the medicine would last, and if it might leave any clues. Deputy Factory Director Wu took a deep breath, showing a pained expression, and said, Comrade Su Zhenbong fell into the furnace while trying to repair the equipment and was completely burned. What Wu didn't say was that the equipment malfunction was caused by Su Zhenbong's distracted state and improper operation. Only he knew about this, and Su Zhenbong had managed to save the factory from serious damage before he tragically died. Wu didn't report this incident, leaving the compensation to Su Zhenbong's mentally ill mother and young daughter. Of course, Wu also had his own reasons. If he reported it, he might also be implicated because he was responsible for supervision. Suning kept thinking about these words. When death is gone, resentment disappears. Debts in this life are paid off. Let's be good people in the next life. Chi Seo and Suning went to the police station. The results they learned were similar to what Deputy Director Wu had told them. Suning asked about her mother-in-law's situation again. The police officers expressed their regret, saying they had no news so far. They had completed the necessary procedures. Su Ning and Chi Seo then went to the steel factory to handle the compensation process. The steel factory paid compensation based on Su Jinbong's contributions. As Su Jinbong's family members, Su Ning had no complaints. The process went smoothly. Su Ning received 2,000 yuan in compensation and a job opportunity at the steel factory. After settling the steel factory matter, Su Ning and Chi Seo went to the small courtyard where Su Jinbong had lived before. The landlord, with a gloomy face, opened the gate and said with resentment, "My house was fine, but after this happened, who would dare to live here anymore? I really feel cursed. Why did I get involved in such bad luck?" Su Ning said, "Auntie, although my father died, he died honorably. Why call it bad luck? Besides, in this row of old houses, hasn't someone died in each one?" She warned, "Don't talk about ghosts or superstitions. That's feudal superstition. Be careful what you say, or trouble might come from your words." The landlord was so angry she didn't know how to reply to Su Ning. Chi Seo said, "As I understand, Comrade Su paid a full year's rent up front. No one expected such a tragedy to happen. It's only been less than 3 months since she moved in, and now this sad event occurred." He continued, "We also understand Grandma Su's situation and know that Annie has taken good care of her. So, we don't plan to ask for the remaining 9 months' rent back. Even if Grandma Su hasn't found a new place yet, it's our way of showing gratitude for her care over the years," he added. "Please give us a day to organize Su's belongings and return the courtyard," he requested. When mentioning Grandma Su, the landlord felt a bit guilty. She had indeed taken good care of Su's mother-in-law, but Su Jinbong paid her separately for her work. She took the wages, and she didn't intend to cheat or be careless. That day, little grandson suddenly had a high fever. Since everyone at work had already left, she had to lock her mother-in-law, Su, inside the house and took her grandson to the hospital. Who would have thought that when she returned with her grandson, the gate was open, and her mother-in-law was nowhere to be seen? Her heart sank suddenly. She wondered if she had left the door unlocked in her hurry to leave. She was about to go to the steel factory to find Su Jinbong and tell him that his mother was missing. However, the factory workers arrived first. She then learned that Su Jinbong had also encountered trouble. Feeling guilty, she wondered if, perhaps, mother and son could sense each other's feelings. Even if Su's mother had gone mad, maybe she could somehow sense her son's danger and burst out of the locked yard to run away. When she saw Su Fengfang's descendants coming to clear out the belongings, she spoke first. She was feeling guilty, and also because the small yard's tenant had just died, so it couldn't be rented out soon. She didn't want to lose the remaining rent. "Forget it, I understand your feelings. I won't argue with you. Since the day the police and factory workers came, the yard has been locked. No one has entered since then. If you don't believe me, you can ask the police officers to come and check if everything is as it was. The furniture inside was bought after Su Jinbong arrived. You can take it all away. I live next door. When you're done sorting, just let me know." Chi Seo nodded and quickly went back to the next door. Su Ning looked at her back, but didn't say anything. The small yard wasn't big, just 2 main rooms and a kitchen. There was no toilet inside. In this old house, she had to go to the public toilet outside. "Ninger, do you want to take a closer look? Since I'm here, I might as well." She had already emptied Su Jinbong's safe and savings. Although he earned a good salary, both Su's mother-in-law and Su Jinbong were used to a good life. They wouldn't have saved much money in just a few months. Su Ning pushed open a nearby room and looked inside. She saw clothes hanging on a rope and immediately knew it was Su Jinbong's room. Focusing her mind, she used her special ability to check if there was anything hidden inside. She raised an eyebrow, surprised. She didn't move. In a moment, Chi Seo searched the entire room thoroughly. Apart from Su Jinbong's personal belongings, Chi Seo found a total of 285 coins and some receipts. "Ninger, I've searched everywhere, and that's all I found." Su Ning nodded and looked around the bed. Chi Seo noticed Su Ning's gaze, and also looked at the bed. "Ninger, I've already checked the bed. Is there a problem with it?" Su Ning didn't reply. Instead, she went straight to the side of the bed, reached out, and felt along the inside of the bed frame twice, hearing 2 soft clicks. Chi Seo's eyes lit up. Could there be a hidden mechanism? They both lifted the bedding on the bed, revealing old, worn-out wooden slats. The slats were uneven, scratched, and looked like they had been through many years. They fiddled with the slats and the solid, thick bedboard split into 2. When they lifted the top layer, they saw embedded gold bars in the middle of the lower layer, which surprised Chi Seo. Except for a 4-finger-wide border of solid wood around the edges of the bed, the middle part had a row of gold bars embedded about a hand's width apart. Suning quickly reached out and grabbed the gold bars. After she finished, Chi Seo helped her. They counted and removed 60 gold bars. Chi Seo was curious and examined the whole bed's layout. After clearing the dust, he realized that the wood of the bed looked very heavy and solid, but actually, it was made of a lighter type of wood. The bed legs were thick, and the edges were quite wide, which visually made the bed seem heavier than it really was. Chi Seo turned to share his discovery with Su Ning, but suddenly saw the gold bars disappear right before his eyes. He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Su Ning didn't hear him and turned her head in confusion, asking, "What were you about to say, huh?"
Oh.
What was I about to say? I forgot. Now. Chi Seo looked utterly confused and silly, with a blank expression. Su Ning brushed the dust off her hands and said, "Just remember it later. Let's put the bed back together first." Chi Seo's mind wasn't working well. He mechanically followed Su Ning's instructions, placing the bed slats back and restoring the bed to its original shape. Then, like a puppet on strings, he followed Su Ning to the house where Grandma Su lived. Besides 2 bags of malted milk and some pastries, I didn't find much else. In the kitchen, besides pots and bowls, there are a few pounds of rice, flour, cornmeal, half a pound of rapeseed oil, and some scattered seasonings. Everything edible and useful. Su Ning packed everything up. Next door, the landlady's mother also had visitors. "Big sister, why are you here at this time?" "Little sister, I came to ask for your help. I just heard that the person who rented your house and had an accident at the steel factory, besides compensation money, also received a job opportunity for their family. I heard that the only daughter of the injured person is still a rural youth, so this job opportunity might not be useful to her." "Big sister, are you trying to help Xiao Gang get that job opportunity?" "Coincidentally, the person you're looking for is now tidying up belongings next door. But both of them don't look like easy people to fool. If Big Sister isn't sincere, she probably won't get this job opportunity." The landlady's mother wasn't surprised that her sister knew this news. After all, her brother-in-law works at the steel factory. But with so many workers at the steel factory, others in her family might also have similar ideas. Now, each job is like a single carrot in a basket, scarce and precious. "Little sister, what do you think is a fair price?" Su Ning had just packed 2 large burlap bags of things and placed them in the yard when she heard a knock on the door. "Su Ning, didn't we agree on giving a day? Why are they here so soon?" "Chi Laolu, go check. I'll go pack up our bedding, and we'll take it back." Chi Seo looked at the 2 large bags on the ground, a bit amused, and said, "Ninger, we feel uncomfortable using Zhou Jinbang's things." "Maybe we shouldn't take them." Su Ning glared at him. "Wasting is shameful. Besides, I already took some old clothes, which are about 80 to 90% new. The quilt is also nearly new. And who said I want to use them? I'm taking them to give to someone else. Making good use of things is okay, right?" Chi Seo actually regretted saying that because he remembered Ninger's past experiences. "Chi Seo, I was wrong. I should learn from Ninger. Ninger, take a rest. I will go open the door and then tidy up later." "So Ning nodded." Chi Seo went to open the door and saw 2 women outside, one old and one young. The older woman was holding a basket. When the door opened, she asked, "Is Comrade Su Jinbang's daughter at home?" She had checked carefully. Su Jinbang only has 1 daughter. Could this young man be her son-in-law? "Chi Seo, may I ask?" "I'm just living right across from this yard. I saw the door wasn't locked, so I came to see if you're here." "Is Comrade Su's daughter here?" Su Ning came over. "Is there something you need from me?" "Yes, a little matter. Can we go inside to talk?" Su Ning nodded. After entering, she said, "Sorry, the house is a bit messy and there's no place to sit. It's okay, it's fine." The older woman hesitated and said, "I know it might not be proper to bring this up now, but I was worried someone else might rush ahead, so I hurried over. This is a small apology, and I hope you won't mind." As she spoke, the woman handed the basket to Su Ning. Inside the basket were 20 eggs and a pound of green bean cake. Su Ning didn't take it but asked, "Annie, please tell me what's going on. I'm not sure if I can help, and I feel a bit embarrassed to accept this gift." The woman withdrew her hand and said, "Since you seem straightforward, I'll be direct. We know a little about your situation. You're a young person sent to the countryside, and working in a steel factory workshop isn't suitable for women. Today, I'm boldly coming to talk to you about whether there's a chance to transfer your job. Jiang Shi, your nerve is really thick. You're trying to take my job and it onto my turf." Before the landlord's wife arrived, she had already spoken. After a moment, she rushed into the yard, followed by another woman. The landlord's wife glared fiercely at Jiang Shi, then looked at Su Ning and said, "Miss Su, your father chose our house to rent among so many. That shows we have some connection. If you have any thoughts about your current job, shouldn't you consider my family first? Shameless person, Comrade Su Zhenbang paid you wages to take care of her mother, but you selfishly let her go missing. The elderly woman with mental health issues has been missing for days, and she might be in danger. You really have no conscience. Your face is thicker than a city wall. How dare you think about taking the job from my granddaughter, who works for Mr. Su?" The landlady's heart sank. How could she forget about this? Su Ning immediately frowned, her eyes cold as she looked directly at the landlady. Is that true? The landlady felt guilty and dared not meet Su Ning's gaze. Chi Seo said, "Taking the money, but neglecting your duty, causing a mentally ill elderly person to go missing. Aren't you responsible for that?" "No, it's not like that. I took the payment, and I did my best to care for her. I didn't slack off. I followed Comrade Su Zhenbang's instructions to look after the old lady, but that day, my grandson suddenly ran a high fever and no one was at home. It was inconvenient for me to take her out, so I locked her inside and took my grandson to the hospital. I didn't know how she managed to open the door after I locked it securely. Actually, Su Ning didn't care whether the old woman was alive or dead outside, but she had to pretend." Su Ning said, "If that's true, then you are responsible for my grandmother's disappearance, and since you were supposed to take care of her and my father already paid you, I previously mentioned using the remaining 9 months' rent as a thank you for your care. Do you want to keep that money, landlady?" Chi Seo said, "Su Ning, we should call the police." Although the landlady liked a little profit, she was still a kind-hearted person. She felt guilty and was frightened by Chi Seo's words. She immediately said, "I really didn't mean for this to happen. I feel bad about her going missing. I've been searching the streets with my grandson these days, but we haven't found her. The rent is 10 yuan a month, with 9 months left, plus 20 yuan deposit, totaling 110 yuan. I'll return it to you right away." After saying this, the landlady felt both distressed and relieved. She quickly went back to the next door and returned shortly after, holding 11 large packets of rice. Jiang Shi watched the landlady's worried expression, feeling secretly pleased, while a hint of a meaningful smile flickered in her eyes. Su Ning just happened to see the scene and suddenly had an idea. How could a crazy wife open a locked courtyard door? Maybe the lock was not locked properly, or perhaps someone with bad intentions deliberately opened it. Su Ning reached out and took the 11 large union cards from the landlady. Since Su Ning was collecting money, the landlady understood that the matter was settled. She then said, "Miss Su Ning, about your job." While speaking, she subtly gestured a number 4 with her hand. Su Ning replied, "Even though my father's sacrifice was honorable, the steel factory is also a place that makes me sad. Besides, I need money to find my grandmother. Who can give 600 and also help me find my grandmother in the city? That job is theirs." Both groups of people came for work, but hesitated. It was more than they expected. Their budget was 500. After some discussion, the landlady said, "My family lives in the city. My sisters are also there, and my daughters are married in the city. It's easier for us to find someone. So, it's settled. You can't promise anyone else now. Suning said. I've never been someone who breaks promises. Jiang Shi, feeling defeated, glared fiercely at the landlady, then grabbed her basket and pulled another woman to leave. In the afternoon, the landlady returned with a young man about 18 or 19 years old. She paid Suning 600 yuan and arranged to go to the steel factory the next morning to handle the work transfer. Suning and Chi Seo did not stay overnight in the small courtyard. They didn't take their things immediately. Instead, they went to a guest house to stay. The next day, Suning took people to the steel factory to handle the transfer of work. The deputy factory director looked at Suning with disappointment and sympathy. After everything was settled, the deputy factory director stayed to talk with Suning for a few words. Suning forced a cold expression and said, "My grandmother is missing, and I don't know where she is. But I am a young worker, so I can't take long leaves or leave at any time. I have no friends in the city. If I give up this job, I would be happy to have more people help me find my grandmother. I believe my Father in heaven would support me too." Suning exchanged a few polite words with the deputy factory director and then left the steel factory. To make a good impression, Suning and Chi Siyu went to the police station again to check on Suning's wife. Then they wandered around the town and headed back home. When they came, they traveled in one car. On the way back, 3 big bags were tied to the back of the bicycle. Suning had 2,710 yuan in his pocket, and there were 60 gold bars in his space. Chi Siyu held the bicycle, and Suning pushed it along, leaving the town. On the empty dirt road, Suning rode the bike, letting Chi Siyu sit on the crossbar. Even though it was overloaded and the road was bumpy, Suning still rode steadily. Chi Siyu sitting on the crossbar felt like being hugged by Suning. Suning's breath brushed his shoulder, making him feel warm and tingly inside. "Ninger, where do you think Suning's wife went?" Suning said casually. In hurting the original Suning, the Suning family is all the same. No one is innocent. Who cares where she ran off? It's best if she's gone. Just perfect, the family can be neat and tidy again. Chi Siyu said, "I just worry that good people don't live long, and trouble lasts forever. When will she come out again to bother us? Lazy and useless. What's there to be afraid of about a timid wife? As long as she dares to show up and annoy me, I have 100 ways to make sure she can't cause trouble forever." Chi Siyu's eyes twitched, and he leaned back. The only flaw was that he was tall, and even though he tried to shrink, he still couldn't fit comfortably in Suning's arms. People are just timid, just useless. "Ninger, you must protect her well." His playful tone and twisting body made Suning shiver sharply. The bicycle swerved like a snake on the road. "Oh, I'm so scared." "Ninger, be careful. She's delicate and can't handle a fall." Suning held the handlebar with one hand, and with the other, slapped Chi Siyu on the "Be good, or I'll throw you off and make you walk." Suning's gentle slap made Chi Siyu's blood rush to his head. His beautiful face instantly turned red like a cooked shrimp. Chi Siyu obediently curled up in Suning's arms, his heart pounding fast. After a while, Chi Siyu suddenly spoke. "Ninger, shall we get married?" "Yes, marriage." "Would you like to marry me, Ninger?" Suning had never thought about marriage before. Chi Seo said again, "Ninger, even though we are already a couple, it's not enough. I still don't feel safe in my heart. I'm afraid that one day we might be happily eating dinner in the kitchen, and the next day, after sleeping apart, I see that you're no longer the same person. I want to stay close to you all the time so you have no chance to leave. After we get married, we can ask the team leader to help us build a foundation, and I can build a house just for us. I can cook more delicious food for you and take better care of you. I also have a special skill you haven't experienced yet. I am very good at giving massages, and I believe it can help you relax better. Ninger, how about we get married?" Suning didn't agree. "Instead," she said, "can my soul truly settle down in this world? It's not something you or I can decide. Just like when I came here, I was confused, and I might disappear just as mysteriously. Even if I feel reluctant, the unknown is always mysterious. External forces can't control it. If you watch me closely every hour of the day, no matter what happens, it will still happen. The word marriage feels very strange to me. I like my current life now. When I get tired of it someday, I will think about marriage then. If you're busy with marriage, then find someone else." Chi Seo suddenly sat up straight. Although the idea of marriage had been on his mind for a long time, he finally said it out loud today. Ninger didn't agree. She felt a little disappointed but also thought it was understandable. What does it mean to be busy with marriage? And to tell him to find someone else? He wants to marry her, Su Ning. Isn't that why his whole heart is with her? How could he possibly see anyone else? The more Chi Seo thought about it, the more wronged he felt. His eyes turned red, and tears started to fall. Although he was crying silently, his trembling body showed how upset he was. Su Ning parked her bicycle in the shade. She placed one foot on the pedal and the other on the curb to steady the bike. With her height of just about 1.6 meters, riding a big bike like this, if it didn't tip over, she wouldn't be able to touch the ground. Su Ning tilted her head and looked at Chi Seo, still not understanding why this person would cry just because he was upset. Why are you crying again? Su Ning thought to herself that she didn't plan to get married now, nor did she want to delay his marriage. Isn't she suggesting he find someone else? It's not like she refuses to marry and then forbids him from doing so. In the end, Su Ning accepted the memories of the original owner and had been living this way for a few months. But in terms of feelings, one reason was that she herself hadn't opened up, and the other was that her hidden feelings for Chi Seo hadn't yet shaken her fixed way of thinking. After all, in the apocalypse, there was no room for feelings. Talking about love or being moved was equivalent to death. Moreover, during the development of technological babies, whether intentionally or unintentionally, their emotional nerves were greatly weakened. Because warriors cultivated through costly genetic methods needed strength and calm judgment, not a head full of romantic thoughts or dreamy ideas. Strong psychic users, regardless of gender, generally had high physical needs. But they only talked about needs, not feelings. Some say that people change their minds more often than they flip through books, but in the apocalypse, that might mean changing partners more often than flipping pages. Su Ning was a flawed technological baby. Her psychic abilities were quite weak, and she also had serious side effects. Although she hadn't experienced it herself, having seen it many times, she formed her own fixed mindset. So now, when she mentioned that Chi Seo should find another partner, she didn't think it was a big problem. If Chi Seo had just been crying out of frustration earlier, now hearing Su Ning say, "Why are you crying again?" made him cry tears of sadness. Chi Seo sniffled and looked at Su Ning with red eyes, choking on his words. "Do you think I can be discarded at any time?" Su Ning shook her head. Seeing her unwavering shake of the head, Chi Seo finally felt a little better. But soon, her words shattered that small comfort into pieces. Su Ning said, "I've been here for a few months too, but I haven't found anyone more attractive or better at cooking than you." Chi Seo almost burst into tears. It seemed he hadn't found someone better, so he could still use her for now. Chi Seo was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, proud and confident as he grew up. Although he is still young, his achievements are something many people may never reach in their lifetime. However, ever since he fell in love with Su Ning, his confidence has gradually broken down. Before, he was always confident and sure of himself when doing things. Now, he is nervous, cautious, and always worried, afraid that the person he cares about might suddenly disappear. Su Ning looked at him crying so hard that he almost broke down, and she felt overwhelmed. She gently adjusted her sitting position, sat on the cushion, and reached out to gently pull Chi Seo into her arms. She wanted to comfort him with a reward, but seeing his tears and runny nose, she hesitated and found it hard to speak. Cough, cough. Don't cry anymore. I haven't studied the language of crying, so when you keep crying, I don't understand what you want to say. Hearing this, Chi Seo didn't feel comforted and became even more sad. Wah wah wah. You really have no heart. Su Ning immediately retorted. How is that possible? Listen, I can hear your heartbeat pounding. While speaking, she moved Chi Seo's hips forward with one hand and pressed his head against her chest with the other. Can you hear it? Chi Seo leaned his face against her soft chest, and suddenly his face turned bright red. His whole body was boiling with blood, his mind went blank, and he felt tense. Even the tears on his eyelashes were well-behaved and didn't fall. Suning didn't hear his response and asked again, didn't hear it? She then pulled him up. Seeing Chi Seo staring blankly with a red face like dried shrimp sent by his sister, Suning reached out and tapped his forehead. What kind of expression is that? The pain on his forehead made Chi Seo's confused mind return to normal. But his eyes were flickering, and he didn't dare to look at Suning. His fingers instinctively intertwined.
Suning.
Suning, let's go quickly. The sun is setting. Suning looked up at the sun. Well, it's still early for sunset. You're not crying anymore? It's still early. If you cry a little more, it's okay. Chi Seo, thank you so much. Seeing Suning's clear and serious eyes, a feeling of defeat suddenly overwhelmed him, and he lost his confidence. He thought, if the other person doesn't understand, he's shy, embarrassed, and acting pretentiously for whom? Chi Seo shifted slightly and moved closer to Suning, then said, Ninger, I don't know how you used to see feelings and marriage in your world. But here, once the relationship is clear, people start labeling each other. Like now, everyone in the Dawawan Brigade knows we are a couple. Villagers see me and often don't call me by my name or as Kaziking, but directly refer to me as Suning's partner. This is like a sign that I belong to you. I have to keep my distance from other women, or others might think I am untrustworthy and not good enough for you, and I might lose you. Marriage is a happy ceremony, and of course, it should be with someone you like. You can't just marry anyone randomly. If you don't want to marry now, that's okay. I can wait. But if you want me to find someone else, then I won't accept that in the future. I am yours now. How can I look for someone else? I won't look for anyone else, Suning said seriously. I don't know much, but I know once you're married, you can't change that. But before marriage, you're free.
You.
Chi Seo didn't want to hear more hurtful words, so he simply covered her mouth. He thought their connection would be like before, a soulful dance, but within 2 seconds, Suning pushed him away. Chi Seo, you looked confused and hurt. So, Ninger really is tired of him? Really planning to leave him? Suning wiped her mouth with her sleeve, and as she moved, Chi Seo heard the sound of his heart breaking. It was like someone was choking him, making it hard to breathe. His face, which was red just moments ago, turned pale. He sat unsteadily on the crossbar. Suning said with a tone of disgust, You're so dirty. You even got your snot on my mouth. Next time you try to be cute and ask for a reward, I'll slap you. Chi Seo, almost falling into darkness, suddenly saw a bright light. Ninger, Before he finished speaking, Suning took his handkerchief from his pocket and roughly wiped his tears and snot. After wiping once, she folded it like used paper and continued wiping. Then he roughly stuffed the dirty handkerchief back into Chi Seo's pocket. Suning looked at Chi Seo and said happily, Now you look much better. So, when you cried, you just shed tears. This time, why did you also have so much runny nose and bubbles? Can a nose also get infected from the eyes? Chi Seo was heartbroken just now. Now he feels like his heart is breaking. He covered his face with his hands. Oh no, his image is gone forever. But having no image is better than Ninger not wanting him anymore. Sit still, we need to leave now. Chi Seo, whose confidence was shattered, clung to Suning like a broken pot. If only his height hadn't limited him, he'd want to snuggle like a little bird in his partner's arms. Suning, you're leaning to the side and blocking my view. I can't see the road. Chi Seo, I wish Ninger and I could swap heights. After riding for a while, Suning thought about the things they brought back and asked Chi Seo. Chi Lao Lu, we brought back these 3 sacks of stuff. Besides rice, flour, and oil, I don't plan to use the rest. Who do you think needs them? Who should I give them to? Chi Seo had also calmed down and tidied up his scattered thoughts. He thought for a moment and said the simplest and least troublesome way is to give the items to the team leader and clearly explain our ideas. Then the team leader can decide who needs them. Although the items are mostly new, the owners of these things didn't have good luck. Giving away old things can sometimes do more harm than good if it hits a sore spot. The team leader has managed the whole team for a long time and is a local. He knows everyone's situation well. Suning, okay, I'll do as you say. The 60 gold bars disappeared from sight, leaving Suning shocked and amazed. But this had been on Chi Sio's mind all along. However, Chi Sio didn't plan to ask. He trusted Ninger wholeheartedly. When she was ready to fully trust him, she would tell him herself. Suning remembered the team leader talking about building a school, so she brought it up to Chi Sio. Chi Lao Lu, once the school is built, are you interested in becoming a teacher? Chi Sio shook his head. My principle is either not to do something or to do it the best I can, but to be a good teacher, you need to teach more than just textbook knowledge. There are many things outside the books that are essential in life. Creating a perfect piece of work on a blank sheet requires a lot of energy, time, and patience. My energy and time are limited. I only want to teach one student, my partner. He hasn't even fully understood his partner yet. He's at risk of being abandoned. How can he still care about being a teacher? Suning thought for a moment. You're afraid of the sun and dislike getting your clothes dirty when you go outside. You have no intention of becoming a teacher. Why did you refuse to be the assistant when the accountant asked you? Chi Siu said casually, sitting all day at the village office, facing an old man. What's the point? Ninger, don't worry. When I finish organizing the work points and accounts at the end of the month, I'll help you. With Ninger beside him, he could sit for days or even months without trouble. Suning smiled. You dislike doing this and hate doing that. And you're not idle in the city either. Why did you come to the countryside? Chi Siu replied, maybe it's fate. If I hadn't come to the countryside, I wouldn't have a chance to be with you. Suning pouted. That's definitely not true, she said with a smile. Come on, don't worry. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just planning something, you know? Cough, cough. I hit a creative block and wanted to go somewhere to clear my mind and try to break through. But I hadn't decided to come to the countryside at that time. What I was doing was a top-secret project. Even the old man didn't know. I left early and returned late, sometimes for days. So, in his eyes, I was just a lazy, good-for-nothing kid who relied on him. He wanted to straighten me out and get me into the army. But I couldn't stand that hardship, and I refused. That's when we clashed. He also wanted me to get married first, and then build a career, believing that once I was married, I'd become a real man, with the responsibility to support my family, and I'd learn to be responsible. I disagreed. He wanted to rush things. So, I decided to go to the countryside. My mom said she really made the old man angry. What Suning and Chi Sio didn't know was that several groups were investigating Suning, and two of those groups were because of Chi Sio. Because of Chi Sio's special nature, everyone around him needs to check if his background is okay. Last time we went to the military, you and your dad seemed to get along, not just out of anger, right? Could it be that you two have made up? Actually, he just shrugged and said, that old man is so proud and stubborn. He wouldn't let his comrades know he can't discipline his own son. Suning seemed to hear a sense of pride and victory in Chi Sio's tone. So, how are you two now? Are you still upset with each other? Chi Sio smiled and said, my dad is outside. Even if he's a soaring dragon, at home, he has to behave well in front of my mom. With my mom around, my dad doesn't dare to be angry with me anymore. The package we received last time was sent by my dad. The Chi family, influenced by Xia Lihua, all see Suning as a future daughter-in-law and sister-in-law. No matter who sends things to the Dahanbei team, they send 2 copies. Suning's share is even more than Chi Sio's. When talking about the package, Suning's eyes flashed with regret. If her hands had been free, she would have slapped her forehead. I kept a ginseng root, meant to send to Aunt Xia. We got to the county town, and I completely forgot about it. Ninger, aged ginseng is hard to find. My mom and they're in good health, so they don't need it. You're still recovering, so you should focus on yourself. Suning wasn't short of ginseng and didn't care much about that. She remembered how kind Aunt Xia was to her. Dr. Su said that rare medicinal herbs should be collected when you're healthy, so you won't panic when you need them urgently. In a few days, when I go to the mountains to gather some things and let them dry, I will send it all together. After receiving several packages, she couldn't just keep taking without giving back. Ninger, your kindness, my mom and the others can feel it. Keep the ginseng. You need it more than they do. Suning, I don't lack anything. Oh, We'll see then. There's no point arguing. Whether I send it or not depends on Chiseo. By the way, Ninger, that Shin Qingning suddenly became crazy in love with Lu Chuan and did many unreasonable things. Could Shin Qingning also be inhabited by someone else? That seems to be the only explanation that makes sense. Su Ning chuckled twice. You're only realizing this now. Such unbelievable stories. If I hadn't heard Ninger speak of past lives and present, I wouldn't have thought of it at all. Hee hee. I saw Shin Qingning's love for Lu Chuan suddenly turn into obsession. I was so worried. I thought it was just Lu Chuan's charm that attracted her. I'm worried you'll be drawn to him too, Su Ning smiled. You're more good-looking than Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan. So, I lost because of my looks? Chiseo, sigh. Who would believe that a talented person like me has to rely on looks to keep someone interested? Cough cough. I must take good care of my face. I want to stay beautiful. Even when I grow old, I want to be the prettiest old man. Chiseo's eyes showed determination, wanting Ninger to see no one else but him. If you find it troublesome, you don't have to take care of yourself. If you stop looking good, I can look at others. Suddenly, Chiseo heard the sound of his heart breaking. Feeling sad, he quickly said, No trouble, no trouble. I am happy to take care of myself. Once, because he was too handsome, Chiseo tried to hide his emotions with a blank face to distract others. He never thought that one day he would deliberately emphasize his beauty and focus on maintaining it. What about Song Jijia? Her personality changed so much before and after falling into the water. Could she also be? Su Ning, that's something you should know yourself. It's someone else's privacy, so don't spread it around. The suspicion was confirmed, and Chiseo pointed out a national treasure. This Jiqing site in Huan Village is really a lucky place.
Huh?
I have good luck. I randomly picked a place out of anger, and it turned out to be blessed by heaven, Su Ning said unkindly. You really are lucky. You almost got trampled by wild boars when you arrived. You went into the woods and met wolves, and were chased to the edge of a cliff. Chiseo, can we have a proper conversation now? Ninger, this journey is either breaking his heart or stabbing his lungs. Chiseo thought that if he were to die young someday, Ninger would definitely be partly responsible. Speaking of which, the wild boar is still my matchmaker. Oh, no, I should say my matchpig. If they hadn't pushed me, how could my goddess have descended from the sky to save me? She took my heart, and from then on, only she was in my mind and eyes. Su Ning twitched her mouth. Although your matchpigs are all gone, their babies are still being raised in the team. Do you want to go show some appreciation? At this moment, Chiseo also twitched his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, Show appreciation? Of course I will. When I kill pigs, I'll try to eat a few more bites. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty for their parents, the piglets. Listen to me, we thank you. You're really a good person. Su Ning listened and laughed out loud. Chiseo shifted his position. Ninger, wait a moment. I'll sit in a different direction. The bar is too narrow and Mai is numb and sore. He also wanted to switch seats with Ninger, but he knew his own strength well. He definitely couldn't handle it. After changing direction, it was much more comfortable. Su Ning rode her bike at a steady pace, chatting and laughing, and before they knew it, they were almost there. When they were about 20 or 30 meters from the village entrance, Chiseo got off the bike, and Su Ning matched his walking speed, leisurely riding along. With such a heavy load on the bike and riding so slowly, yet so steadily, it was clear that the rider was skilled. Ninger, let's go straight to the team leader. No need to carry things back to the youth station and then struggle to move them out. What? Your father is no longer here. The team leader was shocked and asked back after hearing Su Ning. Su Ning nodded and said, according to the deputy director of the steel factory, he had an accident while saving the factory's equipment. It was sudden, but I have to accept and face it. Su Ning couldn't pretend to be sad, so just like at the steel factory, she kept a blank expression. Sometimes, that was the best disguise. The team leader sighed and looked at Su Ning with more kindness. This child has had a hard time too. Su girl, the departed are gone. Be brave and mourn in silence. Su Ning, I am not sad. Besides the past conflicts with Su Zhenbang, We are strangers. Also, even if Su Jinbang hadn't had an accident at the steel factory, he wouldn't have lived much longer. Captain, don't worry, I understand. I won't let myself become sad. I still have to work hard for my future. The captain looked at Suning with admiration. I knew I was right to trust you. You're doing great, girl. Suning then spoke about the main issue. Captain, my dad just came to the town recently. We bought many new things. When I was packing his belongings, I found that the bedding and some clothes are still almost new, about 80 to 90% intact. I don't need them myself, and leaving them unused feels wasteful. I want to give them to people who need them, but I'm worried they might mind that these are things my dad used before. I'm afraid I might do a good deed, but cause trouble instead. So I came to ask for your advice. Captain, in the countryside, old clothes are worn for 3 years, patched for 3 more, and then worn again. When elders pass away, their clothes are still worn by the younger generation. We don't have many strict rules here. But these things are also your dad's belongings. Don't you want to keep them as memories? Suning, it's just a hassle to keep them. I live in a dormitory, and I'm worried keeping them might bother the other residents. It's better to give them to those who need them most, so they can serve their final purpose. Although I've been here for a few months, I don't know much about the village. I think it's best to ask the captain to help me send them out. The captain nodded. All right, I'll handle this. Do you want to take a couple of days off to relax? Suning shook her head. Thanks for your kindness, but no need. Staying idle makes me overthink. When I'm busy, I don't have time to worry. The captain thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, but if you feel unwell, you must rest. I'll ask old Su to come check on you every few days. Don't try to fool me. All right, I'll go back to the youth station now. I'm leaving these things to the captain. Chi Seo didn't speak the whole time, but as he was about to leave, the captain gave him a meaningful look. Chi Seo nodded subtly. It was just to pay more attention to Ninger's feelings. The team leader really thought too much. He confidently believed that Ninger would definitely eat an extra bowl of rice tonight. Su Ning and Chi Seo returned to the youth commune, feeling that the atmosphere was full of happiness. Everyone had a joyful look on their faces, but 2 people, while smiling, also seemed a bit guarded when looking at others. Wei Xiaochun greeted them with a smile. Suning, you're back? I have good news for you. Yesterday, the team held a meeting, and our brigade is going to build a school. The teachers will be chosen from those who have attended high school at our youth commune and brigade. Suning smiled and said, That's great news. Fair competition gives everyone a chance. Keep working hard. Wei Xiaochun nodded happily. I will cherish this opportunity and work hard. Actually, we should all work together. Suning added, when we returned, we visited the brigade leader's home and learned about the school. After discussing with Chi Seo, we decided not to participate because we don't think we're suitable to be teachers. You should go for it. I believe in you. Besides Li Hong and Sun Hongbing, who were involved, Shin Qingning and Tian Meng, who couldn't come back, had left. There were 12 other youth commune members remaining. Both Chi Seo and Su Ning were close to the brigade leader and the village secretary, which put a lot of pressure on others who wanted to compete. When everyone heard that the 2 wouldn't participate, they were surprised but also happy. Wei Xiaochun exclaimed, Su Ning, I understand why you don't want to be a teacher. But Chi Seo seems very talented, both in knowledge and demeanor, and would be perfect for the role. Moreover, Chi Seo is delicate and not good at farming, so why would he give up the chance to compete for the teaching position? Wei Xiaochun said, No, Su Ning, have you 2 considered taking the exam again? This is a great opportunity. Don't miss it. Chances like this don't come often. Su Ning patted Wei Xiaochun on the shoulder. We've thought it through before making a decision. You should prepare well. If you get selected, we'll celebrate with you. Several youth members finally relaxed their worries. They were really afraid Wei Xiaochun might persuade them. Wei Xiaochun felt a little regretful. In her heart, she believed Su Ning was capable of anything. As long as Su Ning wanted to do something, it was impossible for her not to succeed. Although she was confident and participated, there were only 3 spots available at the youth station, and she felt her chances were slim. But Su Ning was different. Since she participated, her chances were definitely high. What a great opportunity! Yet, Su Ning said she would give up without hesitation. Song Jejia didn't really plan to become a teacher, but she didn't say so. Thinking mischievously that whether to participate was her own choice, she saw no need to mention it or feel pressured by others. In the dormitory, Su Ning handed Song Jejia the soap and shampoo she brought for her. Here. These are what you wanted, and this is the leftover money. Song Jejia took the items. Thanks. No problem. It's just a small favor. At this moment, Wei Xiaoqun wasn't in the dorm, so Su Ning asked her curiosity aloud. After you fell into the water, you changed a lot. When you woke up, you even gave Xiao Chun a chokehold. Xiao Chun thought you were possessed by a ghost during the fall and was so scared she was trembling all over. I see you two have been getting closer lately, even arguing playfully. Is there something I don't know about what happened between you two? Song Jejia chuckled and said, Xiao Chun guessed right. I was indeed possessed by a ghost. But I am a kind-hearted little ghost. Earlier, some troublemakers from Hehe village came over. Xiao Chun was gathering firewood when they followed her. I accidentally saw them and took care of them. Maybe because I handled them so confidently, Xiao Chun turned her fear into admiration. What Song Jejia didn't mention was that day, Wei Xiaoqun was in real danger. Several people covered her mouth and dragged her into the woods. If Song Jejia hadn't overheard the noise while hiding and rushed over, Wei Xiaoqun might have been harmed. She knew that in any era, such incidents often ended badly for women. Whether reporting to the team leader or the police, the troublemakers would be punished, but rumors could push Wei Xiaoqun into a deep abyss. So, she directly confronted the troublemakers in front of Wei Xiaoqun and beat them severely. With precise punches aimed at vital points on their bodies, she seriously injured them. She ensured they would be weak and breathless for the next 5 years, like delicate willow branches swaying in the wind. Song Jejia was not afraid of them causing trouble because the hospital couldn't detect any tampering she had done. Even the traditional doctor, who checked her pulse, would only think she was naturally weak. Sun Ning clenched her fists tightly. Song Jejia then said, Calm down. I got back everything I lost, plus interest. However, I usually don't comfort people, so I don't know if this has left a shadow on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun seemed fine, but maybe she was hiding her feelings inside? Sun Ning blinked a few times. Comfort people? I can't do that either. But isn't Xiao Chun running for teacher? If she's busy, she might forget about it gradually. But you don't want to be a teacher. Your job is easy, and you have plenty of free time. Why not learn my master's special skills from me? Sun Ning shook her head. Free time is my happy time. If I don't enjoy life properly, why bother making myself suffer? But you're really talented at martial arts. Wasting your gift is such a shame. Can't we just play and learn together? Sun Ning rolled her eyes. Come on, you're just fooling around. Do good fighters learn just by playing? I have no interest. You should find someone else. Song Jejia felt very frustrated. Sun Ning was smart when she needed to be, but also foolish at times. If she used her cleverness to help Chi Seo, it would be so much better. Then she wouldn't foolishly fall into Chi Seo's trap, caught in a web woven with the cheapest, most useless, and easiest to spoil love. Song Jejia said, Hey, by the way, what are you two doing in the county town? Why did you stay there overnight? She really hoped they wouldn't tell her that this silly girl was fooled by Chi Seo and no longer knew how to protect herself. Sun Ning replied calmly, My dad had an accident at the steel factory. The matter isn't settled yet, so we had to stay. Once it's done, we'll come back. It's too troublesome to keep running back and forth. Song Jejia sighed in relief. It was good she wasn't fooled. Wei Xiaoqun came in holding a bunch of chestnuts. What are you two talking about? You've been inside for so long, the chestnuts are almost gone. Here. I'm being nice and took some for you. Quick, take it. It's hot. Sun Ning pushed aside the only broken table in the dorm. Put it here. As soon as Wei Xiaoqun put down the item, Su Ning picked up a chestnut, pinched it gently between, and the shell cracked open with a sound. The hot, round chestnut fell into Su Ning's palm. Su Ning tossed it into his mouth, opening wide to catch it perfectly. Soft, sticky, sweet, and very tasty, Wei Xiaoqun immediately straightened his chest. Of course. My roasted chestnuts are always so fragrant. Song Jejia also peeled a chestnut, took a bite, and gave Wei Xiaochun a big thumbs up. Being praised by two admired idols made Wei Xiaochun smile so much that his eyes squinted into a slit. If he had a tail behind him, it probably would have wagged so fast it left a blur. In the small kitchen, Zheng Jiangwo and Qi Xiao had a long chat before getting to the main point. Qi Jiqing, can I borrow your bicycle tomorrow? Hee. The day after tomorrow is my and Manhwa's engagement day. Tomorrow, I want to go to town to buy some things. I plan to ask the squad leader to lend me an ox cart, but he won't approve it. Hearing this, Zheng Jiangwo felt a faint sadness. According to the squad leader, buying less than 100 jin of stuff with an ox cart is a waste. The Dehuan Brigade is such a treasure, but they only have one ox cart, and it's used for small errands. The ox would be exhausted. Talking about this, the surrounding brigades of Dehuan felt even more annoyed. The 12 brigades under the Hongxing Commune are among the poorest, with Dehuan Brigade ranking second last in poverty. They don't even have a tractor, just one ox cart. And yet, they applied for school for so long, which was finally built right in Dehuan Brigade. While washing rice and preparing to cook, Qi Xiao said, "Congratulations. But the bicycle belongs to Suning, so you need to ask her." Zheng Jiangwo replied, "I understand. It's not that I don't have a good relationship with Suning, but I really can't ask her directly, so I had to find another way. Bicycles are very precious. Even he himself is careful with his, and few people lend theirs to others." Suning overheard this, but didn't understand. "What do you mean you can't ask?" Zheng Jiangwo looked earnestly at Qi Xiao, but after Suning entered, Qi Xiao didn't even glance his way. "Zheng Jiangwo." Qi Xiao said, "Zheng Jiqing wants to borrow the bicycle tomorrow to go to town and buy some things for the engagement. He was too shy to ask you himself and wanted me to pass the message." Suning smiled and directly handed Zheng Jiangwo the key to unlock the bicycle. Zheng Jiangwo quickly caught it with both hands. Thank you, thank you." After Zheng Jiangwo left, Suning asked Qi Xiao curiously, "Do I look scary? Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to borrow something from her and make such a big detour?" Qi Xiao reached out and gently pinched Suning's little nose. "My Ninger is smart, capable, beautiful, and adorable. Not at all scary." Suning chuckled softly. "Haha, old Six Qi, your words are a bit insincere, but I still love to hear them." Qi Xiao thought to himself, "My little treasure hasn't realized yet. She's becoming more and more dazzling. This is a heartfelt, sincere compliment." How could Ninger not believe it? Suning stopped worrying about that and looked at the vegetables in the basket: cucumbers, eggplants, green peppers, and green beans. "Old Six Qi, how do you plan to cook these vegetables? Cold cucumber salad, fish-flavored eggplant, dry-fried green beans, stir-fried green peppers with cured meat, and seaweed egg drop soup. Does Ninger think these are okay? Or does she have any other dishes she wants to eat?"
Suning shook her head.
"In a time when people can't even get enough to eat, I get to enjoy 4 dishes and a soup made by someone as skilled as a state-run restaurant chef. Meat and vegetables, a rich variety. If I still think it's not good enough, will I be struck by lightning? But it seems we don't have fish, do we? So, fish-flavored eggplant might not be possible." Qi Xiao couldn't help but gently pinch Suning's nose again. "Who cares what others cook? My Ninger has that privilege. If you don't like it, just tell me. A partner is here to be used and commanded. Use me freely. If Ninger doesn't command me, I won't feel at ease." Fish-flavored eggplant doesn't contain fish, just like husband and wife lung slices. They don't really use lungs from a couple after all. Husband and wife lung slices? That's such a strange name. Is it a meat dish or a vegetarian one? What ingredients are used? Qi Xiao looked at his beloved girl with wide eyes, full of curiosity. She looked so adorable, so precious and rare. This dish was created by a married couple, mainly using beef and beef offal, sliced and arranged on a plate with some seasonings. But now, beef is a treasure for farmers, and it might be hard to find any to eat right now. When Qi Xiao said this, he was already thinking about what kind of opportunity he could find to take Ninger to Inner Mongolia. Suning also thought about how much the squad leader valued that yellow cow. It was impossible to eat it. But the family can't eat it, so maybe the wild ones can? Old Cheese 6, don't feel sad. I have a way for you to eat, but not at the youth station. Later, I will take you to a good place. At this moment, Chiseo didn't care about feeling sad or not.
He was really surprised.
Ninger, our squad's only yellow cow, is like a child to the squad leader. He treats it like his own son. Look, the squad leader is very kind to us. If we kill his beloved cow just to satisfy our hunger, that wouldn't be right, would it? Suning jumped up annoyed and slapped Chiseo on the forehead. What are you thinking about? Am I the kind of person who would hurt others' feelings? If I want to eat, I only eat what belongs to no one. Chiseo rubbed his forehead, looked at Suning with a bit of sadness, as if to say, she doesn't hurt others' feelings, but she hurts him. Not only does she hurt his feelings, but she also stabs his lungs. Go cook now. Show your skills, and let me try your fish-flavored eggplant without fish. Is it tasty? If it is good, and you're thinking about the couple's spicy beef slices, I will make sure you get to eat them. Chiseo blinked his big, confused eyes. When did he start thinking about the couple's spicy beef slices? He didn't know. But since his partner said he was thinking about it, then he must be. This also shows that his partner cares about him, right? Okay, I promise not to let you down. The two of them were busy in the kitchen. However, before they could taste the fish-flavored eggplant, the squad leader arrived. The squad leader smelled the delicious aroma and entered the kitchen with a smile. With this tempting smell, I can tell from afar where to find you. No wonder the people near the youth station are so grumpy during mealtime. They smell such good food every day, but can't eat it. Anyone in their place would be full of resentment. You two are so well fed that you don't know what hunger feels like, Chiseo said. Squad leader, you're joking. They say good food heals the heart. Suning isn't in a good mood. I'm trying my best to cook some tasty dishes to distract her. The squad leader nodded. That's a good idea. I came here to ask Sister Sue for a favor. Suning. Captain, no need to be polite. Just tell me what I can do to help. Here's the situation. After the last night attack on the village by bandits, we realized that our militia team needs to be stronger. The village leader and I put this on our agenda, but many things kept happening, and it was delayed. Now, I want to ask Sister Sue to be our trainer and help us train the militia members. This idea was discussed between the captain and the village leader. Sister Sue is very skilled, especially in fighting, besides her natural strength. If the young members of the Hihibe militia can learn even a little, it would be a great blessing for our team. The school probably won't approve of this course. But there are ways around rules. If it can't be taught at school, we can find another place. No one says militia members have to be big, rough men. We could even form a small militia team, made of kids. Kids learn from books and about how to be good people at school. After school, they can learn martial arts from Suning as new militia members. Combining both education and fighting skills, I believe our team can produce talented people who can stand out. Another reason I brought this up is because Suning is very efficient. Her work as a scorer is making her too free, and I worry she might go into the mountains alone, get upset, or have an accident. Suning doesn't want to take this job. Her fighting moves were honed through brutal battles in the end-of-the-world scenario. Her moves are straightforward and deadly, no fancy tricks. If it were a chaotic world, she would teach her combat skills freely to those training to defend against enemies. But now the environment is stable. The village sometimes argues, but it's all petty quarrels. Most militia members are villagers, and teaching them fierce, brutal moves isn't suitable. Her fighting style was developed through real combat. Without actual practice or experiencing life and death situations, they might find her techniques strange or inappropriate. Suning was about to refuse, but Chiseo said, Captain, you need to talk to me about this. Although I haven't studied formally, I know how to defend myself and fight enemies, and I only know basic moves that ordinary people can learn, which Suning can't. Her natural strength is a big advantage, but only we can see it. Not everyone can have that. The captain looked at Chiseo with doubt. His thin body, soft skin, and gentle appearance made it hard to believe he could fight. It seemed more likely he was the one who would get beaten. Chiseo. Captain, are you being polite? What do you mean by a thin body? I just look slim in clothes, but I have muscles underneath. Chiseo. who says knowing fighting moves means you can fight well, the captain looked at Suning again. Suning said, "Captain, I haven't been feeling well lately, so I'm not suitable for teaching. Chi Sio's words are probably true. You might want to consider giving it a try." The captain imagined Chi Sio, with his charming look, standing there. Whether he could teach or not, the group would probably be captivated just by looking at him. After thinking, the captain said, "Chi Ziking is talented, and everyone can see that. I believe what he says, but the members of the militia team have different skill levels. Training one person might be very difficult. So, Suning, why don't you keep an eye on things?" Suning thought for a moment and said, "I finished my work, mostly helping Dr. Su dig herbs. Don't worry, Captain. If I have free time, I'll come and watch." Although she didn't want to think badly of others, some people are hard to get along with. Her beautiful family member is teaching, and she'll support him. If anyone looks at him as weak and wants to bully him, she'll ask if her fists agree. All right, then it's settled. This is also a good idea. Later, he can tell Chi Sio to keep bothering Suning, so she won't go up the mountain. Things are settled, so I'll go back now. She didn't want to stay longer, afraid she might start drooling. Chi Sio, I'll be done soon. Captain, stay and have dinner with us. The captain hurriedly left, saying, "No, I think my family has already prepared dinner." Soon, Chi Sio's 4 dishes and 1 soup were ready and served. First, Chi Sio poured a bowl of soup for Suning and set it aside to cool. Then, he served her a bowl of rice. He picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of fish-flavored eggplant to put in Suning's bowl. "Ninger, try this. Does it suit your taste?" After taking a bite, Suning nodded happily. "It's delicious." Chi Sio smiled happily and added a few more pieces to her plate. Seeing that Suning was happily eating everything, he also added some smoked meat. "Don't just eat vegetables. You should have some meat too." The smoked meat in the green pepper stir-fry was wild boar meat that Suning had smoked in the mountains. She swallowed her rice and said, "This meat was smoked the way you said. You should try it too and see if I followed the steps correctly. Wild boar meat isn't too fatty and fresh smoked meat isn't too dry." Chi Sio took a bite and said, "Exactly, that's the taste. Ninger, you're really impressive. I just told you once, and you made it so well." Suning said while eating, "My being so good at this is just normal." She didn't mention her past failures. No one knew about them if she didn't say. Here, she was in her element. She could boast as much as she wanted. Seeing her confident little tail wagging happily, Chi Sio's heart softened completely. If Suning told him now that the sun was rising from the west, he might not even doubt her. He might think his own understanding was wrong. By the way, Ninger, if a whole wild boar's smoked meat is stored in the mountains, won't it be stolen or damaged by other animals? It won't. There's nowhere to store it back home. In her space, who could steal it? Hearing Suning's confident tone, Chi Sio immediately remembered the 60 gold bars that had suddenly disappeared, probably related to her special abilities. "Ninger, I told the squad leader that I can do those things. Do you think I'm lying?" Suning ate as she said, "No, when you're in the right place, even a pig can fly." Growing up in such an environment, even if you didn't deliberately learn, you would pick up quite a lot just by observing. I believe you just kept your skills in your mind and didn't fully apply them physically, which is why you're so fragile. When you go to teach, remember to wear a straw hat. Getting sunburned makes you look less attractive and not so pleasing to the eye. Chi Siu. So, am I just a pig standing in the wind? Suning was in a good mood and had a tasty dinner. Before he knew it, he had eaten too much. Watching Suning rub his stomach from time to time, Chi Siu felt both annoyed and amused. He couldn't stop him from eating while they were eating. Now he knows he's full and uncomfortable. Chi Siu took a basket and left the kitchen. Suning tilted his head and looked outside. "Old Six Chi, where are you going? You don't need to pick vegetables now for tomorrow's meal." Chi Siu turned back and said, "I'm not going to pick vegetables. I'm looking for something. You can move around in the kitchen. I'll be back soon." Chi Siu left the youth training site and headed straight to the woods at the foot of the hill. He still remembered those very ugly hawthorn trees. Wild hawthorn trees grow naturally, with hard, sour, and small fruit that even children don't bother to look at. He found them when it was almost dark. Quickly picking a pound or two, He started walking back as it got completely dark. The wind rustled through the forest, and the path nearby was surrounded by cornfields, dark and a bit scary. A breeze blew, and Chisiyu shivered, not from cold, but from being startled. His long legs moved even faster. Suddenly, something ran past in front of him. He was so scared he almost staggered and nearly lost his soul. Luckily, just before his soul left his body completely, he heard a cat's meow. He swallowed hard, patted his chest, and was terrified. His heart hadn't fully calmed down when he suddenly stiffened, holding his breath. He sensed something poking his waist. Chisiyu wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. He felt 2 more pokes at his waist, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Old Six Chi, let's go. Why are you just standing there? Startled and confused, Chisiyu was brought back to reality by the words Old Six Chi. Suddenly, his body went limp, and he staggered a few steps. Suning quickly caught him around the waist. Chisiyu's head leaned on Suning's shoulder, crying loudly. Woo-woo. Suning, you scared me to death. When did you arrive? Why didn't you say a word? You scared me to death. No one is cooking for you now. Wah! You scared me so much. Where else could you find such a good-looking partner like me? Wah! Feel my little heart. It's still pounding happily. Chisio's warm breath hit Suning's neck, making her shyly shrink back. If you went to the rural youth camp, I would follow you. It's your own fault for not noticing, not mine, but your courage is so small you get scared just walking at night. Chisio spoke with a crying tone. You're doing this on purpose. You're just trying to make me laugh at you. You came out with me, so why didn't you call me? Why didn't you let me know you were following? Seeing my partner almost get scared to tears. Does that make you feel proud? Wah. You heartless ninger, I'm angry now. You can't cheer me up when I'm upset. Suning felt the person in her arms trembling from crying. But apologizing? That's impossible. She didn't do anything wrong. How do you comfort someone? She had no experience at that. Cough, cough. You have such a fiery temper. I don't even know where you get so much anger from. But really, am I the kind who can't be cheered up? Chisio looked very wronged. What does he mean his temper is so bad? All his anger is because of her, isn't it? His way of showing his frustration is just crying hard. He cried so hard he was gasping for air. Suning thought, maybe I shouldn't have come. If I hadn't, maybe he would have gone home by now. She patted Chisio's back. He acted like a stubborn child. No matter how much she comforted him, he was still difficult. Her limited patience ran out, so she simply shook him off her shoulder and carried him away. The moment he was crying and looking pitiful, the next moment he spun around dizzy. His first instinct was to protect the basket, but when she shook him off, the basket spun with him, and all the fruit fell to the ground. Hey, why are you doing that? The hawthorn I picked fell. Suning kept walking and said, no more. The fruit is too sour and not tasty. If you want fruit, I'll go to the mountains tomorrow and find some sweet ones for you. Chisio instantly stopped feeling wronged and was filled with happiness. Just a moment ago, someone was crying loudly, but now they're smiling like a silly, sweet child. However, they still haven't forgotten the purpose of coming out tonight. Wait, Ninger, stop first. These fruits aren't for me to eat. I picked them to make hawthorn water for you to drink to help digestion. You already ate too much tonight, right? Drink some hawthorn water and you'll feel better tonight. Suning kept walking without stopping. Then I don't need it. I've already digested. I'm not full anymore. Chisiyu, whose head was being carried upside down by Suning. So I was scared half to death for nothing tonight? Cough, cough. Ninger, I really like being close to you, but can I ask to change my position? His stomach was uncomfortable from being pressed by Ninger's shoulder, and with his head down, he felt like vomiting. Then Suning shifted him from her left shoulder to her right shoulder. His head was still down, and his stomach still pressed against her shoulder. Chisiyu, I am so happy I could cry. While walking, Suning rubbed her stomach. After releasing her breath, she felt like she needed to go to the bathroom. Chisiyu, who was sprayed in the face with exhaust fumes, was confused. Then Chisiyu felt a dizzy spell, and sat down by the roadside. Su Ning threw the flashlight into his arms and said, "Sit here and wait for me." Then she rushed into the cornfield. Chi Siu, stunned for a while, finally came to his senses and said a few dazed words. "Ninger treats me like family, so she's so casual, not delicate or pretentious. She's just real. But Ninger smells so bad. She must have poor digestion." Chi Siu stood up, picked up the flashlight, and went back to gather all the fallen hawthorn into a basket. "Tomorrow, I'll find time to pick more. We can boil them into hawthorn paste and keep it for emergencies. Otherwise, once the season is over, there won't be any left." Su Ning finished her meal of grains in the cornfield and felt completely refreshed. Before going to the bathroom, she dug a small hole next to the corn stalks. After finishing, she covered it with soil so it wouldn't affect the air and also fertilized the corn. When she returned, she saw Chi Siu had picked up the fallen sour fruits again. "Why did you pick them up again?" Chi Siu said, "I came out here, so I should have some gains, right? Otherwise, was this trip just for a scare?" "Oh, do as you like. I don't want to eat these sour fruits anyway," Kiziu said with a cheerful smile. "When have I ever forced you to eat something you don't like? Come on, once I'm done, Ning, I promise you'll want more after the first sip."
수닝 클리크탈통.
"Look at you, so confident your tail's practically in the air. Can you walk? Or should I carry you?" Kiziu quickly shook his head like a rattledrum. No, Ning, you already have a weak stomach. How could I let you get tired because of me? That wouldn't be what a good partner does. I can walk. Even if my legs were broken, I'd crawl back myself." After saying that, Kiziu took a few quick steps forward to prove he could still walk. When they returned to the educated youth camp, Kiziu immediately started washing and boiling hawthorns. Su Ning continued with her cooking duties. The pot bubbled softly, and Su Ning wrinkled her nose. This smells so sour it could make my teeth ache. Are you sure this will taste good?" Kiziu replied confidently, "Of course. Nothing I make ever fails." Before he could finish, he sniffed the air and looked at Su Ning in surprise. "Ning, did you bury sweet potatoes in the stove?"
수닝 nodded.
"Yeah, don't worry, I didn't eat any. I buried one for you too." Kiziu smelled the growing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, then looked at the bubbling hawthorn water. He didn't even know what kind of expression to make. Here he was, worrying that Ning's stomach might get upset and she'd have trouble sleeping, while the person he was worried about had already planned a midnight snack. Kiziu rubbed his forehead. He felt like a boyfriend worrying like a mother over a mischievous child. "Ning, eating sweet potatoes at night might upset your stomach. How about saving them for tomorrow?"
수닝 속해hat.
"No way. A sweet potato is just right, and it's already roasting. If we don't eat it, it'll go to waste. Wasting food is bad luck." Kiziu thought, well, that's a pretty strong argument. He couldn't persuade her, and there was no point arguing. What else could he do? After Su Ning finished her sweet potato, Kiziu coaxed her into drinking a bowl of hawthorn water.
수닝 스메이크탈 lips.
"Hey, this is actually pretty good, sweet and sour, really tasty. I'll have another bowl." Chi Siu. "Ahem. Ninger, I'm really happy that you like my cooking. But even if this drink helps with digestion, drinking so much at once will still fill your stomach. I've saved some for you. How about we drink the rest tomorrow?"
수닝 boated.
"When I don't want to drink, you make me drink. When I want to drink, you won't let me. Chi Lalu, do you believe I'll get mad at you?" Chi Siu looked at Ninger, who was glaring at him protectively and angrily. His heart told him to give in to her, but his reason reminded him that he could spoil her in everything except things that might harm her health. He took a deep breath, then put on a dramatic act of pretending to cry, successfully convincing Su Ning to give up on the honey hawthorn drink and go to bed obediently. Left alone, Chi Siu cleaned the kitchen while thinking that Ninger's snacks were too limited. That's why, whenever she found something new, she wanted to eat a lot of it. That wouldn't do. How could his girlfriend settle for so little? Wouldn't that make him look useless? Humph. Tomorrow, he would start making pastries for Ninger: chestnut cake, hawthorn cake, yam cake, red bean cake, mung bean cake, all of them. When the osmanthus bloomed, he could even make osmanthus cake. Besides pastries, He should also prepare some drinks and start making fruit jam. Meanwhile, Suning, who had been tricked into going to bed, had no idea that her caring boyfriend was worrying about how to make her snack options more varied. Song Jeja came over to Suning, her usual pride replaced by a slightly awkward and pleading look. Suning, can I ask you for a favor? Suning glanced at her. Go ahead. When you go collecting herbs for old Sue, could you keep an eye out for a few kinds of herbs I need? Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. Whether you find them or not, I'll still thank you. Suning looked at her again. With your skills, you can handle the deep mountains just fine. As long as you don't go provoking large wild animals, you should be safe. Why not look for them yourself? Song Jeja said, I haven't given up. I've been searching all along, but I haven't even seen a trace of the herbs I need. I just thought, with more people looking, there's more hope. When you are collecting medicinal herbs, please keep an eye out for me. Suning, I don't know much about medicine. The herbs I collect are either shown to me by Dr. Sue in person, or I see pictures of them. Even the pictures are not very accurate. Dr. Sue identifies the herbs after I bring them back. I can keep an eye out, but you need to tell me what the herbs look like. Jeja immediately took out a few pieces of paper. Suning sat up and took the papers. Jeja eagerly went to bring over the kerosene lamp. These don't seem like things you can find here. Are you sure these herbs are available here? Suning, who doesn't know much about medicine, looked at the names of the herbs and thought they didn't seem like things that could be found now. Jeja, holding on to a bit of hope, said, I think the climate here is similar to where my master lives in seclusion. Maybe these herbs are here, just called by different names now. I roughly drew what they look like. Please help me keep an eye out. The shadowy vine likes shade, spirit crystal grass prefers warmth, purple star leaf and sunfire flower grow in the sun. Suning looked carefully at the drawings Jeja made several times. Erase the names you've written, and I'll ask Dr. Sue about them. He has dealt with herbs his whole life. If these herbs have other names, he should recognize them. That way, it'll be easier to find them. Otherwise, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hope is very slim. Jeja, acting like a good friend, hugged Suning and said, Thanks. Wei Xiaoqun came over and said, TSK. What are you two plotting? I feel like you're scheming to work together in some sneaky way. Jeja and Suning exchanged a glance. Wei Xiaoqun stiffened and immediately turned to crawl into her bed. But it was too late. She was quickly caught by the two witches. Ha ha ha. I was wrong, ha ha. Jeja poked Wei Xiaoqun's side a few times. Scheming together. Ha ha. No, I was mistaken. It's not scheming, it's just that we have the same idea. Ha ha. Two beautiful women. Please forgive me. Next door, Gao Yun and Chi Mei, hearing the cheerful laughter, looked at each other with envy. Girls in their early 20s. Who doesn't dislike being lively and cheerful? Who doesn't dislike a bright smile? Who doesn't enjoy talking and laughing? They also want close friends and to enjoy laughter and playfulness in their daily lives. Gao Yun lay on her side in bed, feeling regretful about moving out of that dormitory. If she hadn't moved out, maybe she could have played and joked with them. Chi Mei, lying on her back with her hands under her head, no longer felt envy after seeing others, only a strong determination to succeed. She quietly did many unseen things, just to eliminate some competitors before the opportunity arrived. But she still hasn't heard any news about the college for workers, peasants, and soldiers she dreams of attending. However, becoming a teacher first is also good. It's easy, offers a subsidy, and helps her build better relationships with villagers without drawing attention. When the opportunity for the college for workers, peasants, and soldiers comes, she will have a better chance to compete. When she learned that the team was building a school and there were 3 teaching positions at the youth station, she saw one of those spots as hers. Chi Siyu and Suning, who have good relationships with the team leader and the village secretary, also felt some pressure. But these two wisely chose to step back, and Chi Mei said she felt no pressure at all. In the male youth dormitory, Fu Guodong was reading by the kerosene lamp. Zheng Zhengwo was lying on his bed, planning what to buy tomorrow. Once he had a rough idea, he turned over and looked at Fu Guodong, who was reading very seriously. Old Fu, reading like that hurts your eyes. With your knowledge, It shouldn't be hard for you to become a teacher. You don't need to push yourself so hard, right? Everyone in the room had finished high school, and there were two top students among them. If they had gone to college, they would surely be making waves there. Fu Guodong turned a page and said, "It's okay. I adjusted the wick to make the light brighter. I'm not studying just to cram before an exam. I'm reviewing what I already know to learn new things. Since we've left the learning environment, without that atmosphere, it's easy to forget what we've learned. Anyway, I have free time, so I might as well read and pass the time." Zheng Jiangwo gave Fu Guodong a thumbs up, saying, "As expected of a top student, you never forget to study no matter where you are." Fu Guodong looked at Zheng Jiangwo and said, "Do you want to read too?" "It's never wrong to prepare more." Zheng Jiangwo shook his head. "I can't focus when I read now." "Old Fu, you are knowledgeable and experienced. Please help me with an idea. My engagement is the day after tomorrow. Should I follow my hometown's customs or the customs of the Dawawan Brigade for the engagement ceremony?" Fu Guodong closed his book, picked up scissors to trim the lamp wick. He stopped reading because the wick was so long and used a lot of oil. Although he wasn't short of money, he believed in saving little by little for daily life. He adjusted his sitting position and asked Zheng Jiangwo, "Are the customs on both sides very different?" "I've looked into it these days. The differences are quite big. In my hometown, the ceremony is grand and has a sense of ritual. Here in Dawawan Brigade, if the girl's parents don't insist, it's more casual. Lanhua's parents don't have any specific demands, but they hint that they care about how I feel about Lanhua. It's like they don't ask for much, but they want me to show sincerity. I've almost gone bald thinking about how to show sincerity. What counts as sincerity? I have no clear standard." Fu Guodong thought for a moment and said, "This matter is both complicated and simple. First, forget about customs for now. Calculate how much money you can spend on the engagement. Then, within that budget, show your sincerity based on how much you value your partner." Zheng Jiangwo thought about his own budget. He had saved some money, plus what his family sent him for marriage, totaling about 600 yuan. His biological mother had passed away early, and after his stepmother came into the family, she also had a son. His grandmother looked after him, so his stepmother didn't mistreat him, but she didn't like him much either. He wrote to his family that he was getting married in the countryside. His stepmother was the happiest because she could send him off. She quickly sent him 300 yuan and some tickets, and his grandmother also sent him 100 yuan for his future. But although he had 600 yuan, that was all his savings. He would need this money for building a house and getting married in the future. Zheng Jiangwo thought about it. Lanhua had saved his life. If it weren't for her risking her reputation to hold him back, he might have drowned in the well. Lanhua loved him wholeheartedly. She even picked up some bird eggs in the mountains and eagerly brought them to him to eat. Apart from the life-saving kindness, he also has good feelings for Orchid. After all, the love and care Orchid gives him are things his family never provided. He doesn't lack food or clothing, but he cares wholeheartedly. Zheng Jiangwo decided to spend a large sum of 100 to arrange a marriage. He was determined to make a good impression, especially since Orchid's previous rejection brought a lot of gossip. So, for this engagement gift, he wanted to restore his reputation with Orchid. He didn't want to let Orchid's sincere feelings go to waste. Some things are like that. When you think too much, everything gets confusing. But with a little guidance, the ideas become clear. That's how Zheng Jiangwo was. Just now, his emotions tangled up, making his mind a mess. But now, after hearing a few words from Fu Guodong, his thoughts became very clear. "Old Fu, I know what to do now, thanks." "Old Fu, normally both parents should be present at an engagement. But because of my special situation, that's not possible. You're the leader of the youth group, kind of like a family elder. I want to ask you to come with me. Are you free the day after tomorrow?" "Fu Guodong, I'm still just a young guy, acting as a family elder? I really thank you. I have no problem with that. Even if you're busy, you can take a few hours off. But to make it more formal and show respect to the other side, I suggest you invite the team leader." "Zheng Jiangwo, I will invite the team leader, but he's just there to witness." "Old Fu, you're playing the role of the groom's side, like the parents or older brother." "Fu Guodong. All right. But I have to say, this is my first time doing something like this. If I mess up, don't blame me. Of course not. I appreciate your help so much I can't thank you enough. I won't forget it. When I marry Orchid and have children, I'll have the kids recognize you as their godfather. Fu Guodong. Are you sure that's how you're thanking me? Even the calm and rational Fu Guodong was almost caught off guard by Zheng Jiangwo's words. He's just a young man in his early 20s, not knowing where his future partner is or if his future mother-in-law has been properly prepared. Being asked to act as a family elder is one thing, but being prearranged as a godfather?
Fu Guodong.
We live under the same roof, spending day and night together. Even if we're not brothers by blood, we are like brothers. I'm happy to have been part of your big life event. No need to thank me. Being too polite might make things awkward. Forget about the idea of me being a godfather too. Zheng Jiangwo. Don't be scared. I was just joking. It's not even a real possibility yet. Time flies quickly. In just a month, amidst everyone's busy work, the days passed quietly. But this month was special. In the eastern part of Dawawan Brigade, a brand new courtyard was built. This courtyard was the result of everyone's hard work and was the school they all helped to create. There are 6 neat, traditional brick houses in a row. Compared to the usual village homes, these buildings are taller and more impressive. Their windows are wider, letting in plenty of sunlight that brightens every corner inside. On the west side of the brick houses, there are a few small rooms similar in size and style to the villagers' homes. These rooms add a warm, cozy feeling to the school. Now, the school's facilities are mostly ready. Everything is in place, waiting only for the carefully crafted tables and chairs to arrive. Once the teacher selection competition is over and the order is given, the children can sit comfortably at their desks and start their learning journey. The brigade leader and the village secretary checked the cornfield. Both looked worried. The brigade leader said with concern, "This year's corn yield might be far below expectations." The village secretary, who had lost his wife, looked thinner and less energetic than before. His face showed deep worry and longing. He sighed and said, "During this critical time, we've had nearly 2 months of drought. The current results are thanks to everyone's tireless efforts in watering the fields day and night for a month."
Sigh.
This year's harvest might not be good. The wheat from the first season was affected by the drought, and the amount stored is less than half of previous years. This year, the corn harvest is expected to be about 20 to 30% less than usual. The total production of potatoes and sweet potatoes stored this year is also about 20% lower than last year. The team leader sighed along with the village secretary. "Old Lou, due to the drought, we might need to harvest the corn 2 weeks earlier this year. Here's what I think. Let's focus on gathering people to harvest that field first, then replant some second-season wheat." "What do you think?" the village secretary replied. "I'm also considering this. I think it's possible. Although it will take about a month longer to clear the land after harvesting the corn compared to planting the second-season wheat, the weather this year is warmer than last year." The team leader clapped his hands. "Let's do it this way. Even if the wheat we replant doesn't produce as much as the seasonal crop, it's better than nothing. We should act quickly. Tonight we'll hold a meeting and tomorrow we'll start harvesting the corn in that field. Okay. After the harvest, we'll hold a teacher selection contest for the school. We managed to get approval to build this school despite the envy and jealousy of the surrounding 4 teams. We have to make a strong start, even if it means not having steamed buns, to show our strength. We want the leaders and other teams to see that our team has the ability." In the teacher selection, 11 people from the youth residents have signed up, and 6 from the village. Being a teacher requires more than just knowledge. Character, speech, vision, and charisma are also essential. "We should take this time to carefully evaluate the candidates," the team leader said. "At the last meeting at the commune, I heard that during the teacher selection, not only will the commune leaders oversee the process, but the leaders from the 4 surrounding teams that will send students here will also participate in the judging. I think we shouldn't announce this news yet. We should use the autumn harvest period to observe these 17 applicants more closely. Let's treat this as a kind of election. Those with bad intentions or who try to manipulate will be eliminated immediately." There's no need to embarrass ourselves or let other teams and the commune see our weaknesses. The village secretary nodded. I agree. Then let's do it this way. In the evening, the bell for the team assembly rang. Suning and Chi were in the kitchen making hawthorn jam and hawthorn cakes. Suning stirred the pot and looked up, noticing that the young workers had all left the yard. Old Six Chi, you stay here and watch. I will go take a look. Chi. Okay. When you come back, the hawthorn cake should be ready to eat. Suning glanced at the partially made hawthorn cake in the mist, unable to see the true shape of Mount Lu clearly. She sniffed subtly, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. All right, if it's ready, you eat first. No need to wait for me. Without waiting for Chi to reply, Suning left the small kitchen. The main purpose of this meeting was to announce that starting tomorrow, they would harvest the corn in the Tianba area. Someone immediately questioned, Captain, is it too early to harvest now? At least 10% of the corn hasn't fully grown yet. Everyone shared this concern. This year's harvest was already 0.2 lower than last year, and harvesting early might make it worse. The captain explained that they planned to replant wheat for the second season after harvesting. Hearing this, everyone relaxed and became more motivated. After the meeting, they hurried home to prepare for the upcoming autumn harvest. Suning was the first to return to the youth station after the meeting. Old Six Chi, I'm back. Chi watched the energetic person rush in, not giving him a second look, but was completely drawn to the freshly made hawthorn cake. Before Chi could say a word, Suning, quick as lightning, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, stuck a piece of hawthorn cake in her mouth.
Ow.
Huh. The freshly cooked hawthorn cake was hot. Suning tilted her head, grimacing as she chewed roughly, then opened her mouth to out the heat. Chi, watching her, felt both annoyed and amused. He quickly spread his hand and held it out to her. Spit it out. Suning pushed away Chi hand and swallowed the hawthorn cake whole. Chi. Seeing her swallow it, Chi asked, How does it taste? Is the sweetness just right? Suning pursed her lips, then grinned. If I say I didn't taste anything, would you believe me? The hotness had fully engaged her senses. Chi smiled and said, When I read books before, I knew Zhu Beiji ate ginseng fruit but didn't taste it. I thought that was exaggerated. Now I think I was the one who was ignorant. After speaking, Chi picked up 2 pieces of hawthorn cake, placed them in a bowl, blew on them until they cooled to a suitable temperature, then handed them to Suning. Try it and see if the sweetness is just right. Suning glared at Chi and suddenly jumped up to tug at his ear. Big beauty Chi, you've got guts. Dare to tease me. Chi bent down, playing along with Suning's teasing. Oh. Ninger, be gentle. My ear is going to fall off. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. Humph. For the sake of the hawthorn cake, I'll let you go today. After saying that, Suning pinched a piece of hawthorn cake and put it in his mouth, then didn't forget to stuff a piece into Chi mouth. Suning chewed slowly and gave a review. The aroma is strong, soft and smooth, sweet and sour, very tasty. The shape is good, bright color, high transparency. But if it were a little sweeter, it would be perfect. Chi smiled and ruffled Suning's hair. All right, I've taken your valuable advice. Next time I make it, I'll adjust it to Ninger's taste. Yes. But probably not for a while. I won't have time to make it. The team leader announced that tomorrow they would start harvesting corn, first clearing the fields at Diandaba to replant the second season of wheat. Once the wheat planting is done, they will enter the official harvest phase. I heard from the villagers that during harvest time, everyone gets so tired they shed 3 layers of skin. Just stick with the troublemakers and don't work blindly. With your little bird-like strength, even if you exhaust yourself, it won't be useful. Once I finish my work, I can help you with your tasks in just a few moments. Okay. The next morning, before the sun fully rose and the sky was just faintly light, the villagers eagerly gathered at the drying yard. Everyone looked energetic, full of hope and enthusiasm for the harvest after a hard year. When everyone was present, the team leader read out the assigned tasks from a prepared list. After that, everyone quickly picked up their tools. Each person received the appropriate equipment and then threw themselves into the busy harvest. Chi, Yu was no exception. He was assigned to cut the corn stalks. In front of him, a group of people skillfully snapped the corn cobs, while another group transported the yellow corn in baskets and bags to the drying yard. There are also some elderly villagers and children over there, responsible for drying and sorting. Chi Seo tightly holds a sharp sickle and bends down to harvest the corn stalks with effort. He works quite skillfully, each cut precise, and the corn stalks fall as he swings the sickle. He moves forward, with someone organizing the corn stalks into a pile, while behind him, colleagues are quickly turning the soil, their movements fast and impressive. The people cutting the corn stalks seem to be racing against time, swinging their sickles rapidly without stopping. Chi Seo is already sweating heavily, but keeps working without pause. Even so, the workers turning the soil are approaching quickly, like a swift storm, about to catch up. In this lively scene of work, the team leader is standing nearby, carefully instructing Suning to help observe the young people who have signed up to be teachers. Suning looks confused and asks, "Team leader, you want me to observe them, but what exactly should I pay attention to? You need to tell me what to focus on so I can do the task well." The team leader thinks for a moment and replies, "First, see if they are positive and proactive about work. Second, watch how well they communicate and cooperate with others. And third, check if they have patience and a sense of responsibility." Basically, look at these young people from all angles. We need to find the truly suitable ones to be teachers. This is also a kind of test. After getting clear instructions, Suning nods, understanding what the team leader means. "I understand. I will record everything I observe carefully, and then you can decide what to do." "All right, go ahead." After talking with the team leader, Suning finishes her work and takes over Chi Seo's task. She quickly passes the task of observing people, assigned by the team leader, to Chi Seo. Suning is not someone who admits her shortcomings easily. In many ways, Chi Seo is much better than her. He has a keen eye for people and situations, so it's best to leave this task to him. A large group of people can accomplish a lot. In less than 3 days, with teamwork and cooperation, they not only harvested the corn, but also cut the stalks and prepared the land for the next planting. Now, they're working overtime to plant the second season of wheat. During this busy time, the village leader, who had been absent for half a day, brought 4 young workers from the Dahyun team, 2 men and 2 women, named Xie Pingyan, Luo Yang, Yi Xinyu, and Zhang Qianyun. At this time, both villagers and older workers tend to be wary of the new young workers. Villagers think the newcomers are here to take their grain. Older workers are busy preparing to become teachers and don't want new people to interfere. But regardless of everyone's opinions, the 4 newcomers have already moved into the workers' dormitory. Fu Guodong, in charge of the young workers' station, responsibly introduced the new arrivals to the situation there. After a brief introduction, he asked about meal arrangements. The main kitchen is shared by everyone. Next to it, there's a small kitchen built at the workers' expense by Chi and Su workers. You can cook your own food if you want, or join the old workers group. It's up to you. Just discuss among yourselves. It's the busy farming season now. The team leader has given you half a day to settle in. Tomorrow, you'll start working. Please prepare yourselves. In the small kitchen, Chi Seo was lighting the fire and cooking. Xie Pingyan smiled and walked in. "Hello, Chi worker. Can I discuss something with you?" Chi Seo looked at Xie Pingyan and nodded. "Go ahead. I might not be able to help, but tell me." Xie Pingyan looked around the kitchen. It wasn't very big, but it was clean and tidy, much better than the shared main kitchen. "Chi worker, our arrival is quite unlucky. We just happened to be in the busy farming season, so we haven't had time to prepare much. I just found out that the main kitchen is being used by 2 groups cooking. If we join in, it will be very rushed, and with so many people, conflicts might happen which could affect team unity. On behalf of our small group, I want to ask if we can temporarily join your group, but when there are more people, they can fill up the space, even without cooking or eating. Xie Jiqing might need to think of other ways." Xie Pingyan felt a bit disappointed but still smiled and said, "If that's the case, I apologize for my boldness. I won't bother Jiqing to cook. We can chat later when there's time." "Okay, good." Xie Pingyan left the small kitchen and gently shook his head at the other 3. One person looked calm, as if expecting this, while the other two looked disappointed. Xie Ping'an shared his thoughts. It's the busy farming season now. Food is the most important thing. We can ignore other troubles for now. So, even if we pay to build a small kitchen with the team leader, it's not practical at this moment. I plan to team up with the old educated youth for now. What about you? Maybe each group of new educated youths naturally forms a small team. Everyone naturally unites and supports each other. I'm fine with whatever. I'm okay. I don't mind, anything is fine, Xie Ping'an thought. So, you all are very easygoing, and I seem to be the picky one, Su Ning said. Then let's decide on this for now. Ning ran 4 times to fill the water jar, and Chi Xiu's meal was ready. Diced cucumber salad, spicy stir-fried bacon, garlic cabbage, and egg scallion soup. Ninger, drink this medicinal soup first, then eat. The medicinal soup isn't just soup. It includes ingredients for brewing the medicine. While eating with chopsticks, Su Ning also took the time to speak. It's been busy lately, and you're tired. Making medicinal soup takes a lot of time. You already have dark circles under your eyes. Finish this meal first, then stop the medicinal soup for now. After the busy period, you can continue eating it. Chi Xiu refused without hesitation. No, because I'm busy, I can't ignore your health issues. Ninger, don't worry, I know my limits. The medicinal soup Su Ning drank was prepared early every morning by Chi Xiu, who got up 2 hours earlier than usual to cook it. Su Ning said, I may look weak, but I'm actually quite strong. I think, given the current situation, you need to nourish yourself more. Chi Xiu smiled slightly and said with a meaningful look, actually, I just look weak, but inside, I am also very strong. So, I don't need to nourish myself now, and I won't need to in 10 or 20 years. Su Ning glanced at Chi Xiu, wondering what made this beautiful woman so impressive. Su Ning put down her medicine meal bowl, and Chi Xiu immediately filled her bowl with rice. Su Ning was used to Chi Xiu's attentive care.
Ninger, eat quickly.
The work bell will ring soon. Okay. You should eat too, Su Ning said, helping Chi Xiu serve a piece of cured meat. Eat more meat, or you won't have energy. With a small, unnoticed gesture, Su Ning made Chi Xiu feel very happy inside. Ninger, the new young workers came to talk to me about sharing a place today, but I refused. At noon, Xie Ping'an came to discuss it. When he returned to cook dinner that evening, all 4 of them arrived. The 4 newcomers thought sharing a place with the older workers was just simple cooperation. They didn't expect it to cause so many problems. So, compared to the larger group of older workers, they prefer to share with the small kitchen where only 2 people were involved. But both times, they couldn't persuade anyone. Chi Xiu straightforwardly refused, giving no hope at all. Su Ning nodded while eating and said, You're right. If it were me, I would refuse too. Anyway, this small kitchen was built with our own money and effort. It isn't part of the collective property of the workers' camp, so we have the right to decide. Chi Xiu said, Yes, we finally have some private space, especially since Ninger specially built this kitchen for me. I don't like being disturbed, Su Ning agreed. I feel the same. I don't like others invading my personal space either. In the end, the 4 new workers decided to temporarily share with Chi Mei's group. After eating well and cleaning the kitchen with Chi Xiu, Su Ning stretched comfortably. She moved her body and sighed. Life now is really comfortable. Good food, warm clothes, a happy mood, and no danger. Things she never dared to dream of in her previous life. Chi Xiu looked at his beloved with a loving gaze and gently said, It turns out Ninger is such an easy-to-satisfy girl. But if Ninger is too easy to satisfy, wouldn't that make me too lucky? Su Ning was in a good mood, smiling brightly. Contentment brings happiness. Life now is already very good, things I never dared to imagine before. Chi Xiu felt a pang in his heart. Sometimes, he wished Ninger could forget the past like reincarnation, only remembering the sweetness of this life. Ninger, trust me. We will get better and better. Yes, yes. I'm feeling sleepy now, my eyelids are fighting. I'm going back to bed. Su Ning yawned, stretched again, and then left the small kitchen without looking back. Chi Xiu thought to himself, when will I be able to make Ninger turn her head and look at me? After calming himself, he locked the small kitchen door and went back to the dormitory to rest. On the girl dormitory of Suning, tonight there was a new girl named Zhang Qianqian. Suning only just found out that this new girl had moved into their dorm. But Suning didn't really mind. Compared to Suning's indifference, Wei Xiaochun was so angry her lips almost looked like they could hold an oil bottle. Does this new girl like to act like a meat bun so much? There was plenty of space here, but Zhang Qianqian insisted on placing her bed between Suning and Wei Xiaochun. Just as Suning felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, her consciousness started to blur. She was about to drift into a sweet dream and compete with King Zhou when Zhang Qianqian suddenly spoke. Suning, I heard you're the scorekeeper in our production team. That's really impressive. My older cousin moved to the countryside 2 years before me, but we've kept in touch through letters. I learned from her that jobs that are easy, save effort, and still look good are usually not assigned to young workers like us. Suning struggled to lift her heavy eyelids and weakly replied, Yeah, it's nothing special. Oh, Suning, you're so modest, Zhang Qianqian said. But by then, Suning was extremely sleepy. She couldn't help but open her mouth wide and yawn. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. She sniffed hard and mumbled vaguely, Oh, if you think that's modest, then I'll just take it as modest. I really can't stay awake anymore. I need to sleep. As soon as she finished, Suning quickly turned over, closed her eyes tightly, and almost instantly fell into a deep sleep, even breathing softly and evenly. Zhang Qianqian was completely caught off guard by Suning's straightforward and unreserved response. Her face darkened with embarrassment. She had planned to turn over and chat with Wei Xiaochun on the other side to ease the awkwardness. But just then, Wei Xiaochun seemed to have already guessed Zhang Qianqian's thoughts and responded in advance. Before Zhang Qianqian could speak, Wei Xiaochun pretended to snore loudly. Zhang Qianqian pouted unhappily and muttered, Do you want to hear how fake your snoring sounds? Song Jiejie rolled her eyes. Why is this person so unaware of others' feelings? She clearly showed she didn't want to chat anymore, but kept talking nonstop. The next morning, before sunrise, dim light shone through the window into the room. Suning opened her eyes on time, stretched lazily, and sat up. Soon after, Xiao Chun and Song Jiejie also woke up one after another. The three quickly dressed, tidied the bed, and then looked at Zhang Qianqian, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. She was lying on her side, the blanket kicked to the side, one hand resting on her face, sleeping peacefully. Suning usually didn't like to interfere in others' affairs, so she just glanced at Zhang Qianqian lightly and then started packing her things. Song Jiejie, who kept a not my business attitude toward strangers, ignored Zhang Qianqian's sleeping state completely. At this moment, Wei Xiaochun looked helplessly at the two old souls beside her, sighed silently, and then reluctantly walked over to Zhang Qianqian's bed. She softly called, Zhang Jiqing, it's time to get up. However, Zhang Qianqian only moved slightly, mumbled vaguely, and showed no signs of waking. Seeing this, Wei Xiaochun had to raise her voice and call again, Zhang Jiqing, it's time to get up. Zhang Qianqian muttered a few words, turned over, buried her face in the pillow, and continued her sleep. Zhang Jiqing, if you don't get up, you'll be late for work. While calling her, Wei Xiaochun also reached out and shook Zhang Qianqian's shoulder. Zhang Qianqian, with her eyes closed, suddenly sat up and waved her hands randomly. Why are you making so much noise? Do you know how annoying it is to disturb someone's peaceful sleep? Wei Xiaochun stared in disbelief. She kindly called her to get up, and now she was accused of being a mortal enemy for disturbing her sleep? Suning frowned and said, It's almost time for work. Xiaochun, since we're sharing a room, calling her to wake up isn't wrong, is it? Song Jiejie said, You treat kindness as a fool's kindness. Let's go. Still groggy, Zhang Qianqian lay back down after the noise stopped and continued sleeping. Suning finished washing up, and Qixio had already prepared 2 bowls of hot noodles. Ninger, come and have breakfast. Besides the noodles, there were also 2 small appetizing side dishes. Ninger, I saw that a new girl from the countryside has moved into the dorm room you sleep in. Did she cause any trouble? Suning twirled her noodles and shook her head. Not yet, but she's not very easy to get along with. Just now, Xiao Chun called her to wake up, and she got angry at Xiao Chun. Chi Xiao poured a bowl of malted milk for Su Ning and said, "If someone bothers you and makes you unhappy, just stand up for yourself and fight back. Don't worry about anything." Su Ning nodded. Okay. Let's eat quickly. Su Ning and Chi Xiao's life is getting better now. In the big kitchen next door, other young workers are making breakfast. It's just a bowl of vegetable porridge with so few corn kernels you can count them. The older workers are used to it. They smell the aroma in the air and eat the plain, simple food to fill their stomachs. The other 3 new workers, who are still sleepy, learned a harsh lesson about the big difference between the kitchens. In the small kitchen, Su Ning was eating carefully when suddenly her eyes brightened. She quickly stood up and grabbed Chi Xiao, rushing outside.
Run.
The mountain behind is collapsing. Although Song Jiejia had trained some skills, she still lacked internal strength, perception, and sharpness. But she trusted Su Ning. When she heard her, she immediately grabbed Wei Xiaochun and ran out of the workers' courtyard several steps behind Su Ning. Just as the other workers started to run wildly for their lives, loud thunderous crashes could be heard from behind. The sound of huge rocks tumbling down was deafening. Now the sky was bright. The people who were first frightened by the noise and ran outside looked back in horror. They saw large and small rocks rolling down at an incredible speed. They moved chaotically, like wild horses running free, crashing into the peaceful village. In the morning light, the village was full of smoke from cooking fires, full of life and human warmth. But at this moment, with screams and shouts, and the terrifying roar of falling rocks like beasts, the whole village was thrown into chaos. Houses collapsed, trees snapped, and everything beautiful was ruined by this sudden disaster. Su Ning had special powers, which helped her avoid the falling rocks as much as possible. At the critical moment of life and death, everyone at the Jiqing station naturally trusted Su Ning's ability. Without hesitation, they all followed closely behind Su Ning, desperately trying to escape from the dangerous area. Although they were much slower than Su Ning, and the distance between them grew larger, everyone still did their best, running towards Su Ning. Meanwhile, the villagers scattered like frightened birds, running in all directions. Panic spread quickly, and everyone was searching for a safe place to hide. After about half an hour, the thick dust began to settle, and the loud rumbling finally stopped. However, the Dahanwen team was not yet back to normal. The scene was shocking, with sights of destruction everywhere. People were crying or staring blankly, filled with confusion and fear about the future and their loved ones' safety. The whole village was filled with crying and shouting. Fu Guodong, though still shaken and weak in the legs, remembered his duty. He checked the number of young people 3 times, but the count was wrong. Where is Zhang Qianqian? Has anyone seen her, having just narrowly escaped death? The young people looked at each other with trembling legs and hearts full of lingering fear. They all shook their heads in unison, saying, "We don't know." Wei Xiaochun's heart sank. Could Zhang Qianqian still be lying in bed? Xia Ping'an frowned deeply, focusing on recalling the scene, and said anxiously, "I remember clearly, after getting up, I never saw Zhang Qianqian's figure again. I guess she stayed in the dormitory when we ran out. We are a group, and we can't leave her behind. Since no stones are falling now, let's quickly go back to the Jiqing station and look for her." Fu Guodong looked serious and shook his head decisively, saying, "No, we can't go back recklessly now. Acting impulsively might not only prevent us from rescuing Zhang Qianqian, but also put ourselves in danger." Hearing this, Xia Ping'an became anxious and immediately shouted back, "If the rescue can be carried out quickly and in time, maybe Zhang Qianqian still has a chance to survive. Comrade Fu, this is a matter of life and death. We can't treat it lightly." Fu Guodong took a deep breath and calmly explained, "We must think carefully. If the mountain collapses again, or if the large rocks that were forced to stop suddenly roll down once more, the consequences could be terrible. Therefore, before starting the rescue, we need to find and remove all hidden dangers. Otherwise, even a small mistake could cause serious injuries or loss of life." Xia Ping'an was anxious and worried. He pointed to the partially collapsed mountain and asked emotionally, Look at how wide the collapse area is. How long will it take to check and fix all the safety problems? Right now, the victims buried under the debris are waiting desperately for rescue. They can't afford such a long wait. No matter what Xie Chang'an said, Fu Guodong refused to return to the village in this uncertain situation. Qi Xiao said, arguing here only wastes energy and doesn't help. Rescue and removing potential dangers are urgent. People's lives are at stake, so we can't be careless. Things are chaotic now, and we can't find the team leader. Let's set up a temporary rescue team here. Follow orders and carry out the rescue in an organized way. I've participated in 2 disaster rescues and have some experience. I volunteer to be the team leader. If anyone objects, please raise your hand now. If no one objects, it means everyone agrees to follow my plan.